Richman Shopโนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shopโนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shopโน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะยินดีต้อนรับทุกคนนะคะเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน Mobile Legend นะคะรายการ MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะบอกได้เลยนะคะว่าอาทิตย์นี้เนี่ยเป็นอาทิตย์ที่มีอะไรแปลกตาเยอะมากๆจริงๆนะคะเพราะว่าแต่ละทีมเนี่ยมีผู้เล่นเข้ามาใหม่กันหลายคนและหลายทีมเลยนะคะหลายทีมตอนนี้เนี่ยฟอร์มก็กำลังดูดีขึ้นนะคะแต่ว่าหลายทีมเนี่ยก็อาจจะยังเล่นไม่เข้าขากันนะคะฟอร์มเนี่ยยังไม่ดีเท่าไหร่เพราะฉะนั้นนะคะต้องรีบเร่งฟอร์มแล้วนะคะเพราะว่าตั๋วในการเข้าไปเล่นในรอบ Pay Off ของเราเนี่ยมีจำนวนจำกัดนะคะสำหรับวันนี้นะคะคู่แรกของเราเนี่ยเปิดประเดิมกันแบบเดือดๆเลยนั่นก็คือกระต่ายข้าง E Arena นะคะเจอกับทีมฟีนิกซ์เพิงพลังนะคะอย่าง ACT Esport Club ค่ะ E Arena นะคะวันนี้เนี่ยเขาอาจจะเตรียมแผนอะไรเด็ดๆใหม่ๆนะคะมาเจอกับธาตุมืดของเราแล้วเนาะเดี๋ยวเราจะมารอดูกันนะคะว่า ACT ได้เตรียมแผนอะไรนะคะมาเจอกับ E Arena หรือเปล่าจะสามารถมีโอกาสนะคะคว้าตั๋วเข้าไปในรอบ Pay Off ได้หรือเปล่าหรือว่า E Arena เนี่ยจะดับฝันธาตุมืดอย่าง ACT นะคะเดี๋ยวมารอดูกันว่าวันนี้เนี่ยใครจะได้แต้มไปนะคะในแมตช์แรกของเราถ้าตอนนี้นะคะกองเชียร์ทางบ้านพร้อมแล้วกองเชียร์ในห้องส่งก็พร้อมแล้วเช่นเดียวกันค่ะเดี๋ยวมิ้นขออนุญาตนะคะส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ของเราทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSL Thailand Season 1. Oh man, this is week 4, day 3 with me, Arashi, and Rockhard. How are you feeling, bro? First time casting together here.
Yeah, first time casting together, brother, and it's such an exciting time. I love that we're here because we're about to see home stretch for a lot of these teams, right? It's home stretch and we're almost to the very end. We've got some teams already locked in, We've got some teams that, will be saying goodbye, but will still be playing here today.
For sure, man. I'm a huge fan of how this is a relatively new region, and yet you don't really get a good grasp on the situation. Some of the favorites have had surprising losses. Some of the underdogs have achieved the impossible almost. So I think it's a good look for the whole competitive nature of the region.
That's right. Very specifically, I think in day number 1, we saw like a really strong victory by Tenacity against Valley Fi. A lot of people really were expecting Valley Fi to really come up there, and Tenacity after that just went crazy, man. They just got sweeps on day 2 as well, and yeah, I love what I'm seeing. Although there are some obvious, very very strong teams right now, it doesn't, it's the competition is still very much open for especially some of our middle of the pack teams.
Well, I gotta ask you though, because I don't think I've asked you before. Who's your favorite team right now so far, right? Because for me, it's Bacon Time.
Oh, I really like KOG, man. I mean, I've always been the results kind of person. KOG has really been outputting a lot of wins. Not all of them. They had like one game, I think, where it was just one. It was a 2-1. The rest of it, especially on the one of the days I casted, honestly, my first time casting in MSL Thailand, they got a 2-0 and they did it in style.
Well, looking at today's schedule right here, Rockhart, we can see that KOG is actually playing against Buriram. That's going to be a very interesting match because a lot of people were hyping up Buriram, but they've had setbacks of their own, which is why it's so exciting. So, along with that, I think today ACT is a team that people definitely have their eyes on.
Yeah, ACT is on the up and up, man. Currently 4-2 right now in our standings. It feels like such a strong competitor. Obviously, we have we have possible lock-ins, or not completely locked in. Here we are. We have our top 6, obviously, for the playoffs. We have 2 teams, Valley Fi and Full Sense, who can kind of still make it with enough, push, with enough standings. Full Sense, I think, is completely at the very, they have to 100% win everything, and then everyone else has to lose. That's basically where they are right now. And as for Solix and Buriram, like you mentioned, they're that middle of the pack team that, kind of needs to pick up the pace. But ACT cannot rest on their laurels, brother, because they're literally 1 point ahead.
They're close to the edge right there, that's for sure. I think you can't count out the 7th and 8th place just yet, though. Again, I believe Full Sense, if I'm not mistaken, had a very great underdog thing going on for just a little bit, right? They've shown great things. Unfortunately, they haven't really been able to really get a consistent performance. On the other hand, though, I think for KOG, there were some doubts initially when I first started trying to find out about what's happening over here in Thailand. There are some doubts for KOG, but they've been very surprising. So I can see why you like that team.
I think I dare say completely erased, man. 6-0. I mean, who does that, right? Who does that? I mean, come on, calm down. KOG, give us some room here. But yeah, you're right. Full Sense, I think the only one they've had is against a Buriram, and that was in week 2. And everything else has been kind of just it's been a loss for Full Sense. So I'm really hoping they can keep it make a comeback anytime soon. And they're not completely eliminated with calculating everything, but they're very close. So gotta watch out, and everything has to go right for Full Sense. So I'm also just following them. But for E-Arena, one of our teams that are unfortunately not going to be completely in the playoffs and still fighting, just to show off their prowess, Rafe, BGZ, Pichi, and the gang, very happy to just give their all here. Obviously, still, it is the maiden season for MSL Thailand, so they still want to go out with a bang, keep those wins going.
On the other hand, for ACT Esports Club here, Piper, Seras, Carnes, Fluquillo, and Sylvie, this is a team that has a lot of support going for them, and they seem absolutely confident, man. They've had a string of great performances, but as you mentioned just earlier, the numbers don't put them in the complete safe zone just yet. They got to keep their guard up and make sure that they'll slip up here, because teams are looking for that opportunity for sure.
Yeah, they are gunning. So make sure that you do not, show any signs of weakness. I think that's the most important here, especially since ACT have been on the target, literally target locked with laser sights on this team. So if any team wants to have a chance against them, which again they are not completely locked in yet, they will have a chance to watch them and see their performance here today.
Looking here at the head-to-head player statistics here for Nozen and Fukio, you can see quite a huge disparity. Team fight percentage is equal, but that can be skewed depending on how much fighting actually happens. If a team just gets a lot of pickoffs, the numbers kind of get skewed a little bit, right? For KDA ratio though, that's where it immediately shows a massive difference. Fukio has found a lot more success here in the kill department, but GPM wise, I guess Nozen is still able to keep up. He's 100 gold down, but overall, not the worst.
That's right, and you always have to bring up the ultimate stat: 67% on both of them, right? So that's amazing. I think Fukio just has such a great time overall in the teams. He just has so much freedom, especially when he plays that Claw. I saw him play that Claw, man, went crazy, and even builds Winter Truncheon a lot. So I guess that's one of the contributing factors why his KDA is just so damn high. And of course, in mid-average assist, I'm not surprised. We got some really familiar names there as well. Really love what I see here. Again, just so consistent. So far is ACT becoming a very strong favorite here. Their mid trio is one to really be scared of. Not afraid to bring out that the jungle Baksha, very flexible. So yeah, looking forward to watching them play today.
All right, just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the drafting phase. Annual map change, Dangerous Grass.
I would love Dangerous Grass. Oh,
unfortunate.
All right.
Flying Clouds.
You know what? Arashi? There was a day where literally 0 Dangerous Grass picked out of 12 games. I just saying, or 10
Really?
all series long. Yeah. So I think it's just trying to balance it out,
All right. I mean, I've been guessing. It's a fun game I play on my own, just guessing which map is gonna be. But for now, looking at ACT, Glue Harith, pretty solid, pretty standard. For EA as well, Freya, Marcel. I think the Sushin should come up here, most likely. Guinevere comes to mind as well. There's some changes to the meta so far. There's slight shifts in prior heroes, especially in my own region, MPLID. So I'm curious to see if any of those has bled over to the Thailand region.
I mean, right now in the Thailand region, it feels like they're still pretty much, just sort of exploring as well. In terms of exploration, they've also been doing that with the gold lane. Bruno, you'll be surprised. I think it has 100% win rate right now. So, okay, that's in fairness, that's in 2 picks, 2 or 3 picks.
Right.
So, but yeah, that's one of the only areas of exploration they've been doing that really, hasn't really completely carried over. But I love the Zushin respect. Obviously, Freya is going to be a red side priority ban. But here we go. I think in terms of stuff getting opened out, you got a lot of junglers, man. You got that Suyo and the Harley.
Oh man, I completely forgot about the Harley. My mind was in the Suyo, was in the Guinevere. The Harley is just disgusting, man. You melt squishies and tanks at the same time. On the other hand, though, the Phobias, it's very, very good. But against a team that understands how to kite back and forth, the Phobias just struggle a little bit without any assistance, keeping people where you want them to be, right? For the dark ways, for the infernal pursuits. With the Phobias usually comes I was gonna say a jungler, but they go for the Valentina. That's safety against the Harley, and also, I guess, denial for some big ultimates ACT might have considered before.
That's a really good denial, honestly. Usually with these picks, ACT might also consider just, big shot roamers like the high loss who can lock you down, slow you down, make it easier for that. Yeah, there you go. Make it easier for that Harley, I was gonna say, to chase down these targets, and they will do that. And they get the Claude. I was gonna say Flukio, very good on the Claude, but that Valentina also gives that glorious pathway over to E-Arena. So, very good, right? They kind of maybe thought about that beforehand.
Glorious pathway into a Phobias, just bashing you, knocking you up with the Dark Wave. seems like an absolute nightmare. But this combo here, this
Yeah.
Harley Claude, this I've seen this in MPL ID as well. It allows you to have a really high mobility on both your main carries and a good mix of physical and magical damage. So it's looking dangerous. I think it's a great way to kite back away from this Phobius. Now with the Baksha as well, in the early game at least, it's going to be a bit tough to deal with, but the Claude with time and items will be able to shred through the Baksha too. So I think ACT is on the right track.
Absolutely. I feel like ACT's definitely thought about these trades. It's a very strong anti-marksman pick, this Baksha, just because of the passive. You get less damage per hit. Really useful to sustain against the Blazing Duet. That's why Baksha's actually been rising in popularity, especially now that the carry is banned out. You're gonna need someone who just outputs more damage. And that's the race, right? You know what? I think that's happening there in ID, as well as in the Philippines, where our goal laners are just basically racing who does more damage at the shortest amount of time.
Yeah, actually, that's very, very true, man. Burst damage right now, I think it's shifted from having like front to back tanky and sustainability. We were seeing a bit of that before with the Revitalize coming back with the Hyluses, the Gatots. And then you see people start gravitating towards mobility to counter that, right? More options to kite back away, to flank around. And along with that comes burst damage because they won't be there for very long, right? They won't be available to beat up on for a long time. So now with EA banning more towards the long duration fighting mid laners, I'm curious to see the Suyo ban. So ACT definitely cares more about the instant burst danger here.
Yeah, and they're also just basically just respecting Harley, making sure that he doesn't get outmaneuvered, because there's very few junglers, brother. Very few junglers who can actually outmaneuver a Harley, and Suyo is one of them. And you're removing that means that you're just making sure this Baksha stays on jungle, because you might actually just run out of jungle picks, and then you might just want to go for like a really solid control roam. I don't mind maybe more show, something really good that can kind of hold onto the Harley, since Leia's already banned out, bro.
Well, see, you need someone who can hold on to these mobile picks, but also someone who can get away from the Hylas, because otherwise you're susceptible, right? The Cho fits the bill, but at the same time, I guess they have enough crowd control if they want to go for the Cho. They have the Phobius and Baksha to add more onto that in the team fights. Oh, Terizla though, with the Valir. Oh, they're predicting a full-on front to back. They cover all bases. Strong front line, strong control, and now they're putting the ball in EA's court. How do you want to deal with this?
Yeah, how do you actually answer that? It's so hard to find a good roam against a Valir, who just gets, most roams are gonna get pushed away here. And they're still gonna throw over that Baksha into the roam here. Not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about that, Arashi. What about you?
Man, the Hayabusa... For both compositions, I see the vision, and I see why the Hayabusa came out last for EA as well. They don't want to be stuck just front to back all the time. They want to have something to dive in the back to chase down the Harley and the Valir, the Claude. Again, a lot easier said than done though. At the end of the day, EA has to make these big maneuvers macro-wise to catch ACT off guard. ACT, all they have to do is play textbook, and they should have like the easier, more straightforward win condition.
That's exactly what I was thinking. This Hayabusa is like a really big skill check. I mean, if you can get pickoffs done, congratulations. Other than that, your team's probably going to get steamrolled here. And then again, hoping that they can actually show their skill here. And maybe that's the point for EA. Let's find out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game of the first match of the day between ACT and EA. A more straightforward composition or a more convoluted win condition? Let's see who comes out on top.
Yeah, let's find out who comes out on top here. We do have, obviously, the Hayabusa against a Harley. Usually, that's a race to level 4. Obviously, that's very easy before the turtle. But it's also a pretty strong challenge for purple buff denial. If you're the Harley, you want to try to deny that around the mid-game against this Haya, just to slow him down and stop the progression. So that's what I'm looking forward to, right? Can he actually do that? And will the Hayabusa have that strong of an impact in this game?
Oh, already a gank. Sylvie with the Revitalize will be able to survive for now. Already good hits back from EA. The early game here, in the mid lane especially, is going to be tough. As you can see, tele predictions all heavily favor ACT. And you're seeing why, right? They have pressure in the lanes. They got a good clear in the draft. So they have more liberty to just walk around, roam around. And that might be a problem for MLBB as we get into the mid game.
Now 83% as well in our audience. A big shout out to our chat. We're talking right now. And, you know, big shout out to everyone. And I hope you guys are going to enjoy this one. Again, super underdog game for E Arena. I'm just, you know, I'm just hoping they can show something up, man. I want to see that, you know, I want to see that, what do you call that? I want to see that macro. I want to see that their ability to actually resist against pressure. Because you know, man, you know ACT is going to bring the pressure. And they're doing that exactly here. I think it's up on front. He's not level 4 quite yet, but doesn't really mind. Still have the shield unity to maybe knock around this Valier. But again, the Valier is just proving to be a very difficult target to actually stand your ground against. They're doing that a little bit of a cha-cha here, trying to buy some time for MLBB to get that purple buff, and they're gonna go. They don't have this. They want this, Turtle. More people are fighting around it. Levels are not actually quite far off. Hanagas is gonna absorb Deadly Magic. There goes that very early shadow kill, but looks like First Blood still gonna go over tier to ACT. And dare I say it, not even close. Flicker by Peachy missing out. What the heck? And that's like an unofficial maniac there for cards.
That is so unfortunate. SOD won't be able to do much. Good attempt. Man, they jumped on the Roma with the Revitalize. This is like a thing you gotta understand, man. The Revitalize baits out so much in the early game. But on top of the jumping on the roam, they also set themselves up for a huge penalty zone from Piper. So they got immediately punished right there, and they didn't even get the kill on Sylvie. Oh, that is such a unfortunate situation to be in for EA. Now they are most definitely on the back foot. They need to avoid trades like that if they want to make use of this like obvious pick and try and make use of that early game dominance.
I absolutely agree, man. Because the Phobius pick obviously is very strong, but that happens around mid-game, right? When the Phobius has like these items like the War Axe, just make sure you can sustain over and over. We don't see that quite yet. So, and while all that's happening, by the way, Flukio is just very happy. Yeah, go ahead, make some noise there on bottom, guys. I'm chilling, I'm farming up here on the top side of the map. So, I'm very happy to see that, you know what, ACT is basically living up to expectations. Navigating this team fight very well, but again, can't rest on your laurels, man. They've got some pretty strong picks if you get isolated. The Hayabusa is so strong when you get isolated. Earlier, that shadow kill didn't do as much, but that could change later on.
Definitely, man. MLBB has shown great skill there on the assassin, so you can't really hunt him out. Sylvie walking in again. Oh, what is that burst damage?
Oh man, literally got removed. I mean, that's one of the consequences since you lost your flicker so early on and without getting anything. And now on top side, Flukio with a blazing duet. No, again, big props to me. Jeezy knows and trying to get something going. But that, again, that's Flukio. So safe of a player. And on the item check, doesn't even need to go too safe as well. Only has that warrior boots and locking in the Hunter Sword. Corrosion Sight on the Moskov, at least it's not too far away. Peachy, luckily, will have that flicker on that time.
With that flicker though, I think that's ACT taking full control. You're seeing MLBB already going for a bit of a steal. He gets spotted out. I don't know if he made it out with the purple buff or not. Either way, ACT are playing calm, cool, collected. They're just playing zone control right now and punishing EA whenever they try and contest for any of that. MLBB didn't even get the purple buff, by the way. So it's still ACT full control. And it's crazy that outside of the neutral objectives, EA is the one that should be going for some of these pickoffs, trying to use the Hayabusa to try and get like an assassination. But the Harley and the Hylos are just outdoing him proactively. So it's putting EA on the back foot again and again.
Yeah, instead of, you know, getting some proactive plays done, MLBB is essentially on survival mode here, trying to make sure he's not under-leveled, especially in the coming Turtle/Lord fight. And in the next few minutes. So I absolutely correct that, you know, MGC definitely has some work to do. And they're not too far away, I would say. But, you know what, who's getting beat up? It's Ray. On the bottom, just completely getting trioed here. I don't know how you get away from that. Carnes does have some survivability, able to just push back Sylvie to the rescue. And that glorious pathway can't even be utilized by EA. We're now basically 5,000 gold behind.
I mean, EA is just on damage control, trying to stall out maybe for the Moskov late game angle. It's hard to see, man, because you're seeing even Wraith on the Phobius. He's not going Vorax, he's not going damage. He understands that he is a frontliner. He rushes the Radiant Armor immediately, knowing he's up against the Harith and the Valir. But you might want to consider an Athena on top of that, because if he gets bursted like that, he's not the same under turret.
Whoa. Yeah, here we go. Trying to go up on backside. We got Sylvie. He's trying to buy some time, but that Revitalize might not be able to hold it for long, especially with Shadow Kill released here by MGC. Finally a kill on the board here for EA, and they're still going to lose out on their purple, but you know what? A win is a win. It's a 1-for-1. Still loses out on the purple buff and the objective, but I'm trying to silver lining this, man. At least they didn't all die.
That's true, that's true. And they are gonna get the purple, but oh, Seros spots him out. No 1v1 attempt here from MGZ. Oh, parang too soon here. Get the magic already used.
Oh, MGZ.
Oh, what?
Oh my goodness. What is happening, man?
That's just way too much damage, man. Carnes, surprising on the Valir. You don't expect him to be the executioner, but with the Valir, he's getting a lot of last hits with the fireballs here. It's gonna get even worse, because with the Ice Queen's one already completed for Carnes, he can slow down everyone except for MGZ has to respect it, man. Oh, Seros.
Oh, you're absolutely right. That Ice Queen one just making it so hard for them to survive, but this time they're fighting under the turret. Rafe is up on front. He's getting pushed back over and over. Carnes pretty low. He's owned by Piper. That just pushes everyone back. Here comes MGZ trying to make a play on bot side, on the bottom side of your screen rather. And MGZ though with that shadow kill, and shadow's already used. Not even gonna make a kill happen. Nozen's SOD actually hit, but he decides to not use it. Not sure if that was the right call, but you know what? Again, it is. I guess they're trying to just stay alive for the next few minutes. I don't know, Arashi, how long can they actually survive?
I mean, their siege potential does not look good at all, man. They don't have clear. That's part of the reason why ACT are getting so much value here. Hanaga's on the Baksha. Can't really help with the clearing. Oh, and so it's so dangerous for them to just even walk up like that. MGZ immediately getting chunked out. There's no way to contest for this, man. 10k gold advantage. And they can't leave the base. Again, and later on with the Lord, they can't clear it any easier either. Peachy is so short range, and he has been punished multiple times this match alone.
Yeah, punished over and over again. Just feels so horrible. And now they can't go out of the map. And MGZ, he's been trying to get some ISO plays going. You know, he's trying to go for that back line as much as he can. But there's just so much, there's so much crowd control that can hold him. He's getting pushed back. If he makes a bad play and he gets pushed back with Searing Torrent, I think that's just it for him, right? So I kind of understand why he's having a hard time here.
For sure. Wishing Lantern up for Carnes too. Oh boy. There is no frontliner right now for the side of EA, man. That Phobius, that Baksha, one shot immediately. And Seros knows it. Just starts getting some poke going down, setting up for a bit of a siege. And this is where they want to be.
Yeah, so far so good here for ACT. All they need to do is just not make a mistake, I think, and they should be pretty good. Jalen, of course, they're wailing on that turret. Nice attempts there. Rave's trying to bait out some skills. All is good, but the problem is you also have a Lord Wave to manage, so you're not quite done yet. You gotta go reset, you gotta reload, and they are trying to fight back. Hanagas get pushed very, very low here. Luckily, they're able to clear the minion waves on the mid without any problems. And now, after reloading, they have to fight again. They have to fight this Lord Wave, which is up on top side. This might be a little bit more difficult. This could be a signal. ACT, they can make something happen here. Penalty zone is still ready and locked and loaded, but they don't even need it. Just that glorious pathway enough to go front to back here. There's really not much that E-Arena can do at this point. Can't even clear that Lord. Now they do, but with only 2 players remaining, it's going to show to be very, very difficult here. And they go for the swift kill. ACT with a 1-0 victory.
They tried to delay the game just a little bit longer right there. The damage is starting to come through. They were able to clear the Lord, but unfortunately, with 3 members down, ACT just brute forced the end there. You saw there were chances for EA to maybe turn this around, but overall, the straightforward win condition of ACT, man, it's hard to beat. They've got the coverage, they've got the damage, they have the stronger frontliners too. And at this point, with like an 11, 12k gold advantage, there was not much EA could have done, man. They did try their best, but it's on to the next one for now.
Yeah, it's on the next one. You got to go ahead and reset after that. I think we do have, like, you know, I guess if you're EA, you're thinking, you know what, we saw how strong they can be on that Harley. Maybe it was a bad idea to let that go. But the thing is, at this point, if you don't kind of play around the Valier, you're just getting cooked. And Arashi, I mean that in the literal sense, right? You're literally getting cooked in the Searing Torrent and everything. The Fireballs is just, there's just no way to play around it. You just have to draft a more mobile composition and hope that you have a better draft in game number 2. Because game number 1, I think you and I, we saw that very straightforward, brother. That was definitely draft win and a macro win here for ACT.
I mean, they had to beat ACT at ACT's game. You know what I mean? It's just a lot easier said than done for EA. They really needed to abuse that mobility coming in from the box shot, the clear coming in from the Valentina, and get something, you know, get some ganks onto the Valier, right? Get some ganks onto the Claude. Otherwise, without that early game pressure, even the Phobius pick that we were, you know, hyping up just a little bit, being a very strong pick, it's kind of difficult to try and get in there when there's not enough backup, not enough damage coming through behind you. So they just slowly but surely whittled down the members of EA. It's tough to watch, honestly.
Yeah. Man, you said the quiet part out loud, man. That was tough to watch for me as well. I mean, I'm not rooting against anyone, man. I'm just rooting for, you know, really strong gameplay. And that was exactly what ACT just showed here. Sarah's gonna be our MVP for that one. That Harley went, you know, it wasn't super high kill, but it pushed back a Hayabusa. It did not give the Hayabusa any opportunity to actually go for a skirmish. And I think we saw that. You saw that as well, right? It was there was no chance that we saw like a 1v1 against a Harley and Haya, where definitely that's where the Haya will shine.
Well, it starts off here. If you look at the highlights here, in the first turtle fight, they clumped up and they got comboed, right? Against a Valier, against a Terizla. That just allowed ACT to just get so much value off the AoE damage. And afterwards, look at this, dude. They just were not respecting the Harley damage potential in multiple lanes. It's not just the mid lane. It's not just Peachy getting bursted out there. Everyone else were completely caught off guard by Seros on that Harley. And you're seeing why it's such a value pick. You one-shot squishies, yes, but even the frontliners, they take way too much damage, and you force them to play in a defensive fashion. Whatever skills, mobility-wise or crowd control-wise, that EA has at their disposal, whether it's a stun, whether it's a shield unity, a dash of some sorts, you have to keep in mind you need it to survive the Harley. And because of that, it just caused EA to play in such a defensive fashion, and it's just not, you know, it's not what the composition was designed to do. And you're seeing it right here when Mijizi goes in, tries to do some damage. The team needs to move forward for him to have like a safe space to back out too. Otherwise, he's stuck like this on the sidelines, not really being able to do much.
Yeah, and that's pain. It's painful when it has to happen, right? You're basically just watching your team getting deleted one by one, and you want to join, you're trying to join, but if you do, you're also on the chopping block. And I think we saw that over and over again here. That Deadly Magic's just so, you're absolutely right. Even the tankiest members of EA could not last against it. And that's one of the big problems, right? That's why Seros is our MVP.
I mean, he was only on the we call it the Harley Trinity, bro. The Genius Wand into the Lightning Truncheon into the Divine Glaive. That's all he had. He had 2 more items to build here to continue the carnage. It's just crazy to imagine how much more damage he could be doing, even if the game goes on for a bit longer. A big shout out to Carnes though on the Valier, right? Blowing one Ice Queen one is just so disgusting, man. And unfortunately for EA, they had a Phoveus and the Baksha. These two heroes are just gonna take fireballs to the face time and time again. And you're seeing Carnes get so much value out of it.
Yeah, so much value, and that's why I think, starting since a lot of other people have started picking up the Valier, it's starting to become like one of those really strong mid lane picks that where, I'll be honest, as much as it has a really high win rate, very few teams expect it. And I think that's why it's so strong, right? When you don't expect a Valier to just non-stop slow you, non-stop stun you, that's when you get bit in the behind. And I think that's what we saw here for EA. They're expecting, you know what, hey, let's just ban out the Zushin. Maybe they'll just pick Eve. Maybe they just pick Farsa. Or maybe Lilia, right? But who expects the Valier to come in here? It's so funny when that happens.
Definitely a cheese pick, just a little bit. It's a situational pick that you can't always go for by default. It's not a Zushin by all means. It's not a it's not like a Yve. It's not as flexible as that. But in a weird way, I imagine the Valier to be a bit of a cross between the Vexana and the Zetian. You have some self-preservation. You both don't have a lot of mobility, but you have a lot of damage front to back. A lot of spammability that you can expect coming in from a Zetian, or a bit of burst coming in from the Vexana, card control-wise especially. So especially against big fighters, I think it's an okay choice. But honestly, I feel like at that point, even if you switch the Valier for some other mage, the comp still could have done really, really well, right? The Harley Claude and Terizla alone just gave them so much to work with.
That's true. That's why I was saying, you know what, Flukyo just has like such a fun time in this game, man. Like he didn't even need to survive any ganks, because the people that are supposed to gank him, they're just too busy just trying not to die. And that's why it's so strong. That's why ACT is so strong in this game, man.
That's just the way it is, man. Oh, they had to go for ganks, but they weren't able to get it because of the lack of mid control. I guess that's where the high loss comes through, right? The Baksha, again, can't really help too much with wave clear. Maybe concussive blast, that's about it. The high loss can clear a lot faster. And the Valier, if you last hit a minion with your fireball, it refreshes, right? So there was a lot more clear potential, which is why you saw Peachy just struggle to find anything. And the times that he actually tries to do something, pressure back, trade some damage, that's where the ganks happen and he just gets taken out. So he gets conditioned to quite essentially just like stay in lane and do nothing. And then that's where the gameplay just falls apart, man. The side lanes that they've gotten for themselves, the Phoveus, they just could not get in position to set up for a proper lane gank.
Yeah, which is very painful to watch. Like, you're trying over and over again to get a good position, and then you just get outmaneuvered. Someone's behind you with a deadly magic. All of a sudden, your plan just goes boom. And
Yep.
it's all over after that. Your tempo is already ruined. You're behind by 5,000 gold. So, and then you're thinking, guys, what's next? What do we do? What do we do? It feels like they got to that position very, very early on,
Yeah, especially for Mijizi. I think we've seen Mijizi have some okay, solid assassin performances, but in this game, he had like nothing to show. All his options, neutral objectives, he gets zoned out, right? 1v1s, he was behind. He was invaded as well, so he can't even farm fast. So at every turn, this guy was just blocked time and time again by ACT. So again, you hate to see it, but it shows again that ACT, they're not focused only on like, okay, the one thing. They know how to tie in one advantage to another, right? They get mid control, they transfer into ganks, they transfer into invades, they get the invades, they transfer that into neutral objective dominance. And it's terrifying to see, man. You do not want to be on the receiving end of a team like this.
Yeah, I completely agree. I personally, as much as it's very strong it's very hard to actually gauge, or for me to try to outdraft a team that plays like that as well. Like, all right,
Mhm.
what if they don't have if we ban a Harley, they'll still be able to Suyo anyway, right? So those are the big trades, and you can't completely ban out junglers like this who just go for tempo. And like I mentioned, they also play Baksha, but and commend to EA. They tried to do that deny pick thing. Didn't work out, bro. Didn't work out for sure.
All right. Oh, a substitution. Wait a minute, Rockhart. EA, they are bringing in Saturday, even though today is a Sunday, to treat out Mijizi. Wow.
Wow. A little bit too early in the week. You know, if you say so myself. Mijizi again. Here's the thing. He might have been just that different player specialization. Maybe Mijizi's just maybe too focused on like assassin picks lately. That they said, you know what? Maybe we can bring out Saturday. Maybe it's gonna be a different kind of jungler that we need. Cause I don't know if you agree here, brother. It feels like they were a little bit trapped in that last jungle pick. It felt like the Hayabusa's the one pick you do where in high tier it's very strong, but in mid tier MLBB it's just not as good. Wait,
Well,
what is this?
Oh,
Oh,
wait a minute. Huh?
What?
So
What
it's
is
a double.
happening?
No, it's a double substitution. So it's not a substitution. Mijizi is moving roles. He's gonna trade out Mozen. Wait a minute,
That
this is crazy.
crazy.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Wow. So it's gonna be a shift over for me. So Mijizi is gonna still be with us. That's interesting. I wonder if it's a difference in composition, if it's a difference in like mindset almost that requires this swap. Like you mentioned, Rockhart, they were slightly trapped with the Hayabusa. I felt like they had options, right? Especially because they showed the Baksha so early. I really think that they thought they needed something just because of the Valir popping up. So let's see if this extra flexibility might give him something else to work with. Broken walls, by the way.
That's right, broken walls. You know what? Maybe
Called
it
it.
was just hero master. You got it, brother. That's
Woo.
1-1. Your current score is 1-1 today.
Yeah,
There you go.
it's gonna go way down, dude.
You think it's gonna go way down? Come on, no, you're gonna be fine for sure. So with this one, obviously, it's a huge shift. I think the last time I saw this happen, bro, is all the way in MPL Malaysia, where you know it's Chiku. Chiku very happy to swap roles around, but in most MPLs, they're very set on their role, right?
Well, yeah, like consistency and it's the name of the game, you know, in the higher leagues like MPLs. So switching roles is something that's a bit counterintuitive to that end. Let's see how this one goes, though. Mijizi is going to be in the gold lane this time out. So because of that, I'm thinking there might be some gold lane prio for EA in the drafting phase. So far, though, it's the usual. Marcel should come here for ACT as well. Oh, that's a difference though. There's a Leomord and the Phovius. So the Glue and Harith is open compared to game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the glue is such a strong pick. You do not let it go. It's the glue for a reason. It's the glue that keeps your team together. But yeah, I was trying for something, man. I don't know what that was, but it's
pretty good. That's
it's
pretty good.
true. I mean, glue is just so good. You put it on XP, you're golden. You put it in Rome, most people are happy.
Oh. All right. So Harley banned for ACT. They recognize the danger. Marcel pick for EA. Now the Marcel, you have to keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, it's a utility pick. It's not as tanky, and it doesn't really engage in a dynamic fashion. It's like a very responsive. You can follow up or you can stop and engage. Usually the counters I've seen to it is the Hilda, right? The Hilda can just bully the Marcel out and match the mobility. Along with that, something like a Khalid will absolutely beat up this Marcel too.
True. One more thing we've actually discovered recently against Marcel, Cho. If you kick him back, his position on golden hour is just all over the place. And there's the Hilda you're mentioning as well, very strong and can bully out this Marcel. Because you're right, Marcel not a really hard tank if you think about it. You gotta keep moving, and the moment you stop moving, the moment you try to get your attacks in, you're doomed. Your tracking shot is the only saving grace, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's basically like a paparazzi member, you know? He just runs around, takes photos, and people get annoyed and beat him up for it. A very lore accurate hero design here from Moonton. That's definitely commendable. But the Hilda's gonna be, instead of, the Cho can beat up the Marcel as well, but it's not a frontline tank. You know, it's like a pick-off type of deal. The Hilda can actually function as a proper frontline. I know the Suyo Arlet is picked up by EA. The Guinevere, though, is still available for ACT.
Yeah, Guinevere is... You know what? Guinevere is actually super strong against these heroes.
Oh,
that
yeah.
Don't really want to carry Purify. And the moment that the Suyo gets hit with the spatial migration, just list it, bro. That Suyo's gone.
Indeed. It's a done deal, straight up. Even in our MPL, dude, there was this moment where... who was it? I forgot. I think it was Dolan from Dewa. He just goes in with the Guinevere passive, skill 1, and then Vowed Requiem, and like he blew up the gold laner. Just instant deletion. So the Guinevere has a surprising amount of burst damage, but they don't go for it. They want to go for the Yi first. And again, mobility seems to be the name of the game here. ACT, they have pretty fast moving heroes, and they have slows now at their disposal.
That's true. You know what are the reasons why maybe they're not going for the what they call it, the Guinevere? Is most of the time, in most games I've seen, Guinevere is usually paired up with the Kalea, right? Just so easy to play if you have a Kalea. Right, yeah.
That works, yeah. The ultis aside, even the synergy, right? You want to brawl and regen up as a Guinevere. The Kalea can heal you up. There's a lot of synergy baked into that combo, that's for sure. The Uranus, though, by the way, this is a pick that Mirko absolutely loathes. He hates this pick with a passion, man. He does not understand why it works so well. Although we've heard from unnamed sources with some legitimacy that the Uranus can work, it just requires a very high level of execution. So, EA, they respect it from ACT.
Yeah, that's right. I think our friend Midnight just keeps going on about, hey, you know what? Uranus is the hardest XP lane to play. What do you mean?
Is it? Wow. Strong words there from Mr. Midnight, as always. Love the guy. Alice as well, so they seem to be concerned about regeneration more than anything. That's 3 EXP lane bans. They really want this Arlet to get full value. And as of right now, he can dive towards the Yeef, but that's really about it. That's a glue pick from ACT. Oh man. The sustainability, like the staying power of ACT right now is mad. And without a carry, EA needs something to threaten these frontliners, man. Like maybe something even like a Lilia, something that can just spam out damage constantly.
You know, I agree. I think the Lilia would be great because you can't just ignore the glue, right? If it goes into split, you can't just run because he's gonna catch up to you. So if you just run, you will die. So you have to face it face forward. What is that? I didn't see. Leslie! What?
Man, what is that?
Bro.
Oh boy, I love it. Bro, I love it, man. I've always said that the Vexana is a bit of a low-key counter to the glue. I like it so much. I don't know about the Leslie though, right? The Leslie, it's a good matchup against the Claude. You can dodge away from a lot of things. You can cancel the Blazing Duet. There's ways to play with this Leslie, but that's only the laning phase. The team fight, not so much. And we're not seeing that source of damage, Rockhart, to deal with the glue and the Hilda.
That's true. I mean, one way that you deal with the glue, obviously, is with the Vexana, right? So maybe that's covered. But the Hilda, there's no one that can stop the Hilda here, bro. Literally just a final slash, right? Or freeze it in time with Golden Hour. That's it. After those two, your whole team is just like, chopping board.
Brother, this is rough, dude. Do you see the amount of beefiness ACT are bringing to the table? With a Leslie as a marksman. Alright, EA, it's not over by all means, right? There's always a chance. But if they don't get really snowballing, if the Leslie can't like chunk down these beefy members to half HP with a couple of passive shots, it's rough, man. Like ACT are just gonna like steamroll them, like or trample over them.
Yeah, this is a trampling lineup. You have three beefy boys in front. ACT love this, especially on broken walls. It's so hard to play against them because they can just get in and out, right?
Yep.
You're not safe in your lane. You're gonna get cut over and over again. And that's why broken walls is just so good. Now, again, we are on a role shift. It's me, Jeezy, on gold. Leslie. Wow, it's nice, right? You go from jungle to gold lane, and then you pick up a Leslie. Bro, who does that?
I mean, at least it's a strong laner. He might have maybe his comfort pick. He can show us wrong by all means. But ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 between EA and ACT. Let's see how this one goes. Will it be a 1-1 comeback story, or is it gonna be a full clean sweep for ACT?
Yeah, we're gonna have to find out. A sweep does feel like it is looming over the horizon. But you're right. The reason why we have these MPLs, right? The reason why we hold these tournaments is we're trying to find out if they can show their heart. They have that X factor. But with this one, maybe they'll try. With good tracking shots, it's a good poke against Sylvie and Flukio. But other than that, again, it's just me, Jeezy, staying alive in this lane. Watch for that, guys. Everyone watching, just watch this lane. You know, this can be very strong. It can bully the Claude in certain scenarios, but it can also just get unly ganked by a Hilda. So keep your eyes out for that. And as you can see, Sylvie just not stopping here. Hanaga's having a hard time pushing this Hilda back.
Good goal take there from Flukio though, but Michizi already forced to flicker out. Again, they're trying to show hard, and with Rockhart in the building, you know, they might succeed, but they gotta smooth up the rotations, man. The Hilda is just having a lot more presence right here. Hanagas and Peachy, not the best of clear, but it really isn't bad. They should be able to match up to the rotations of ACT here.
Yeah, especially in the early game, this Marcel actually has pretty high defense, you know, base defense, right? So it has some tankiness, plus a tracking shot, so they have to utilize that, especially against the Hilda. But later on, that's what we're saying, right? Later on, it's gonna be so hard right now. Sylvie super duper low as well. Tracking shot used up and locking down Karns, making it hard for them to back up the Zeros, but now they kind of can do that quite easily. Piper's up on front as well. This glue is a menace, even as a pink, a bubbly boy. Still going up on Karns, and there you go. First blood going over the E Arena with Wraith on that final slash.
That's a neutral objective take by Saturday as well. Already looking a lot better there. The initial engage and abusing a bit of the AoE, that's what they have to be doing here. That's how they can get value out of this Marcel Vexana combo. For ACT though, initially at least they were able to really pressure EA away. With some items, the tankiness should really shine through in the mid game, but they gotta be careful letting Wraith get some kills, man. A fed Arlet is never a fun thing to deal with.
That's right. A fed Arlot is also just, you know, it feels like a Lancelot if you're not careful. So careful with that one. And the moment that you have like really good confidence as an Arlot to set, you can be very scary. That's why I don't want you to like, if you see an Arlot on the field, guys, make sure you don't give it a good time, because it will snowball. It will make really strong plays early on or later parts of the game.
Yep. Gold take for Mijizi. Alright, some small wins here for EA. One key gold advantage. ACT are playing a bit more calculated. They seem to be gravitating more around the gold lane though. They want to make sure that Flukio doesn't really get shut out of the game. He doesn't get zoned by the Leslie. Just keeps getting poked down. In that sense, they're mitigating the one winning lane that EA has. Anagas though gets chased down, but the snapshot, man, that is so annoying.
Yeah, that is really, really annoying. Again, one of the reasons why Marcel is almost permaban in most scenarios. Flugeo is going to be able to get some good damage with the Blazing Duet, but you can get two shots. Not careful. That's why Sarah says, you know what, back off! My goodness, Peachy! Where did that come from? What is happening here? EA looking very, very strong with those random pickoffs. And you can see, man, Karns was not even able to use the real world.
Well, see, the Marcel on his own isn't really that threatening, but the Marcel with a Vexana behind him, that's a lot more extra crowd control and extra damage. And because Sylvie is rotating around, he can't really be there to open up the map properly. He's getting vision for the team right now though, but it's looked like ACT are going to be late to the party. They might be forced to give this up.
Yeah, there's not really much they can do here, but look at this. Like, Saros is still gonna try. Real World is there, and there you go. Golden Hour into the Eve. Almost makes it impossible for Carnes to contribute. I saw someone asking that in the chat earlier. Like, can you use gold? Can Eve get affected by Golden Hour? Yes, he can. And you saw that right there. Even Rafe just knowing he can get more kills if Carnes doesn't back off.
This is a weird situation to be in for ACT, man. They still have the tools to execute their game plan, but they're kind of losing tempo. Oh, trap onto Hanagus.
Yeah, Hanagus, obviously it's gonna be all fine. Martial mains know that, you know, as long as you have tracking shot, if you didn't get hit by tracking, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna stun your opponent. It's also, that's like, I think that's almost a whole second, right? So, you know, that's why Marcel is just such high priority right now. And by the way, Marcel has like the highest crowd control time in the game, if you add it up, all throughout like 20 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, when your passive just adds to those precious seconds, it's not really a fair comparison. Right now though, the mid lane from ACT is feeling a lot of pressure. There's a lot of dive potential there too. And the Hilda, great when you're matching the Marcel, but when your laners can't back you up when you're 1v1 against Marcel, it becomes a lot more dangerous, and you're seeing Sylvie hesitate just a little bit more because of that. And because the team isn't really doing so well, Saros has the clear advantage as a Baksha, but he's losing out 2 levels to Saturday. So ACT looking kind of tough, and they don't really have an easy card to play here to break the stalemate.
I agree. It's really, really tough here, especially that Sylvie is more defensive now compared to earlier. Pichi with the flicker in, able to take out Lukeo, and now they're surrounded. There goes that follow-up. Crowd control can't really deal much about the Eternal Guard. And now it's ACT on the back foot, man. They're getting pushed back. Here comes the re-engage coming in from Rave with the final slash. Saros, of course, as a Baksha, will be able to survive. And Piper and Carnes, they're forced to watch as another turtle goes over the EA.
This is tough, man. Honestly, I thought there's going to be more of a brute force type of thing, but ACT, now, they can't really force fights because they have 3 fighters. And when they're that close together, the Golden Hour, the Eternal Guard, even the Terrifier coming in from Peachy's Vexana can be enough to swing the fight in favor of EA. So they just start playing reactive, and they can't really do much about it. They're really just banking on Flukeo on the quad in a late game teamfight angle.
I think you're right. That's all there is right now. There's no mid-game fight because Carnes is easily shut down by the Golden Hour. So now, they just have to hope and pray. Wait, just as we said it, a bit of a late on the Golden Hour means that we got a pretty fast -1. Peachy could not be saved by his Eternal Guard.
And that's what happens, man. When you walk into the danger, there's not enough time for a Marcel to save you with the Golden Hour. That was a great pick off from ACT, but that was Peachy walking up to a bush not knowing if it's safe or not, right? After that initial moment, I think EA are going to be a lot more careful. As we saw in Athena's built by Saros, by the way. Just trying to mitigate all the magic damage burst, but the physical damage for sure is the big problem right now.
That's true. And for Sylvie, it's also just like the amount of damage that's coming from the Vexana. And once you get out, once you remove that magic damage, maybe it'll be easier for this Hilda, and maybe again for Piper, because Piper just can't go willy-nilly like usual. You can't just go all out because of the presence of the Vexana passive, obviously. Now Sylvie just absorbing five people's worth of damage in crowd control. No way you're surviving against that. Carnes flickers out as well. Here comes that re-engage, and this time they're gonna try to fight back. There's gonna be a good attack. Hanagus gets taken out, and there's a bit of a fight on the backside. Saros as well, getting some work done, but it's a 2v3, and there's just not really much that Piper can do now that Nijizi is just so strong on that Leslie.
And she's doing true damage We said that this can go well for EA. If Mijizi gets ahead, he's 3-0 right there. And in that fight, he shows again that he understands how to use this hero. He wasn't hitting on the front line, he was diving all the way to the back. It starts with a full-on combo onto Sylvie. It's already a 4v5. They overextend into the jungle, but the AoE was enough to do all this damage. And look at Mijizi. This demolishes the backline. And I think the Vexana passive from Peachy played a part there too, man. That's why fighting in the cramped space for the combos is something that ACT wants. But against the Vexana, you gotta think twice before going for it.
That's true, because if you're in the cramped space, you actually might just be your graveyard, right? Look at Zeros, not even alive for the contest. That's 100% going over the EA because of that. And now no one is tanking enough for the full combo, Arashi. They're just getting melted.
It's the mixture, man. There's physical damage coming in from Saturday with the Sky Piercer, I believe. There's magical damage from Peachy, and there's Mijizi with true damage. They truly have all their bases covered. So you're seeing Athenas, you're seeing, attempts here to mitigate that damage, but there's 3 of it. And there's 6k gold ahead. So like we saw earlier, when your team is that far ahead, frontliners aren't really frontliners, right? Not until they get a lot more items towards the late game.
Yeah, that's absolutely difficult to do, man. The front line here for ACT is just evaporating within two seconds. That's not a good sign, man. Flugeo, you gotta pick up your pace if you want to farm, because you are getting run over. And that's what we're seeing here with Hanagas up on front. Sylvie trying to see if he can make an entry, maybe find Peachy or Saturday, but it's just not getting allowed here, man. It's getting harder and harder to reach that back line. I mean, you can't even survive the front line. Good luck trying to catch an invisible Leslie or, Peachy, who's always next to Hanagas or Saturday.
Alright, well, here's the deal though. When you're actually in a base defense situation, these crazy plays, these dives towards the backline that Mijizi and Saturday have been able to do, it won't be available any longer in a base defense context. So ACT has a bit of breathing room because of that. But venturing out of the base, they still have to be very careful. If you're looking at the items here, Malefic Gun already for Mijizi. Divine Glaive as well for the Vexana.
Oh, they tried to go for the re-engage. Mijizi is going to be able to flicker out. In the real world, that was actually perfectly timed. Now Sylvie, because they caught the golden hour here, trying to run and see if they can just make sure they can get away with all their members in sack, and they're going to do that. Honestly, it's just so good for EA to just make sure that you keep the pressure going. But in those opportunities, you have to forget, you cannot forget that, slowly ACT is also catching up on items. And they're doing that right now. Great siege here. Piper with the flicker in. And I think he's going to be sorry that he did that. He's going to get punished so hard, man, for trying to go for the flicker play.
Oh man, if he wanted to go for that play, I feel like he needed some backup, something of a distraction. Because when EA are focused on one target, that's where they do their best work. You have to kind of split their focus. And now again, Sylvie. Oh man.
Oh man, Sylvie just getting evaporated, decimated here. 3v4 with a pretty strong wave. I don't think Karns can clear it. And will you look at that, Arashi? We're going to game number 3.
We doubted the composition. We thought there was not enough damage to deal with all the beefy boys and girls on the side of ACT. But EA, with a surprise card, they mitigate the Hilda advantage. They win the gold lane that they swapped out a player for. And overall, they made this composition work by getting an early snowball, and they did not slip up and allow the comeback for ACT. Great work coming in from AA.
I will be the first to admit I was wrong. This Leslie pick apparently was just super clutch. And again, the Vexana as well. I like the draft where they didn't have like a gold laner in mind, or they didn't have like a solid mid laner in mind right away. But they were ready for the glue. And very few teams can say that they're ready for the glue, bro. That's also one of the reasons why glue is mostly permabanned, even in our region, right? In most regions, the glue is completely banned out in first phase. But you know what? They let it go. And they said, we're going to be ready for it. And that's with 2 of our roles swapped out. You know, our goal lane is different, or our jungler is different. So what the heck, man?
Doesn't even matter. They're just that good, right? When you're that good at the game, you can make the comps that shouldn't work really well. I can't believe it though. They doubled down on just burst damage. They don't have an insane amount of mobility, like back and forth, right? They have a lot of chase potential. They have a lot of burst damage. They were just putting all of their eggs in one basket that's labeled chase and just burst down the first guy that you catch, and it worked out. So I really think it's not like a surefire win solution. ACT definitely got caught off guard, but the MVP for this game is Hennigus on the Marcel. It's all good. He just knows how to play this hero, man. You have to know what your job is, and he did a great job avoiding the Hilda. He did a great job setting up later on for the Vexana for some of those pickoffs in the mid lane, showing again that this Marcel, this is a dangerous hero in the right hands, and Hannah's hands definitely are in the conversation.
Absolutely. Hanagus, you know, color me wrong. I was incorrect. You were actually able to manage the Hilda pretty well. And I think I will credit that to very good and safe play. He was able to bait out so much. He was able to bait out so much space as well. Making sure that he can kind of deal with Sylvie and at the same time do work with Karns, make Ceres's life hard. And everything else was just, you know, pretty much icing on the cake. There was just one time where he got caught out and the golden hours was a little late. But everything else was actually pretty excellent for Hanagus, so I gotta give it to this guy.
For sure, man. And the recovery as well afterwards. After, you know, making a mistake, sometimes you get shaken up just a little bit. But they just took it in stride and went back to business almost immediately. And what's crazy to me is that some of these fights aren't even played super cleanly. They are final slashes that pulled people away from like an Eternal Guard, you know, and stuff like that. And they were still able to demolish. That's how far ahead they were able to get with their early game strategy, their early game strats. Majizi on the Leslie though, definitely an honorable mention. How the heck he was winning the lane, but then avoiding all the ganks and all that against a Baksha, you know. Credit to him, man. You're seeing why he got moved over to that gold lane.
Absolutely. Usually it's very difficult as a Leslie to survive. Personally, I've tried Leslie so many times. And just it's so hard to survive, bro. And you can only do that if you have like really good communication and a really good mid trio that can take all of the attention away from that gold lane into the mid, where, you know what, okay, finally I can 1v1 this gold laner in peace. And in 1v1, Leslie's very, very good.
I really thought that with the presence of a glue, the Piper will kite back away from the Vexana and into Majizi, right? Because as a Leslie, there's not too much you can do against a glue, at least in the early to mid game. In the late game, you're seeing those true damage crits pop for like 1,400 each time. So that's like 3,600-ish damage in an instant. At that point, maybe it's a bit dangerous, but earlier on, you can go invisible and the glue can still stick to you, right? I thought there will be more abuse from that, but ACT did not get, I don't know, the lanes didn't play out the way they wanted it to, that's for sure.
Can I just say you're right? I was expecting that glue to stick to that Leslie literally all game. We didn't see it as much. I guess it's also a bit of a mistake that they kind of focused on the mid trio. It's like mid trio versus mid trio. That's not how you played it, especially with the Vexana on the field, right? So maybe if they just went more, you know what, I will go around bottom side maybe, and not face off against the, what do you call that? Not face off against the Arlott. Maybe it would have been a different story. But, you know, it played out the way it played out because I think EA kind of planned well for it too. So I can't really completely say it's just ACT's fault. I think EA also kind of just knew that if we go Arlott, the glue can't really do much elsewhere. So I in this scenario, maybe glue roam would have been better. But again, it is what it is, right? You choose Hilda, you win a lot of games, but you can also get punished hard. That's just the reality of things.
I feel like they maybe split their attention a bit too much, because especially for that Hilda, now that you mention it, right? That Hilda was running around mid to bot like constantly. A lot of time was spent in the jungle, just spotting out for rotations coming in from the trio mid of EA, and I think that's great. You know, you're spotting out ganks, you don't get caught off guard, but that means that your laners are always at a 1v2, right? Because you're always one step behind. You're just getting vision, but they're getting actual impact in lane, which is why I think initially it helped out the Klon, right? Fukeo was able to actually stay relatively healthy, a lot better, compared to if he was left alone. But afterwards, right, I think Karn's in the mid lane suffered from it. He got taken out twice in the early game. And again, with this kind of burst damage available, the Suyo, the Vexana, he was very vulnerable without the assistance of a Hilda. And that was the price that they kind of paid to save Fukeo. But in the end, I think it might not have been completely worth it.
Yeah, I think all of us were waiting for that late game claw. Like, where are you, bro? Come on. Is it time yet? Is it time yet?
He was deleted. That's where he was.
Which, again, I can't blame him. He didn't get as much attention. He didn't get so many advantages in the lane. And like I mentioned earlier, Leslie will probably two-shot you most of the time. You're half HP. You have to either retreat or hide. And if you hide, you're low HP. If you retreat, you maybe miss out on a tank. A gold lane tank, right? Which is very big. If you miss that to a turret, you're basically going to be behind by so much already. And I think we saw that over and over again. After the initial failure of the Hilda in roaming bottom, we didn't see more, right? Like, I was waiting for, like, just keep going bot, man, force it. We didn't see that, which, again, might have been a problem with execution. But, again, that's all up to ACT. That's their macro play. That's how they chose to play it out. So, I would still give props to EA for reading the map correctly.
Oh, yeah, of
and,
course.
Making adjustments.
I think you can't discredit EA at all, right? They made the comp work by all means, and they were able to catch some pickups there. But here's an interview
ครับผม
immediately on
เชี
stage.
ยร์มิจิซี่ด้านนี้ล่ะคะเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมเอ่ย
เชียร์น้องการค่ะ
โอเค มีอะไรอยากจะบอกเขาเป็นพิเศษไหมพูดได้เลยเนี่ยเขาได้ยินนะ
ก็สู้ๆค่ะ เชียร์อยู่ค่ะ
โอเคค่ะ ด้านนี้ค่ะมีอะไรอยากจะบอกมิจิซี่เป็นพิเศษหรือเปล่า
สู้ๆครับ เล่นแบบนี้ครับ ชนะแน่นอนนะครับ2-1
แต่เขาเป็นคนฟิลิปปินส์นะ อาจจะต้องภาษาอังกฤษต่อไปโอเค แล้วตอนอันนี้ปกติเราเล่นเกมนี้อยู่แล้วไหมคะ
เล่นค่ะ
เล่น ตอนนี้อยู่แบบเวลไหนแล้ว กี่ดาวแล้ว
ไม่กี่ดาวเองค่ะ เพิ่งกลับมาเล่นค่ะ
เราเล่นไหมไหนขิงเขาสิ
เพิ่งกลับมาเล่นเหมือนกันครับตำนานหนึงครับ
โอ้โห เอาวันหนึ่งเล่นเยอะๆ เราอาจจะได้มาเป็นหนึ่งในนักแข่งโอ้โหแล้วตอนนี้คือมัน1-1 เราคิดว่าทีมเราเนี่ยจะเอาอีกแต้มหนึ่งมาได้ไหม
ได้ค่ะ
ได้แน่นอนฝั่งนี้ล่ะ
ได้แน่นอนครับผม
อ๋อ
แน่นอน มีตัวแบกอยู่ครับมีมิจิซี่แบกอยู่แน่นอนครับผม
โอ้โห อันนี้แฟนคลับตัวยงนี่ถ้าแบบเห็นฟอร์มการเล่นในวันนี้แล้วเรารู้สึกยังไงกับฟอร์มการเล่นแบบรู้สึกว่าทีมพัฒนาไหมแบบว่าพัฒนาขึ้นจากแมตช์ก่อนๆหรือเปล่าในความคิดของที่เราเป็นแฟนคลับ
พัฒนาขึ้นครับผม เล่นแบบมีแบบแผนมากขึ้นครับผมตอนนี้
มีแบบแผนมากขึ้นฝั่งนี้นะคะ
ก็พัฒนาค่ะ เก่ง
เก่งขึ้นเรื่อยๆแล้วคิดว่าทีมของเราเนี่ยมีสิทธิ์ได้ตั๋วเข้าไปในรอบเพย์ออฟไหม
มีค่ะ เขาเก่งกันค่ะ
แล้วเราล่ะคะ
มีแน่นอนครับถึงตอนนี้จะคะแนนน้อยก็เถอะครับได้แน่นอนนะครับผม
แต่เราก็ยังมีความหวังไง เราเป็นแฟนคลับเราต้องมีความหวังสุดท้ายแล้วฝากให้กำลังใจทีมที่ตัวเองเชียร์อยู่หน่อยค่ะ
ก็สู้ๆนะคะ ทุกคนเก่งค่ะ เชื่อว่าทำได้ค่ะ
อารีนาค่ะ
ดีแล้วนะไฟติ้งครับผม สู้ๆครับ
โอเคค่ะ ถ้าตอนนี้นะคะ ทุกคนพร้อมแล้วเดี๋ยวมิ้นขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Very insightful there. I mean, Rockhard, there's so much information contained in that interview. Unfortunately, we don't have what it takes to decode it. At some point, hopefully we'll get to understand. I think we're missing out on so much quality content for now. But we just have to talk about the game, man. There's not much else we can do from our position.
That's right. All I could pick up from that was I think that guy was a E-Arena fan. And I like that even though they are not for playoffs contention anymore, they still showed up. That's big for me. That just shows dedication, and they also, a pat on the back from your friends is always very good. It keeps you going.
That's how you know
Good job.
you're a true fan, dude. When your team isn't doing well, that's what you need to show, right? It's easy to support a team when they're, 0 losses on top of the standings. But when they're down in the dumps, that's when they need all the support they can get. Take a look at this top 5 banned heroes list, though. Marcel is actually very high up there. The Sushin and Freya make sense. I personally am I'm quite confused about the Baksha, though. The Phobius, I kind of understand. The Baksha?
I you know what, I completely agree. Baksha has, it deserves a ban eventually, right? Maybe on
Eventually.
later stages of the game, but not as strong, not as much as it used to. Maybe a few months ago. Maybe if you asked me a few months ago, or maybe a year ago, yeah, Baksha should be like more than 50% ban rate because it was so strong in the flexibility into XP, into roam, into jungle, right? But here in 2026, as of May, I think it's so hard it's almost impossible to put it on XP anymore. And it's basically just jungle. Going on Baksha roam feels like, no, it's a no for me.
And now on the top 5 pick heroes, the Phobius double dipping in both lists actually. But the Harith, the Harith, yes, the Harley. I'm surprised the Harley isn't banned more often, Khalid, Harith, and Kari, though, I think really makes sense. But I think it shows again the tendency of this region to really go for the burst sources. They want damage, man. They are not trying to play this slow, drawn-out style. They're trying to beat up the opposition and get it over with.
Which I think is very, it's a very valid way to go. Most Phi teams actually just do that, like complete tempo, and just amazing, more brawl style, I would say. But that's not a bad thing, right? For most times, if you play brawl, like you sometimes just force your opponents in submission or beat them by being the last man standing in terms of surviving your stamina. You're gonna be able to stay in the fight more, and you go back, you just keep punching back. That's why I really like Dangerous Clouds. Flying Clouds, not Dangerous Clouds. What's that? What about you?
Well, I think it may be expanding rivers this time, by the way. Never mind. All right. I actually like the Dangerous Grass a bit more because I'm a mind game type of guy. I like having more bushes to kind of, make things different. I like the fact that some heroes get extra value in those in that map, like the Hellcurts, like the Hildas. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, drafting phase for Game 3, the final game between EA and ACT. And EA once again is first pick. This is the side that they won on. And the drafts are the same. Kalia, Phobius, Leomord. And for ACT, they actually banned out the Benedetta.
Freya's open.
Freya's taken. Oh boy.
All right.
All you need is a little magic to dream
To be
of
fair,
wonders.
we've also seen Freya's lose out here in MPL TH. I think the last one, MSL TH rather. I think the last one I saw, that last Freya game I saw, I actually lost. So, this is a strong duo pick here though from ACT. Zushin and Harley definitely best in slot, I think, for these two roles.
Well, I dare say that the presence of the Harley nullifies the Freya just a little bit, because the big value of the Freya is the damage, yes, the strong laning, but usually in the neutral objective, the Freya is going to dive in the back and completely zone out one member. Usually the Freya, if this goes into the EXP or gold lane, will go with the Vengeance as well. So you can't really deal with it as a squishier type of hero. Well, now you have a Harley that can one-shot even tanks, right? So I think that's something that EA has to be concerned about, for sure. But along with that, they went Suyo, which is a very solid assassin option here, aside from the Harley, and the Cho. So they're once again doubling down on the pick-off type of strategy.
That's true. I'm not sure how well this Freya would fare against this lineup that you mentioned. Like he has a Khalid who can kind of just stop you when you're spamming your attacks. Harley you can't ignore the Harley as well, right? Because if you ignore the Harley, most likely he's gonna get punished. He's gonna punish you. I was half hoping for a high loss as a high loss main. I love high loss against the Freya, because people kind of forget that if you're inside the Ring of Punishment, the more you're staying inside that, the more your attack speed is slowed down, right?
Yep.
And that's up to 8 stacks. So I feel like sometimes if you have a high loss in your lineup, the Freya can be kind of more manageable. And compared to this one, Khalid, one-time crowd control, and then that's it.
Well, don't speak too soon, Rockhard. There could be a high loss EXP. We've seen it quite often in MPL ID. But no, Sora comes through. The Valentina was banned out, so there won't be any kind of counter. It's going to be a proper Shifting Skies. So already, a teamfight dive against a pickoff dive. I gotta say, man, the AoE of ACT leads me to believe that EA might get better value. But oh, what? No way, Rockhard.
No way. No way. What?
Bruh.
What?
This is the reworked Eudora, by the way, but really? Eudora? This is a ranked game, this is MSL. What?
This is okay,
That's crazy.
I was not ready for this. I was ready to just have a very clean, normal MLBB match. But bro, I'm gonna do you one better. Not even in my ranked games does the Eudora come out. Right?
You're absolutely right. I've never seen it in ranked games either. Oh, what?
No way this is real.
It's our showtime.
Bro, what is happening here?
I don't know. I feel like on paper this really should not work. It should be punished, you know. It doesn't seem fair if it works, but we've seen a similar composition just earlier from EA, and it worked.
You know what?
Man.
You're right. I mean, I have already been, you know, I've already been wrong once about EA. I'm happy to be wrong again. I am happy to just watch this Eudora one-shot a Harley, or maybe one-shot a Claude. Okay, I'll buy it. Let's go.
I think this really depends on the targeting here. For ACT, EA can target whoever because all they want to do is get an advantage, is that get some pressure, right? For ACT, the Shifting Skies early on, is it going to be the Cloud form or the Lightning form? If it's a Lightning form, do you go for the Eudora? Do you go for the Suyo, right? They have to be very clear on this as a team, as a 5-man. Are they trying to go for the kills, the AoE, the assassinations, or the neutral objective? And if they don't, I feel like EA are gonna absolutely abuse it.
Absolutely. It's very abusable. And going here in the game number 3, there's just so much that can go wrong as well. Like, you're right. If you're good at targeting, it just might be a snowball or an avalanche of just non-stop kills. Go back, die, go back, die, go back, die. And I don't know if I'm ready for that. I also want your opinion. Do you think the Zushin can kind of just get bursted down by a Eudora at some point?
All depends, right? If I was the Zushin in this scenario, I would go for an Athena's. So I like doing that, right? I like doing less damage but having a lot more survivability. That's just my style. So against a Harith and Eudora, I would absolutely go for an Athena's or an Oracle, depending on how well the game is going. Without the Purify, though, I think that's the real concern for Karns, because the Cho, the Eudora, yeah, you can Crimson Beacon out of the initial setup, but once they get you in it, oh, it's looking dangerous, man.
Let's see. We have to watch how it gets played out, obviously. But it's so exciting, right? It just makes me so excited for this one. Right now, that's all gonna happen, I think, the moment we hit level 4. So we're all waiting for the next 20 seconds. Maybe this is a good idea for Zeros to take. This is the easiest turtle for that Harley to take, right? Because there's no big ulti or stuns that lock you in. But you know what? I think they're deciding, maybe let's try to pick someone off before that level, before that turtle happens. That's what they're doing. Here in mid, it's a mid trio versus a mid trio here. Clearing up, trying to hit that 4 as much as possible. Deadly Magic used up, Hanagus. gonna have to back off again, respecting respecting the Suyo and Eudora damage right there.
Hang on a second. Peachy is not level 4, so this is an advantage for ACT right here. Trying to press the tempo, but Wraith and Saturday are there, the two early dominant fighters that can take away this early advantage. But no, the turtle gets resetted. The levels are coming through for EA, but no, Peachy is still not 4.
Oh my god, that's a good one. That's a good reset that's being done by EA, but it's not actually enough. Peachy needs to get that level 4, get those stuns in, and that's just not happening here, bro. Easy turtle going over to ACT.
Okay. I thought a gang attempt was definitely coming through here. Peachy now in danger! Taken out Govan!
Yeah, that's a pretty easy take there. Hanagas as well, trying to see if he can follow up. But it is too late. Peachy. Again, one way to deal with the Eudora, just attack straight up. Just go near her, stun her. She really can't do well under pressure, especially in melee range.
Not at all, man. The fact that Peachy stuck around there, not really realizing that ACT were also rotating in the same direction. Definitely a bit of a mistake there. Needs to be a lot more careful. And now with everyone back in the base, right? Everyone too low or taken out. The ACT were around the map actively setting up, taking away camps as well. Good early game focus right here. They can keep going with this and go for all the turtles.
Yeah, it should not be hard for them to just keep the momentum going. Especially now that it feels like, you know, there's just not as much firepower yet from the Freya. And Saturday is not going forward. He's actually going backwards here, getting hunted down by Seros. And gonna be going down to the Deadly Magic. Wraith all alone here at the bottom side of the map. Still has that very sharp blade, but no teammate to play with.
Underestimate the Deadly Magic and it will take you out. Man, Saturday just did not expect Seros to go back in there. I don't know why though. It's a Harley. That's what he wants to do, and now he loses his purple buff in addition to giving up that kill. Man, Piper though on the Sora earlier didn't really get to proc the Shifting Skies properly. But no, Peachy!
Oh, Deadly Magic. Again, nothing for you to hold on. No flicker, no mobility spells. It's just so easy for you to just go down. I think just build early Winter Crown at this point and just try to not die. But right now, it is the ACT with the man advantage and the position advantage for this turtle. That's turtle number 2 going over to ACT once more.
Don't forget the damage advantage too. Saturday! Oh my god! He immediately taken out. He gets the orange buff, but at what cost? Oh, dude. EA are losing control of the game. Dive again!
Oh, another one here. Sylvie gonna get punished pretty hard here. First kill going over to EA. Finally on the board, but again, will be punished pretty easily here by ACT. Bottom Piper fighting off, squaring toe-to-toe against Rave's Freya. It's just not that easy, even if you are a Sora. So for Sora, definitely a bit of an advantage on the bottom side of the map here, but Peachy's still trying to look for any value at all coming in from this Freya. Sorry, from the Eudora.
Wait, just like ignored the late opponent and went straight for the turrets. That's a bit disrespectful, but they'll take whatever they can get. Right now at a 2k gold advantage. He has burst damage, but not enough to really be a real threat. And because your engage isn't as straightforward, now Sylvie at least is having a much better time, but wait.
Yep, better time compared to Sylvie Ho, who is doing a pretty good job of re-engaging, but doesn't really hit the Raging Sandstorm. Now Peach again will be deleted, even after unleashing the full combo here. And of course, Flukio gonna be able to just get kills non-stop. It's free for none. ACT are at it again. They are really shredding the opposition here in Game 3.
I don't know if it's the draft, it's the execution, but it is looking like a whole different situation. Similar situation, but Mijizi, oh man, what is that damage?
Yeah, Mijizi is probably gonna go down, but not before he takes Sylvie down with him. So a good consolation prize. They're still gonna get out-tempoed here. ACT gonna be first on the turtle for this one. And it just feels like there's just no way to contest. Saturday, 0 free 0 on the Zushin. I don't think he just has the confidence to fight this out, Arashi.
Oh boy, Saturday. Well, they have to play damage control. They have a Harriet in the late game. The Freya also does well with items. But in the end, it's going to be a neutral objective angle. 1v1 attempt here from Piper.
Yeah, Piper very happy to take these fights, knowing that very full the backup is on the way. Able to take out that Freya. And again, one way you can deal with the Freya, make it a 1v3. Have all this crowd control. Have the Lantern Flare with you. And they're doing that in such a good fashion. And now Lukeo actually can just double up with the waves, get this turret on bottom. Huge macro win for ACT.
That's a lightning truncheon completed for Saros though, so the burst is gonna be so much more insane. A Deadly Magic alone, if you're a backline member, if you are Peachy right now, I think a Deadly Magic alone chunks you down to half HP, so it's looking tough, man. There's no real answer coming in from EA, and ACT seem to be orchestrating a dive or pickoff.
Yeah, I don't see a way out, especially if they don't make some pickoffs happen soon. I mean, Hanagus has been proving it. You know what? He says, I can do this. I can still pick off targets. Let's work together, Peachy. Let's make it happen. But so far, ACT just not giving them any work or any space to work with.
Not at all, man. In the jungle, Sylvie right now doesn't really lose up to Hanagus when it comes to the 1v1. So it's tough. Now the pick-up composition are the ones getting picked off again and again. And with the Ice Queen's one completed for Carnes, he's going to be able to help his team catch up to EA so much more efficiently. He is going to be burning out quite a few flickers.
Yeah, he's burning out a lot, right? But at least for now, all the flickers are up. All the flickers are off cooldown. Lukeo still has that, like, Purify, so he's not in so much of a threat here. He can join this fight without too much of can't be scared about Hanagus, not scared about the Big Thunder. No problem whatsoever, and that's why they're gonna be able to take that Lord pretty easily. Now, Wraith, what are we doing, man? Are we gonna be able to get into the fight soon? Because right now it's getting a little bit harder and harder to take these fights.
I don't think it's gonna be anytime soon, man, because Wraith alone won't cut it. He needs the assistance of his teammates to really be a real problem. He can zone and be a distraction, but the team has to have enough damage to follow up on it. Maybe after the Holy Crystal for Mijizi, that's where they have an angle. It's base defense for now.
Yeah, happy death, happy life. At least they stay alive, right? But there is a big Lord wave looking menacingly up from the bottom side of the map. We got Conceal. Gonna get used up by Hanagus, but gets instantly punished here by ACT. And Flukeo just not even using the Purify, man. No need for him to actually do that. And how do you deal with Claude, who has a Purify with Lord up on top, full 5-man stack, alive for ACT. They're pushing up on all lanes. Going non-stop here. Alright, very happy to take it. I don't think they want to lose out any members. Everyone's alive. So that's a big win. But they will lose out on that turret on the bottom. I wonder, is this the time for EA to make it happen? Let's find out. Blazing Duet gonna be used up. Great kick, but again, just not hitting the mark. Not having enough firepower to follow up against it. Now it's going to be Saros taking another kill over it. And there goes the big damage threat. Wraith is out. Jeezy going to get taken out by Cards as well. And I don't think they even need the Lord at this point. They can just go barrel down on mid here.
They have the brute force to just completely demolish the base and end the game right here. Desperate plays coming in from EA. Hanagus respawning soon. But the problem is they can't even leave the base without getting threatened. ACT going for the kill.
Yeah, that's going to be it, right? Wraith coming in, trying to save the day against 5 members here of ACT. His HP just not life-stealing as lifesteal does. Minjeezy with the hero play, able to clear these waves. At least for now, but it's only Peach and Minjeezy versus the world. Here comes the avalanche, and ACT just cannot stop it. It's a victory nonetheless. ACT has done it again.
It's not enough from EA. They put up a good fight right there. Game 2 in particular surprised all of us. But right after, ACT recollect themselves. They fix the mistakes and immediately, that's a dominant performance, man. They did get all the prior heroes that you would think of. The Sushin, the Harley, the Sora, and they're up against the Eudora, a very confusing pick here from EA. But that aside, the comp alone doesn't really win you the game. The execution in the Land of Dawn is what really impresses us from ACT.
Yeah, it did look like they were just having a lot of fun with that lineup. I gotta give it to them. At least trying out a very underutilized hero. I gotta give them commendations for that, but it wasn't even a long game. Eudora only got like 11 minutes, 12 minutes of spotlight today, as ACT did just barrel down on what EA was trying to do.
I wonder if the Eudora is more so for peel. They figured out, oh, with the Harley, if you play like a Yves or something, if the Harley jumps on me, I'm cooked. But with the Eudora, I can stun you, and at least if I don't kill you, walk away. That might have been the idea, but it did
ยิน
not
ดี
play
กั
out
บ
the way they
ผู้
wanted
ช
to.
นะ
But
ของ
here's
เรา
the
ทั้งสอง
interview
คน
up on
ด้วยนะคะ
stage.
จาก ACT Esport ครับค่ะ เดี๋ยวให้น้องๆ แนะนำตัวกันก่อนเลยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับไปเปอร์จากทีม ATT ครับ เล่นตำแหน่ง XP Lane ครับ
สวัสดีครับซีวีจากทีม PTT ครับเล่นตำแหน่งโรมครับ
โอเคค่ะอ่ะ ถามก่อนเลยเป็นยังไงวันนี้ความรู้สึกที่เราได้มาอีกหนึ่งแต้มแล้ว
ดีใจครับ
ดีใจ
ครับ
แค่นั้นเลย
แค่นั้นนะครับ
โอเค ดีใจมาก
ครับผม
ๆ โอเคซิวี่ล่ะคะ
ดีใจมากครับเก็บอีกแต้มได้เข้าใกล้พี่ออฟขึ้นครับ
โอเคแล้วแบบวันนี้เกมเครียดไหมหรือว่าเราเล่นแบบสนุกเอาจอย
สนุกครับไม่เครียดมาก
ไม่เครียดมากไปเปอร์ล่ะเครียดไหมแบบว่าหรือว่าสนุก
ก็แอบเครียดๆนิดนึงครับ โดนตีเสมอในเกม
แอบเครียดนิดนึงโดนตีเสมอแล้วคิดว่าเราก็ยังมีแผนแก้เกมได้ในเกมสุดท้าย
ครับ
แล้วเป็นไปตามแผนที่ซ้อมกันมาไว้ไหม
ตามแผนครับเพราะโค้ชเขาเอาจริงนะครับ
ว่าโค้ชเอาจริงแล้วนักแข่งยัง
ฮะ
นักแข่งยัง
ยังครับยัง
ซิลวี่ล่ะเอาจริงยังหรือเอาจริงแค่โค้ช
จริงครับ
เอาจริงแล้วโอ้โหน่ากลัวสุดๆเลยโอเคแล้วคิดว่าอะไรเป็นตัวตัดสินในการแพ้ชนะของเราในวันนี้แบบจังหวะชนไฟท์หรือจังหวะที่เราเอาหลอดได้
จังหวะ จังหวะสโนว์บอลครับแบบผมยังไม่ค่อยทำอะไรเลยเพื่อนทำหมดแล้วครับ
เราไม่ทำอะไรเลยเพื่อนทำหมดเลยก็เลยชนะมาได้
ครับ
โอเคเลิศเลยโอเคแล้วคิดว่าตำแหน่งที่เราเล่นเนี่ยมีความยากง่ายยังไงแบบแล้วเราเป็นตัวสำคัญยังไง
เป็นตัวที่ยืนอยู่คนเดียวครับแบบต้องระวังโดนแก๊งเพราะว่า
เป็น introvert
ใช่ครับ introvert
เป็นตัวที่ introvert แล้วเป็นตัวที่ introvert แล้วเรา introvert ไหม
ครับ
แล้วอันนี้ introvert ไหมคะ อันนี้ introvert pro max เราคิดว่าตัวที่เราเล่นเนี่ยแบบมีความยากไหมแบบเป็นตัวสำคัญยังไงกับทีม
หมายถึงตัวละครใช่ไหม
อะไรนะครับ
หมายถึงตัวละครใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับผม
ก็ยากนิดนึงครับต้องตีเปิดรอนะ
ยากนิดนึงแต่เราก็สามารถโอเคก่อนโอเคค่ะคำถามสุดท้ายก่อนที่เราจะให้น้องๆไปพักกันนะคะมีอะไรอยากบอกแฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ทั้งหน้างานแล้วก็ทางออนไลน์ซีวีก่อนได้เลยครับ
ขอบคุณที่มาเชียร์ทีมผม ATT ด้วยครับฝากเชียร์ต่อด้วยครับ
ฝากเชียร์ ACT ต่อด้วยไปเปิลล่ะคะ
ก็ขอบคุณที่มาดีโดกันด้วยครับแบบคนดูเยอะครับ
มีกำลังใจในการเล่น
ครับ
เพราะฉะนั้นต้องมาเชียร์บ่อย
ครับ
ๆ
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเรา ATT ด้วยนะครับก็จะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่ครับ ขอบคุณครับ
โอเคค่ะ เดี๋ยวเราให้น้องๆทั้งสองคนไปพักนะคะ เดี๋ยวมิ้นขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you very much for the interview and a great introduction. We saw earlier, I think that was Piper, right? It was Piper and Sylvie? Was that? I think.
Yeah.
So that's
I
the
think
most we can
I
get.
absolutely can.
That's the most we can gather. I think there was talks about. I think how surprised they were. I'm trying to guesswork through some of this, but for the most part, that's about it, man. They seemed pretty happy with the victory. They seemed calm, chill, collected, though. They didn't seem too impressed by the surprise picks. I believe there was a question about the surprise picks, but we have no idea. You know what they replied to it. So
At this point, bro, I'm just happy to see them like just just being getting their time on the stage, right? Because that's what I think that's what MSL season 1 is all about, just getting people acquainted with these amazing individuals who just seem to be just looking for that opportunity to shine, and they're being given that. So I'm very happy to just see them just share out their hearts, and again, seeing their fans on stage as well. That's amazing, right? They're starting to build up their fan bases, and I'm all for it. You know what, EA, they didn't get the start they wanted in this season, but they still have people who showed up for them. Again, that's what really matters at the end of the day. And for ACT, you got to give it to these guys. They did not care. Like, okay, try to surprise us. We're gonna surprise you back with just beautiful macro and outstanding gameplay.
well, the MVP here is gonna be Sylvie, though. Always setting up his team for success. You know, he was always able to really get the ball rolling. And all these 3 games, he's been put up against a really strong contender. Like Hanagas always fights him for control, fights him for vision. But overall, especially in this game, with the right backup, with the right damage available, he was not hesitant with the raging sandstorms, with the flickers. There are moments like this though, overall, but hey, there's always a trade back by his team. So you can see the whole team is absolutely in sync. When they get the comp that they really like, the style that they really enjoy, you can see that it looks so much different.
Yeah, completely different. I feel like there were some small moments of, I thought, you know what, hey, maybe this show can be the difference maker here. Maybe we can do some crazy plays with Cho, with everything that the Eudora was throwing out, the ball and everything. But again, those are very few and far in between, right? And with the Purify on Flukeo as well, there's no way that they were going to be able to actually stop the biggest win condition of ACT, which is, of course, this Claude.
And shout out to Saros as well, because a lot of the early game dominance comes through from his pressure in the jungle, and he's able to navigate around all the crowd control. Remember, Peachy has a point-and-click stun that can be used to really shut him down. There's a Cho as well with the Way of the Dragon, but he did a great job playing very aggressive, but at the same time still being able to actually avoid all of that counterplay from EA.
Yeah, and that was very crucial, right? Because if you did not avoid counterplay in that one, it feels like, you're going to get picked off over and over again. Maybe something else would have happened here. But I don't know. I didn't really feel super, what do you call that? I did not feel super concerned or, bothered if I was ACT in this one, just because I knew that we already did half the job. Peachy, he failed to reach level 4 early on. He was denied an opportunity to participate in turtle number 1, and that just multiplied, right? It compounded as the next turtles happened. He just keep getting picked off.
Yep. And surprising to me that for ACT, they don't have a lot of quick pick-off tools, quick simple stuns. They have a Raging Sandstorm and a Shifting Skies, and maybe the Lantern Flare. Those are all the crowd control tools they are able to use. And yet, against the Way of the Dragon, against the stun, the Blade Surge, against all these tools that EA have that are a bit more spammable, they're able to pressure even more than EA did. I think that says something about how well they can coordinate the damage output and the synergy between each players, knowing what they are aiming for, right?
Yeah, and that's very important. Like, just the targeting. I think you hit it on the nose there. Targeting is just so crucial in that game. And you also have to target under pressure, because you were just under so much pressure, right? Both of you just, exerting pressure onto each other. And again, it's just at the end of the day, ACT just completely outclassed the movements. Even our five casters, they're kind of agree that there's really not much you could do about that. But yeah, I feel like there was just they both gave pressure. I like that teams still pick up Cho, still pick up the Eudora. That gives some pressure, but how you deal with the surprise is also kind of what shapes what you become, if you can become a champion or not here in MSL.
For sure, man. But that was an exciting best of 3. And that's only the first match. There's going to be more coming up today as well. But for now, me, Arashi, and Rockhard, we have to take a break before the next match. So see you guys soon.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจ นึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
กลับมาเจอกันในเกมที่ 2 ของวันนี้แล้วนะคะสำหรับคนไหนนะคะที่อยากมาชมบรรยากาศความมันแบบสดๆนะคะสามารถ walk in เข้ามาได้เลยนะคะที่ Lido Connect ชั้น 2 ฮ3 ค่ะเดินทางสะดวกมากๆเลยนะคะมาเป็นกำลังใจให้นักแข่งได้นะคะหน้างานนักแข่งจะได้มีกำลังใจนะคะตอนนี้เนี่ยมาก็ยังทันนะคะเพราะว่าวันนี้เราจะแข่งกันอีกยาวๆเลย3คู่นะคะและคู่ต่อไปค่ะจะเป็นการเจอกันของไฟส้มฟูเซนนะคะวันนี้เดี๋ยวเราจะมารอดูกันนะคะว่าผู้เล่นใหม่ในทีมของเขาเนี่ยจะสามารถโชว์ฟอร์มได้ดีแค่ไหนนะคะเพราะว่าวันนี้พวกเขาจะต้องเจอกับเจ้าแพะดื้ออย่างเทนาซิตี้ค่ะโอ้โหเป็นทีมที่ฟอร์มกำลังมาแรงมากๆเลยนะคะบอกเลยว่าทีมนี้เนี่ยเขาไม่ได้มาแรงแค่อ้ายน้ำนะคะตอนนี้แต่โกเลนนะคะอย่างกิฟฟินโอ้โหกำลังฟอร์มดีเล่นเข้าขากับทีมอย่างสุดๆเลยค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้นะคะฟูเซนเนี่ยต้องใส่สุดแล้วนะคะใส่ทุกอย่างที่มีเลยแล้วมาดูกันว่าวันนี้ไฟส้มอย่างฟูเซนเนี่ยจะมาหยุดความร้อนแรงอย่างแพะดื้อเทนาซิตี้ได้หรือเปล่านะคะถ้าคนดูพร้อมแล้วนะคะทางบ้านพร้อมแล้วพี่แคสเตอร์และนักแข่งก็พร้อมแล้วเช่นเดียวกันค่ะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you for the great opening. Well, once again, we don't really know what's being said, but you can see the passion shine through. You're back with me, Arashi, and Rockhard in MSL Thailand Season 1 regular season, Week 4, day number 3. We've had a crazy best of 3 match number 1. Now match number 2. Rockhard, off the bat, how are you feeling? What do you think about this match?
So right off the bat, right, it feels like it's gonna be a bit more intense, higher stakes, for sure, compared to match number 1, because both of these teams are still fighting to secure their own playoff spot. Again, not completely out of it just yet, but Full Sense currently standing at number 8 with still a 1-6 record. It's now or never, bro. I mean, this is it. This is what I'm saying. This is Full Sense's game where they need to win every single match, I think, in this today and the next few weeks. And I think they need Valley Fire or Solix to have like a pretty bad, bad matchup. Because right now it's an uphill battle. And I like to watch these kinds of maybe possible Cinderella stories unfold before our eyes.
Yeah, unfortunately, their destiny no longer lies only in their hands, right? A multitude of factors have to come together for them to come through. But never say never, man. Looking at the standings, again, like you mentioned, Rockhard, Full Sense, number 8 right here, 1-6. Definitely a tough spot. On the other hand, Tenacity, number 2. Not safe by all means. It's a very competitive 2 to 5th place. But Tenacity, if I recall correctly, from what I've seen, has shown great performances, a great understanding of the game at large as well. So I think it's going to be a tough time for Full Sense for sure. But with the shifts, the small, ever so slight shifts in the meta, there's a chance that maybe Full Sense can bring out some surprises.
Just like I mentioned, right? It's better late than never. And at this point, we're very close to the never part. Especially right now that Full Sense, it feels like as a team, they're not quite as meshed up or meshed together as I thought they would be. We got lots of Filipino talents mixed with Phi here. So we have Dominic as well, who a lot of people have really had high expectations for being a SEA Games participant. So much promise, but it really hasn't completely, come into fruition yet. One of these things I'm really expecting them to do is just not happening, man. And that's why, I'm trying to watch as many Full Sense games as I can. just because I'm trying to find, where are we going? As Full Sense, it feels bad that, some people would call them half-baked right now. And that's what
Half-baked.
we're trying to see if we can avoid.
Well, there's a team lineup for Full Sense. Dominic, Hasaki, Double PSZZ, Nezia, and Flash SR. They have a huge task in front of them today. Up against the top three, one of the top three teams in the league right now. They need a surprise more than ever now. They're going to be up against a very, very strong team. Tenacity, Sung Jin Woo, the main character, Water, Lord Guys, Griff, and BS.
That's right. And true to his name, feels like a very strong main character energy, especially in the games where they can kind of just have Griff go crazy on Harif. That's why gold lane, I think if you're watching Tenacity, I think it's very much gold lane prio. I love Harif games coming in from Griff. Feels so easy for them to actually get an advantage early on. Expecting a lot more, control from them because of that. And overall, it's just Water on Leomord. By the way, there's like one series where Water just played Leomord all day, and they were just winning, man. It was like, those are the things that you want to watch out for if you are playing against a team like
เกมนี้ไม่มีพื้นที่ให้พลาดฝากถึงเซนาซิตี้ครับเล่นให้เต็มที่เล่นตามที่ซ้อมมาเลยเพราะว่าพวกผมก็จะเล่นตามที่ซ้อมเหมือนกันส่งเจนฟูรวมแนวหลังกันปล่อยกิฟฟินแล้วไหลเข้ามาได้ยูวีไปก่อนแล้วถูกเจนฟูจัดวัดคิวใส่เลยครับตรงนี้ตอนนี้ทีมเรามั่นใจมากครับหวังว่าจะคว้าแต้มนี้มาให้ได้ครับก็ต้องดูในเกมครับว่าใครจะทำได้ดีกว่ากันได้ข่าวว่าฟูเซนไฟไฮระวังจะโดนทีมผมเซฟุตบาร์นะครับ
Well, that was a quick VT right there. As we took a look at the player head-to-head for Full Sense and Tenacity, Dominic and Sun Jin Woo. If you look at it, it's pretty one-sided, but the team fight participation, again, this stat can be skewed by the context of the game, but Dominic has a bit of a slight edge there. Hopefully his participation will be enough to actually go around the map and skew the balance in favor of his team.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. If there's like a time for Dominic to really step up, this might be it. And his stats do show that he's not that far off against the MC, the protagonist, Song Jin-woo on the XP lane. Right now for Griff, this is what I'm saying, man. 71% KP with a 13 KD ratio. That's crazy.
And they play for him quite well, man. Getting him the resources, covering him in lane, and in the team fights as well. It's definitely a solid look here from Tenacity. They can carry from multiple positions, which is why it gets quite difficult. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the drafting phase for game number 1. Random map draw, Expanding Rivers.
And we actually
Bang!
see it. Hey.
Let's go.
Currently 2 for 2? 2 for 4?
Yes, sir.
50%. There you go.
I'm surprised myself, man. You know,
is that pretty high?
The truth,
higher than usual?
The truth of the matter is, I don't know, sometimes I've had like some really high days, but I'm always surprised because I just guess, there's no real science behind it. But you have to understand, Rockhard, at the base level, the fact of the matter is, everything is 50-50, right? Either it happens or it doesn't. So stats are a lie. As we get into the drafting phase for game number 1, this guy against the man Dran.
The man Dran, man. And so far, I would say, it's been a bit of a challenge for this guy to actually find a composition that works well with the team. I'm sure that's not the case in scrims, but right now on the stages, right? Every time they go on stage, it just feels like Dran just is not able to actually fully flesh out the final form of Full Sense quite yet. So I'm hoping that maybe they've had a pretty good, rest past few hours, maybe past 24 hours, and see if we can do some changes. Because Full Sense, again, it's now or never for this team. With a scoreline of 1-6, they need to win their next 2 matches, and they need the next team to lose everything, and that's not a good place to be with, man. That's not a good place to hope for. So we're going to the draft here for this one. I would be happy. I'm surprised that we're not seeing gold lane bans, bro.
Right. I think both teams might want to have gold laners of their own. That might be the reason. Overall, I'm seeing a Fanny there that usually only comes when there's some real respect. So Full Sense definitely has something in mind here. Along with that, the Suyo as well. With the Guinevere, Suyo, and Fanny banned out already, options are dwindling, but Tenacity can still go for the Leomord, like you mentioned, man.
Yeah. It's so easy to just pick up the Leomord here, actually. Because, you know, Zushin, oh, how could we forget? Of course, Zushin is here.
Well, looking at how few junglers are left, right? That's why I was thinking about a jungle pick. The Sushin, of course, will be very, very good, but it can still be countered. So a Yeeth Leomord can work here, but they want the Harith, very important. The Leomord, though, does go through, and there's some options here. They don't have to show the mid lane too early. Full Sense, they can go for the Zetian Leomord combo, get everyone slowed with the Barbiel into the Fury of the Phoenix. Options are definitely available there. For Tenacity, it's an open book, man. Usually the Tsushin is accompanied by a Khalid, a Cho, something with good clear that can enable the Tsushin to roam around.
That's right. Also like the high loss in this one, and that's going to be able to at least answer the Leomord to some extent, the Harith. I like the idea of Full Sense. They're completely denying the best picks of like the past games of Tenacity, but Tenacity says, "Hey, you forgot there's a Freya on the field, bro."
Interesting. Lilia comes through. Okay, clear. Good against the high loss, I guess, but against, I don't know. It's a bit vulnerable, a bit dangerous. And I think they recognize it. They ban away the Hayabusa immediately. We wanted to narrow down the jungle pool just a little bit more. As we take a look at the stats here, the most used heroes, like you mentioned, Rockhart, Grift on the Harith is notorious at this point. For Nezia, though, it's the carry. It's a very single target style.
Yeah, and actually that's why I was super surprised by this Harith pick. Like, bro, what are you trying to do, bro? You're trying to just remove comfort from Grift? I guess that would work, right? For most teams, that would work. But they've also seen Grift basically on heroes like the Claude do very well. I hope this works out for them, honestly, because it feels so difficult to deal with. Now they're going to have to ban out some other roam picks. Most likely, maybe just ban out heroes like the Hilda. Make sure you stay alive. Would not be surprised to see maybe, just more crowd control removed from the field, on the other hand.
When both teams want to be aggressive, crowd control definitely is a catalyst for that reaction. Something was bugging me the whole time, though. I thought there was one more jungle option. It was the Harley. We completely forgot. Full Sense opted to go for the Leomord instead of the Harley. Because, I guess they're trying to take away some of the comfort picks, like you mentioned. That's a CC ban from Tenacity, though. I guess it's one of the stronger laners. They want to play through the laning phase. It's quite the unusual ban in this day and age, though.
Yeah, it for me doesn't really deserve so much of a ban. More of like, not pick it up. But Uranus, you know what? This could make sense. Zushin has a very hard time dealing with Uranuses. This could do something.
For sure. Zoning potential, vision, and more than anything, survivability. Against a Uranus and a Leomord, the Tsushin is just so good because you can kind of slow them out. You can do damage while still being relatively safe. Along with that, though, they go for the Aullet against the Uranus. It's a bit of a skill matchup by all means, but they're keeping their jungle pick well hidden into the final pick here. Tenacity.
I would sail across the cosmic
Nolan!
They look deep! Wow!
Nolan,
okay.
what?
Really not what I expected here. But I guess they did ban out so many junglers, so I guess we shouldn't be too surprised. But right now, in terms of roaming, they're kind of in on options. Show wouldn't be too bad, I guess, but will be punished pretty heavily. That's tough. That's a tough roamer to pick.
Kalia is open, actually. Kalia isn't a bad choice here. Good frontline with the Uranus and Leomord already. Kalia can provide extra layers of crowd control and healing. But they want action. They go for the Grok. Oy, oy, oy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I feel like the Grok is the more aggressive option, especially if you want big AoE. Because I think maybe the reason they don't want to go Kalea is they're trying to avoid, you know, what happens if they all dive on us as a 5-man unit, right? Kalea can't do much against 5 people except a title strike. So maybe that's why they said, you know what? If they want to take it, go through a wall. We have a Grok with tech charge. See if they can handle it.
I guess technically the barrier can also block out the Hylos, you know, the Arla to a degree. So if they're trying to corner people to be run over by the Barbiel, that is a, by all means, valid option. There is a Revitalize on the side of Tenacity, so Full Sense has to be careful about that. Overall, though, I feel like the early game favors Full Sense just a little bit.
I think so, yeah. Especially after that last Grok pick. Doesn't even want to block out. That's all fine. You're right. Especially on the level 4s, if the moment that the Grok hits the tech charge, it's pretty easy to layer the glooms over that. It's also pretty easy for the layer board to just phantom steed into multiple targets. But then again, that is like, for me, that's like the dream catch, if you can do that. For the early game, definitely Zushin still kind of outperforms most heroes. So that's a big if for me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 here is going to set the tone. And already the aggression coming in from Full Sense. They want to try and get some asserted dominance. But the composition from Tenacity has a lot of built-in survivability. So I think in the early game, it's going to be a bit of a waiting game. The turtle is where usually the waiting has to stop, right? There has to be a move made by both teams.
We'll definitely be able to see most of that, especially the, you know, who hits level 4. And that's one of the reasons why in most games I see, XP Crab is just highly, you know, coveted, sought after by most teams, just because they want to hit that level 4 spike as soon as the turtle spawns, or maybe like a little bit after. And I think we might see that slowly happen here, but right now mid lane is the fight. Double PZ actually going to be able to get the first blood over. Lord Guys, I think, might have gotten killed by a minion last hit there. I'm not sure.
I think so.
But there you go. With XP Crab in tow, it feels like it's going to be a solid Full Sense advantage.
So a bit of an undercalculation from Tenacity. They definitely did not want Lord Guys taken out right there. And now with this advantage, they're going to do something. But Double PZ! Oh!
Yeah, that's the great advantage for you right there. It's a little bit hard to deal with that. Now Hazuki going head-to-head, but Water still on top of Retribution. And now this is what I was saying. Who hits level 4 will really matter, but who is more on the side? Who is on the fight? That is the one that gets the win.
Dominic in a tough spot right here, getting jumped on, taken out. Oh man, Tenacity taking everything, took the orange buff away as well. Yeah, they got the pick off in the more opportune moment. They reached level 4. Full Sense, they need to acknowledge that, because they have a better brawl composition, right? They got more fighters. But when Water isn't being zoned out, when Grift isn't being bursted down, they can pull up a fight of their own. And now they're immediately on the back foot. Barbiel already summoned.
Yep. And that's just Hazuki trying to see if he can get like an advantage, right? So it's all fine. Trying to speed up that jungle because he knows he's going to be a little bit behind here against Water, who is now level 7. So he's 2 levels ahead. Even though you don't see it on the map, as a Leomord, you kind of just feel that you're a little bit behind, especially after you lose out the first turtle, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, like, it's so dangerous because what made Nolan so good back when he was meta is that he clears really fast. If you can't really pressure him in the early game, especially if he can get into your jungle, he can steal camps very, very efficiently. And that's why you're seeing this huge level discrepancy. 3 levels already for Water above Hasaki. 2 now, but yeah, it's still a massive gap that needs to be closed by Full Sense.
You can really tell, right? It's pretty huge. The gap is starting to grow. as a jungler, your game sense just dictates you to, okay, farm faster, farm faster. We're about to hit the next turtle, you know? We can't be a level or two behind. But again, Water just has complete control. Lord Guy's close by as well as BS. So Dominic will actually get so much vision, baits out a huge fissure as well. Here it is. It's a 4v4. A bit late to part here is double PZZ. And now Dominic soaking up so much damage. Everyone's just wailing and piling on. And Hazuki just cannot sustain against that. Gonna get 2 for none here so far for Tenacity. And they're losing out even more. Dominic tried to go for backup here, but Song Jinwoo just being a big MC, getting pushed back here. And now it is gonna be Tenacity here with full Lord control. Sorry, Turtle rather.
Bang. Talent prediction brought to you by Infinix, by the way. That's a surprising 2-1 from me. I wanted to see a bit of an underdog story, so let's see if Full Sense backs me up on this. But they are absolutely in a tough spot right now. Somehow, they are actually losing out in the AoE damage department. Now they're trying to get something, but without the decisive crowd control tools, their only real signal to go in is a Phantom Steed, is a Tectonic Charge. These are really big ultimates that take a long cooldown. So the players on Full Sense have to be extra careful, and it might be causing some hesitation on when do they want to actually try and commit to try and get a kill or two.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, right? The hesitation, you can feel it in their bones. They don't really want to fight. They're waiting for that Claymore to actually get in a good position. But, and of course Harif, right? But look at this. Griff just so happy to join the fights as early as now, as 5 minutes. This fray has been actually going all across the map here.
And to be fair, Dominic's trying to match up to that presence as well, but so he's not getting the 1v1 that usually Uranus want, trying to abuse the sustain, and he doesn't even have too much impact in the fights right here, because again, you do some damage, you survive, but you can do big crowd control. For now, he's still tanky enough to actually walk up unscathed, but in the mid game, that will no longer be the case. He needs to be aware of that.
Yeah, for sure. That's gonna run out very, very soon. The timer here is actually, it's only very early, but you know what? It feels like super late, right? Super late in the game where Water is already level 11. Flicker over. That might have been a boo-boo. That really was needed by Full Sense here. They pick off Song Jinwoo without any trade whatsoever, and this is the Full Sense that we are looking for. Look at them going straight into the kills right after that pickoff. Lord Guy's very, very low, taking out that buff though. Can't really get stolen quite yet. So, see if they can get something going here. Turtle already getting worked on by Water. And everyone else from Tenacity trying to push them back. They're able to do that so successfully as well. There goes that Lantern Flame on Laymore. Hazuki just not having a fun time. He's always in the air in these team fights, and he knows it's going to be so hard to contest later on.
Well, so first of all, I want to talk about how Sung Jinwoo flickered but still got hit by the tech charge knockup, it seems like. That was an interesting interaction. But afterwards, Full Sense had the momentum, right? They got the pickoff, they had the control, and somehow they hesitate, they wait for a reaction, and Tenacity are able to force them to use a couple of ultimates, and afterwards still be able to actually go straight towards the turtle. You have to remember, with a 4 level advantage for Water, he is very happy to take the 50-50s, right? So
that's true.
Man, afterwards, Full Sense even tried to go for a punish onto the turtle take, and Tenacity won the fight after too. It's looking tough, dude.
I mean, yeah, Full Sense feels like they had the right idea, right? After the pickoff, go for a kill, and then go for turtle. But it was like it was happening in slow motion. You get what I mean? They were so slow rotating the bottom side that they actually, Water was ahead. And speaking of, they're going to go ahead and see if they can get another pickoff happening. But of course, that Izzy Ring is very, very tricky to deal with. Who's now hunting down Song Jinwoo. Dominic is trying to exert his presence on the map, trying to buy more space for Neja, which is, to be honest, working out. Because look at Water. Where is Water? He's just on the other side of the map while all this is happening. Forcing Flicker out as well for Flash SR. And that is going to be a kill going unpunished so far. Tenacity not even quite done yet. Force a Flicker out as well. Double kill for Griff. Man, oh man, how do you actually handle this Freya right now? Who is just rampaging on the map? That's 3 for 0.
Dang, I mean, that's really good for Tenacity. Not so good for Water because he wanted some Sky Piercer stacks for sure. But triple for Griff out of nowhere. We were talking about how he's known to just go Harriet everything. But on the Freya right now, this guy is wrecking an absolute storm. And unfortunately, there's not enough crowd control. And Hasaki is getting zoned out by BS on the Hylos. That's absolute BS, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that.
Oh,
a little bit of a BS that keeps happening, especially with lineup that you have. Your lineup is so freaking tanky, right? So, what else can you do? Like, if the Hylos can do that against your lineup, like what can the Hylos not do at this point? So, yep, Song Jin-woo still, despite a bit of a boo-boo earlier, is exerting so much control on the map, able to zone out so much. Mid lane was controlled by him. We've got Water taking that Lord. They're going for a siege even without the Lord. Look at this. Lord is going to be on bottom side, able to take a turret on top. Dominic can only watch while everyone is on their jungle. It's a little hard to actually do anything when your damage dealers are way on the bottom side of the map. Wait a second.
Hasaki gets caught. He's left alone.
Yeah, this guy's gone, man. Look at that. Water and Song Jin-woo, the duo, taking out the jungler of Full Sends. Even has a bit of a recall spam just to, hammer down the point.
Man, they wanted to go for the Lord clear, like a sneaky Lord clear, but they were unable to do so. And by the way, Flash also picked up on Athena's against a Zeus shield. That's a interesting option. And now with the Lord still in town, Tenacity trying to push the pace even more, catch 1 or 2 more death timers. That will be massive for their success. Whoa!
Yep, huge flicker. Song Jin-woo not really pulling off a proper final slash there. Will be able to get survived by Full Send. So nice clear for Full Send, able to at least control that push for now. Don't forget, Arashi, we are seeing Tenacity at 10,000 gold ahead, so that's no joke. And that lead just might grow even more since right now, Full Send don't really have access to much except for their turret and these small waves, they're crashing into them.
Yeah, Tenacity is abandoning their own jungle because there's no need. They can farm over at the Full Send's jungle instead. Oh, Dominic! Oh, you gotta be careful, man. More Sky Piercer stacks and he would have been toast. Fortunately, it's only like 10, I think, 10 or 20 stacks on Water Sky Piercer. But it's already a sign that this Uranus is too squishy.
Yep, way too squishy. Even using a flicker to get out safely here. And now with that Lantern Flare, Dominic finally getting evaporated with that fracture coming in from that Nolan. And now, -1. That's exactly where Tenacity wants it to be. Full Sense still gonna get contained here. Fracture delivers and destroys Flash SR.
Dang, dude. They're just destroying, picking off Full Sense one by one. They have the Lilia to clear the waves, but I don't know, man. I think for sure Tenacity has a plan for this. They're going for the base turret. It's not on the far side, though. Small saving grace for Full Sense. Oh!
Oh, they didn't even need anything, man. They baited that Lilia into it. Double PZZ. Still had the black shoes, and now they're fighting off. Hasaki finally able to get some damage done. Same with Nezia. So they take out BS though. Even though it's 1 kill, it feels like it's so huge. And now, Full Sense might try to make something happen here. It's a 4v4. Double PZZ. Man, he got jebaited here so hard. Didn't even have the black shoes, or didn't even use the black shoes. And now they're going for a Lord fight.
Wait a minute, Full Sense immediately on the Lord. Tenacity tried to send Water to the bottom side, but now fight breaks out again.
Yeah, big fight happening right now. No chance for Dominic to survive all of this glowing wand procs. Everything just making it impossible for this Uranus to regenerate HP back to normal. And despite a little bit of a ray of hope, it's just Tenacity barreling down on mid. Double PCZ trying to cut that minion waves. Very, very smart. It's only gonna slow you down only by an inch. as Tenacity goes straight for the win in game number 1.
Dang, dude, what a showing here from Tenacity. Towards the end, though, there was that macro error. It seems like Water got caught off guard. But the immediate call to just abandon the bottom turret, group at Lord, and go and win the team fight, that's great, man. Full Sense could have maybe played a bit more mind games, used that wave a little bit more. But at that point, like you mentioned, Rockhart, 10k gold lead. That is not something you can simply, outsmart your way out of. It's an investment that's been building from the beginning for Tenacity. And my oh my, when they're this far ahead, this composition is just deadly, dude. So many ways to start off a small pickup, and there's so much follow-up. You get Lantern Flared into a Law and Order, into a Final Slash. Like, bro, you don't even know where you are on the map.
Yeah, that's basically all the crowd control that you could ask for in this game. I mean, and the damage was supplied very, very handily, right? Fracture is just... Very few individual heroes can actually survive a Fracture from a fully itemized Nolan. And all you need is maybe 1 or 2 stuns and damage is done, right? So congratulations there to Tenacity for that beautiful game number 1. Not as, not as good of a fight as I thought it would be. It felt very one-sided for a majority of the game. And I don't know, Arashi, can you kind of spot where the turning point happened, where it's almost impossible for... it felt like it's happened so early.
Ooh, I think it's the generic answer is always the first turtle fight. It's usually where things really go out of control. I think it starts there, but afterwards, the fact that the Nolan was left alone, the Nolan isn't really as meta because it hasn't really been as secure, right? It's easy to punish to a degree. But you saw Water just farm up everything, including full Sense's jungle. So I think that's where it really got out of control. From there, neutral objectives doesn't really favor Full Sense either, right? And in a full team fight, what supposedly should favor Full Sense, Tenacity were able to maneuver around. I think they did a great job spacing out and making sure that, okay, you got a Grok, man, but who are you gonna try and tech charge? Is it the Sushin? Is it the Nolan? Like there is questions here thrown, pitched at Flash SR, and there wasn't really a clear answer.
Yeah, zero clear answer whatsoever, man. You can see it here, right? I mean, it's not like Full Sense wasn't fighting back, but I think because of that small lead, right? And that was a very questionable tech charge hit. I get you, right? That feels like it shouldn't have hit. So it feels like if that didn't happen, it would have been a more dominant game, honestly, for Tenacity. So beautiful performance here. I would say you're absolutely right. They controlled that jungle so well, so early in this game.
That was Flash SR flickering to chase Sung Jin Woo, actually. So I think, not being questionable, it's actually Flash SR displaying crazy reaction speed or predictions. I completely missed it at the first viewing. But you're seeing there's mechanical skill there for sure. It's just that overall, there's more going for Tenacity. The tools alone here allows for Tenacity to be a lot more aggressive, more often, right? When you have to fight off the back of ultimates like this, the neutral objective is where you want the fights to happen. And yet, at this point, I guess it's too late. But they wanted to find fights like this, where they can use the Phantom Steed, the Tech Charge, the Summon Force even, to its full potential. But they were not allowed any fights like that until the end stages, where Tenacity knew that with a gold advantage, who cares what kind of combo you got?
That's true. Whatever kind of combo is just basically just messed up here. Kind of feels bad for feels bad for Inezja. He wasn't even actually able to play. Like it's one of those games where, man, I have a Harif. I'm not hitting anyone, man. I can't use the Zalman Force because if I do, I get Lantern Flared, I get heal, I get Law and Ordered, I get Final Slash. It just feels like a non-game. This fight felt very, very one-sided very early on.
By the way, again, the Athena shield on Flash's R, I think it's just a tad bit questionable. I don't know how much damage is being shown, like is output by Lord Guides on the Tsushin. But again, that damage, there's a bit of burst with the lift of the Lantern Flare. But for the most part, that's not where the bulk of the damage is from. I thought the Radiant Armor would be a lot more intuitive. That's the option he went for, though. And for the Uranus, we saw Dominic not really going for the really controversial Master Assassin right now. We've seen Uranus go for that, but he went with the Festival of Blood. So that probably contributes to why he was just a little bit more tanky in the early game, in my opinion. But you have a strong Uranus, what are you going to do with it, right? You need some damage to trade back. Otherwise, you're just going to be a sandbag. And the numbers are going to be impressive, 190,000. But what is your team going to get off that is the question.
Yeah, this is the kind of Uranus where maybe it could have been tankier. You're right. Maybe it could have, build-wise, maybe could have helped out. And you're right, with the very questionable with Athena Shield. Zushin, I think, even got nerfed, right? In that department. So I'm not sure if that was going to be as strong. Okay, I think the nerf was on crowd control, more damage. But it's one hero. You're itemizing for literally one hero. And again, you're absolutely right with that good observation. I feel like it could have been more suitable to maybe get that Chastise Polder in earlier. Yeah, and maybe Freya, might have been better again. But all of that is like coulda, woulda, shoulda at this point, right? So maybe this game, don't let Freya go. That felt like a really scary call. Most teams, I'm okay with Freya's getting let go by most teams, but not Tenacity's Freya, man. Not Griff. He's such a scary player in that Freya.
Well, are they asking the question, do you want to let go of the Freya or the Harriet? Because either way, we're going to demolish, right? We have a player that can play both at a really high level in an extremely aggressive fashion. I feel like it has to be an overall a shift. Like, I think they should recognize that playing with big ultimates against Tenacity is probably going to be difficult. Because again, they don't group up together so much. If you look at how they position in a fight, there's great spacing among them. So faster, more spammable sources of crowd control is probably better, more suitable. And I gotta say, it's more meta as well. A lot of the heroes right now that are in the meta have that small stun, small slow, something without using their ultimate.
That's true. All of that really just compounds, right? That's why heroes like the Valir right now feels like he has the stun and the slow. So maybe that's why the Valir's just making like a really big resurgence.
Don't forget the pushback.
The pushback, like right. That's 3 kinds of crowd control in one hero. Wow. Now you think about it, yeah, amazing. All right. But you know what? I just want to put this out there. I would like to commend Water because the reason why the Freya was open is because so many junglers got banned out in this game. They really tried to choke out Water's hero pool, but didn't work out. Water actually was able to play so efficiently, even on a hero you don't see that often anymore, on that Nolan, right? So, commend. Good job.
I think that's also because of the lack of damage, right? The Nolan, again, is... You have dashes, yes, but they're not as fast and they're not as invulnerable. You know, if you see like a Suyo Blade Surge, you can dodge a lot of things. The Traceless back then from Yi Sun-shin as well. The Nolan, you're there. You know, you're punishable. And yet there wasn't a lot of times where we see Water being in danger. So it shows again that there's a lack of threat here felt by Tenacity. Now, whether it's because of execution of Full Sense or if it's a draft, who's to say, right? But the fact is, when they can play that freely, you know, he can farm the jungle of his opponent without being concerned about his safety. I think that's already a sign that something is quite wrong.
That's right. Oh, look, it's a bracket. It's a playoffs format.
Oof. The road to champion at the BCC Hall Central. Not proud. Let's see, man. This is going to be like a BO3 initially, and then BO5s all the way until the grand finals. 3 days of absolute high-level Mobile Legends action, dude.
Oh,
4th place to 5th
that
place,
is
3rd
amazing.
place to 6th place, and then the rank 1 and rank 2 afterwards immediately. I kind of like this.
I like this. I agree. Because, right, play-ins is 1 best of 3 or 2 best of 3s. And then obviously rank 1 and rank 2 just waiting for that BO5. And then another BO5 for day 2. And then just non-stop action BO5 until the grand finals. I love that, man. And that's why, I feel like this is also still a very important game for Tenacity. Because you want to get that day 1 buy, man. That's massive, right? Let me see. Where are they? Tenacity currently at number 2. 1 more win, they're going to be at 6. That could be a pretty solid security, right? That's going to be a secure on upper bracket. That's play-ins avoided.
I think it's great. If you get to the upper brackets, you save energy and focus first of all, but you also hide a lot of strategies, right? People have less time to deduce what you're good at, who you're playing for, etc., etc. And you're seeing teams understand the importance of that, right? You're seeing teams show something great, like even here, Full Sense, they try to, hang on a second, broken walls. Bang.
Oh, nice one.
It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Oh yes, Full Sense. Full Sense, despite not succeeding, they're showing that they can adapt and target different aspects of Tenacity's game plan. So the power heroes, their usual play style. And as we get further and further into the playoffs, it's only gonna get even better, even more difficult to get through without getting your strongest weapons unnoticed. So upper bracket is very important, man.
Man, can't wait for that playoffs. Hopefully we can get invited. Is there going to be an English cast? Or are they going to have us on? That would be
Well, I hope
so
so.
nice.
I hope
Unlimited best of 5s, bro.
It's so good, especially with the games being the way that it is. People who've known me understand I have a bias towards the more scrappy style.
Right.
I like a calculative, slow game as much as the next person, but big fights where both teams are just fighting, literally brawling for dominance. That's the kind of Mobile Legends I really enjoy. So
you feel like all Mobile Legends should be like, do you think that's like the design of the game? If you think like maybe it was more designed to be literally a brawly game because it is a mobile game, right? So. And you're supposed to only play it for like short periods. We're not supposed to get like 30-minute games. So that's what I was thinking initially.
Well,
but
in theory, I guess
in theory it should be right. But in reality, games are going 30 minutes, bro. It's like
yeah, for sure. I mean, again, that can change with the patches, etc. I think it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
There's always going to be different styles, right? And for me, I just like that instant dopamine, and I like the fact that teams, they just go like, okay, we go big or go home, and we're just gonna immediately get an answer as fast as possible, I like that mindset, but by all means, to each his own, right?
Speaking of answer, by the way, what do you think is a good answer for this Harif here? You just want to pick up a Claude early on, or you want to save it for later, maybe?
Well, Claude's okay. I can save it for now, but wait, Leomord and Glue. The Glue is a good answer for the Hylas, if this is indeed a roam Hylas, right? The Phobius is banned out already, so there's no need to put the Glue in the EXP lane. That's a pretty good winning matchup against the Phobius too.
You're looking at the future champion.
And it's a Utah. All right. Interesting.
All right, now I'm not sure how that answers though. Like, what does the usual answer really? Are they trying to advance it into maybe like a bit of a non-mobile gold laner, or what's the plan here?
In a way, it denies a vulnerable long-range backliner, and you can always use it to zone out the jungler. But for Tenacity, with the jungler being a Leomord, I think the value already goes down just a little bit. It's a strong laner, I guess, but Tenacity has a chance to pick up something like a CC and win out the lane regardless. So I think it's very early to show that Utah.
That's true. That's why I was also like a little shocked, honestly. Like, really? Is that what we're trying to do here? But then again, maybe I'm happy to be, proven wrong here, Arashi. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I've seen individuals play the Yuzhong to such a crazy level where it literally defies logic. I think players like Sanford come to mind for me. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is going to be a good answer because they are banning out the Claude. That's a big plus. Maybe they're trying to force a Bruno and then the Yuzhong can be good there. There you go. Another gold lane ban. I see. So they're going for something here on the gold lane. They're trying to attack it as much as possible.
Yeah, I guess they already have a Harith, right? They want to make sure that they shut down Griff. Without a Freya, without a carry or a Claude, what options are the Granger is an option, I guess.
Yeah.
The Brody to a degree is an option. In a weird way, the Leslie can do well against the Yuzhong. You can actually dodge away from the Furious Dive Petrify combo. I learned that the hard way.
Really?
Yeah, and it's not a bad matchup against the Harith, but we've seen it before. We've seen it last match. It's a bit bold to pick up here, though.
Yeah, I don't think they want to pick up Leslie, right? As much as strong as it is 1v1, you're right. When getting dove in by a Yuzhong, it's usually very difficult, especially with the Farsa, right? If you go for a long-range hero, the Farsa is just gonna nuke you. And, this is difficult. For some reason, this looks very difficult for Tenacity on the gold. One of those situations where you maybe want to go for a Ruby. I was going to say Ruby Gold. But yeah, it's a Granger, bro. It's a Granger.
What year is it? Ruby Gold. I mean, we've seen a lot of throwback picks, Who knows that maybe something like that might show up eventually. Sora Granger, though, and a Harley last pick. And I would not have guessed that they would put the Harley last. A lot of kill potential for Full Sense this time. Now I feel like it's a bit different. Full Sense have the more dangerous pick-off style. And in theory, right? In theory, Tenacity, they're going to be playing for the neutral objective. They're trying to abuse the triple fighters.
It is true. They have so much burst early to mid just because they're magic damage. But I have to reiterate, they're all magic damage. So, except for the Yuzhong, which is going to be very easily answered at level at minute 5, minute 8 by a Radiant Armor. On both the Leomord, Sora, and maybe on the Glue. Or Leomord, less on the Leomord, more on Sora and Glue.
I'm hoping to see Athena's here this time, right? Harith,
Athena's, there you go. Yeah.
And the Harley. See, there's a counter argument that with so many sources of magic damage, an Athena can be easily procced, and so you won't get full value. But that depends on the game, right? So if they're really struggling to walk into the danger zones, I think the Athena still has some really good value. If they want a different solution, the Sky Guardian helmet now has the old Twilight armor passive too, so that could be an answer. As we get into game number 2 right here between Tenacity and Full Sense, let's see how this one goes, man.
Yeah, and so far I would say Full Sense just has they have to utilize, right? They have to utilize that early advantage they have. The moment you hit level 4 on Harley and the Farsa, you just pedal to the metal. Don't stop. And do it before your opponent builds Athena's. And in my opinion, I think Radiant is just more stable for a lot of matchups. It's gonna last longer than Athena's, for sure. But they're fighting Lord, guys. You wanted pressure? Says, you know what? We have pressure. We're gonna show it here. Already utilized the Flicker and the Revitalize, but that's definitely a big dub for Full Send.
Oh, he shows. Wow, there was a chance there that Flash SR was gonna get Lord, guys. He canceled the recall. That was really dangerous. I thought Flash SR was gonna go for a turret dive and secure that kill, but yeah. Lord, guys, has been uncharacteristically taken out early on the Sushin pick. It's supposed to be, the safer alternative, but against the Hylos Farsa, you gotta be careful.
That's true. The Hylos Farsa has just so much of that unexpected burst and the stickiness So with this one, I don't think they expected the Leomord to be there. Water, again, showing up on, I would say, his signature Leomord here for first blood. And because of that, they're definitely going to have the priority control over this turtle. And despite not having the split right away, BS is just joining them, making it so hard for this Yuzhong to actually move. Has good damage coming in from that feathered airstrike, but it's still Water with a fade away on the the Turtle Retribution rather. Now Flash SR getting punished quite heavily. No way no one died there for Tenacity.
They also survived with a sliver of HP. And Full says they can't do anything about it. I thought Sung Jin-woo would have been better off going with the Cloud form, but he went with the Lightning form and it was just doing some damage. Gets them another kill. But you're seeing what's happening here. Full Sense does have opportunities to try and do something, but whenever the fight breaks out, Tenacity backs away and they re-engage on their terms. And just like that, the fight gets flipped over.
Yeah, that was a big flip, man. And there were so many clutch moments where maybe they could have cleaned up. Yeah, just not being given over here just makes it so hard to actually make anything happen topside. It's another one falling. Dominic gonna get removed from play here. Full outer turret energy shields here gonna get taken by Tenacity.
Dang, a kill there. The Sora just sets up for kills so well, right? With the crowd control, with the extra damage you bring to the table too. The fact that they got so much turret gold there is definitely bad news for Dominic. Already 0 and 2. If he falls too far behind, then Grift will be able to actually ignore the Black Dragon. In fact, maybe go for a kill on the Black Dragon itself, right? This hero needs to play with advantage, with tempo.
And now he's the one who's actually getting out tempo. He's 0-2 right now. Dominic, man. This is just not getting the stonks that we were hoping for in this game. And because of that, actually, your mid trio is also going to get punished because your opponent's XP laner knows that, hey, this guy's just not giving me much of a threat. You know what I'll do? I'll go ahead and go to the jungle. I'll go to the objective. And he'll just be trailing behind me.
On the other hand, I'm surprised that Grift hasn't really been winning in the gold department. The Granger's strength is also contesting the gold buff, right? But so far, it seems like Nezia has had the bulk of it. Already ahead by about 300, 400 gold something, if I'm not mistaken. Now it's a turtle take though, but Grift is moving away. They don't think he's required.
Huh. That's a 4v5. Are you sure? And now we're gonna see it. Looks like Flash SR finally gonna get that turtle, but look at the pushback. Water playing around here. They're not doing well against this. They're not doing well against Yuzhong right now, but they're able to take it out at least. So again, surprisingly, no one fell on Tenacity's side. They did give away that turtle. And while all that's happening, look at Grift topside. Got all of the gold and all that turret. And well, so far, I would say, despite giving away the turtle, they got a good trade out of it.
Wouldn't you have rather, though, that Grift stayed around, picked up some kills, and then afterwards, when the Death Timer's still down, they can rotate to the top side and take the turret anyways? The fact that they were going for the turtle, they had control, and they sent their gold laner away. The gold laner that wants to stack up some Sky Piercers. I found it quite surprising, but its store up still worked out.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely feels like a better play now. Right now, it's speaking of playing. What a great play there for Song Jin-woo, but gonna get punished pretty heavily as well. Dominic, again, grabbed up into Oblivion here. Glue plus Azushin, what do you even do? Got the duo here happening on the middle part of the map. Flash SR running for dear life. Trying and seeing if he can, but gets cancelled last minute by Water. Still gonna be relatively safe. Don't forget, that is a Harley. Low cooldown on the space escape means that he should be fine. And again, despite the minor mishap maybe on splitting up on top side, they made up for it pretty heavily there with a pretty good pressure on mid and bottom.
I mean, that was just Sung Jin-woo aura farming, dude. The dive happened, he knocked up 2 members with the Shifting Skies. Card controlled them under turret. turned it around for his team. He gets taken out for his efforts though, but it's a EXP lane fighter Sora. He'll be happy with that trade. And now again, there's a battle for macro control in the far lane. To go for this turtle, Grift has to be careful though, he's alone.
Yeah, that's true. You gotta keep that thing going. You don't really have stacks yet on your piercer, so technically you're basically just on one item. What do you call this? Granger. Wow, what do you call the hero I have 500 games on? Wow, that's amazing. But yeah, Grift feels like he just needs more backup and more kill opportunities. Right? He needs that kill opportunity.
Oh.
He might get it here. Hazuki quite low. Double PZZ had to fade away with that feathered airstrike, but nonetheless, they still get their turret and they all still survive.
There you go. That's the damage output that Tenacity has. With Grift in the picture, it's just a whole different level of threat. Again, because of the burst damage, but also because of the range. Right? If Full Sense survive again with a sliver of HP on 3 members, a single Death Sonata can very easily turn that to 10 stacks for Grift. But Flash SR has the Lightning Truncheon, quite the significant power spike, but they haven't been able to find good targets on the side of Tenacity.
Yeah, they're not actually making that much of a hit on the HP of BS. Even players like Lord Guys, he's not even falling, man. He's 4-0-3 right now. I would also assume this Zushin has the Piercer, maybe, if we can do an item check. And I'm also assuming that their magic resistance is just bonkers right now. But right now, all that magic defense cannot save you against a full 5-man stack from Full Sense. So BS definitely, tripped a little bit there, brother. And that's Patrick had literal black eyes from that hit.
I mean, better him than anyone else on the team, right? I guess Full Sense got tired of his BS. He's been at it since the beginning of the game. So, hey, he wasn't able to survive for quite a duration though, and that was all 5 members, I believe. That's a encouraging sign for Tenacity. But look at this, far side already pushed by Full Sense. I have the feeling Tenacity might ignore it completely and just brute force the Lord take or a team fight, dude. They've been doing that since the beginning.
I think so. If they do this, I think it's still going to be a manageable Lord wave anyway, or sorry, a minion wave anyway in the bottom side. Just because, it's so early on. It's 9 minutes.
Bang.
Not able to save the big boom. So at least for now, that's something that Flash Full Sense has. Sorry, I like changing it up. Oh, with the deadly magic! Flash SR finally gets the mark on the very important target. And the BS gonna get taken out as well. Beautiful here. Finally,
Great,
right?
man.
Finally, Flash SR finds his mark.
Like, yes, but also Grift, what were you thinking, man? Pushing solo against a Farsa without your teammates like shadowing in the sides? Now the Lord will get cleared out by Full Sense. That might be a net negative on the Lord considering the chain of events. So, still 0 stacks on the Sky Piercer for Grift. And now Full Sense have bought a bit more time to really take it to the late game. Because they lost the tempo early already. As we take a look at the instant replay here. Before the fight even begins, man, Feather Airstrike into the Deadly Magic. And that's it. Afterwards, the Chase coming in with the Black Dragon form, with the Glorious Pathway as well. Dude, there's no way they can get away from it. This composition from Tenacity fights well, chases well, but moving backwards, not so much.
Yeah, moving backwards is just not the move. I feel like Full Sense obviously has like so much chase potential that if you do that, you actually might just get punished, right? So we're going into it. It feels like all the lead that Tenacity built up in the past 11 minutes just evaporated, man. With just one huge turning point. That's scary. And right now, we're gonna have to wait and see if Full Sense can actually get something out of it. But for now, even with everyone on Radiant Armor, Full Sense is actually outputting some decent amount of damage.
For sure, man. The longer the game goes, there's an argument to be made that Full Sense has the huge advantage. They have a Farsa, right? Good zoning, good burst attempt, short cooldown on the Feather Airstrike, and they have a Harith. You know, the Granger's great and all, but you need to get some stacks too to really be a fearsome presence in the late game. The Harith, all you need are items, so the longer the game goes, the only guy that kind of falls off is Dominic. But who cares, right? He'll be a stun bot towards the late game.
You're right. It feels like that's just the only thing that he needs to do. Basically, just try to look for Grift, Dragon Form, go Petrify, go knock him up. All's good. Your job's done, right? So you're absolutely right. And most of the damage definitely gonna come over to this trio of magic users, which again, surprisingly, just the Radiant Armor is just not enough to stop them. Maybe they need to add one more layer of magic resistance. But yeah, nonetheless, it's so efficient in doing assassination plays, which they're trying to do right now. Again, Dominic, being a very squishy Yuzhong in their eyes, able to get taken out without a fight here. Here comes that Feathered Airstrike. Definitely Full Sense trying to make something happen. And Flash SR! He finds Grift again!
Should have known, man. You did not see Flash SR in the picture. You should have known. He's going to go and distract and try to stop this Lord take of Tenacity. Double PZ having a weird flank angle. Tenacity has to be careful here. They have no ultimates available.
That's right, no ultimates. Speaking of... huge. That's a big chunk of damage removed here for Full Sense. And that's going to show. No fear whatsoever. And now Nezha, we're going to get a kill over. Lord Guys is out. And it's going to be BS all alone here. Again, another objective take, but losing 2 members here for Tenacity.
3 actually, 3 for 1 there, but the Lord is taken. If Full Sense can clear this before Tenacity regroups, that'll be fine. But from the looks of it, they don't seem to be able to. Oh, Double PZ setting up a trap there, looking for an assassination. That's the Farsa threat. And now it's going to be a retreat into a base defense. Phantom Steed already used up by water, though. Hang on a second. That's not good.
Hold on. Absolutely not good. Like, what are you going to do in this next fight now? And I guess they just want to get these waves cleared anyway. Grift, at this point, is just a red target.
Oh, man.
Water absorbed the majority of the deadly magic, and that will take him out. Flash SR is slowly but surely becoming a major threat for Full Sense, from earlier not being able to get the kills to now just one by one getting everything he wants.
It's the items, man. When you have enough items, the tanks become valid targets for assassinations too. With a man advantage now, remember, they can chase really well Tenacity. Full Sense has got to be careful exposing themselves.
Yep, they're definitely exposing, and now Lord Guys is probably going to fall with a little bit of regen, though will be able to survive. 80 seconds for the next one. That is at least very important to stay alive here, and that's what they're doing. And now Water is back on the field. It's back to a 5v5. Now it's any man's game, man. That goal lead is gone.
You know the secret on how Lord Guys was able to survive?
Yep.
If you didn't know, he has a Radiant Armor and a Club of Destiny. The Club of Destiny now gives you resistances, but he went Radiant Armor as well, understanding the threat of the magical damage and the value that he get having it work against 4 members of the opposing team. As you can see right there, survivability over damage. I like it. It saved them some precious seconds off the map when in the previous engagement, but Full Sense, they're controlling the far side, right? They're playing the macro game really, really well.
That's true. And that's usually you'd see Zushin's with Skypiercer, right? So this is a great sturdy build. Will not be too scared to fight here. Speaking of no fighting, we're gonna see Hasaki just basically beaten like beef. Now it's Nezha. They're trying to push back. Feather Airstrike with double PZZ. Very, very safe here. Great knockout from Dominic. Gonna be able to get so much damage in. Grift finally charging up that Piercer, but it's a 2 for 2. All our frontliners basically destroyed in that last trade. And with that trade, it might be Lord advantage here for Full Sense.
This is where the burst damage advantage gives you a lot more prio. It's an equal amount of players on both teams, but the burst damage zones Tenacity, but they call the bluff. They go for it.
Bro, you do not have retribution. Flash SR able to take it out. I thought he was gonna have it a little bit too early, but now it's back up, and looks like for the first time in this game, Full Sense might actually just be able to just push these minion waves. Let's have a look at that replay again. And that was a really good attempt. And you know what? Asaki was able to survive long enough for the rest of the team to get in position.
This furious dive into the Feather Airstrike though was so valued for Full Sense. Unfortunately, they were unable to get more out of it. Now with the Lord though, with the chance of Harley deleting someone and a Farsa, the siege ain't bad at all for Full Sense.
That's right. Deadly Magic actually has a very low cooldown, despite BS being able to catch it. We'll still be up in a few seconds. Sung Jin Woo on side, trying to see if he can zone out for a meantime. But it's a very deep Black Dragon form being used here by Dominic. Gonna be able to get that Lord Wave cleared up, but the damage is still sinking their teeth onto the members here of Tenacity. Flash SR up on front. Again, not really a big threat against Lord guys who, you know, he itemized properly against the Harley. Sung Jin Woo with the flicker. The shifting skies misses on his target.
That would have been so valued, dude. Shifting skies onto double PZ. But now they don't have the flicker. They don't have the shifting skies. Full Sense might know that that's the case. They are positioning to maybe trap someone. But I think both teams are just going to go back to the status quo. Never mind. Spoke a little bit too soon. It's a waiting game all the way for 80 more seconds. And every single time it goes back to neutral like this, Flash SR just rubbing his hands in the jungle like, who's my next target?
You're right. And that's definitely, he's keeping his eyes on Grift, who seems to be just on Rose Gold. There you go. He's on Winter Crown now. That's what I was about to say was he really, really needed. And now that he does that, maybe he can survive for a while. But at the cost of obviously mobility, right? He's gonna have to be very tight alongside BS. He's gonna have to stay near Song Jin Woo. Otherwise, he's gonna be a pretty easy pickoff here for this lineup. Shifting size already used up. Forces just a space escape. And look at that. I really still think that Full Sense is on the advantage here.
They are, but the small saving grace for Tenacity is that they got a couple of stacks onto Grift in those fights, right? He was a bit more mindful about where Flash SR was, so he wasn't taken out, and he got 2 kills, I believe. It's not a huge amount, but it's something. You know, this Sky Piercer has been looking pretty lonely all the way since the beginning of the game.
That's true. I mean, those 20 stacks could mean the difference between, a Death Sonata who just feels like a mosquito bite to a Death Sonata who's actually doing damage, right? So,
right.
We'll definitely see what happens here as we go in position for this next Lord. Water and BS up on front. Song Jin Woo looking for a target. He has a flicker. He has Shifting Skies. Has to make a really insane play here. Lord Guy to be able to absorb that first Deadly Magic. It's going to be up on a few more seconds. They're going to go for the Retribution fight here. Phantom Seed used up. And the Retribution goes over. The Tenacity. This fight is just going crazy right now. Double PZZ uses a flicker, stays alive, but the one who is absorbing damage here is going to be Water, who is going to get taken out here. So it is going to be only Water falling, but the Lord actually instantly spawns. So 4v5 for the next few seconds does not look good for Tenacity here.
It seems like they keep their path towards the Lord. Oh, Feather Airstrike.
Yeah, big Feather Airstrike here, caught by Hasaki as well. Big cancel, by the way. Double PZZ just doesn't have the firepower now. They know the Harley's up on top. And BS says, you know what? No Harley. Let's go. Keep fighting. And they got a little bit. Hasaki for nothing.
Well, that's all great and dandy. More stacks on the Grift. 40 seconds without the Hylas on the field. That's great. But they need to find something more. So, that's the hat already used by Flash SR, but BS can't catch him. they couldn't use the Lord and its damage reduction efficiently. They have waves to work with right now. They should force something, right? They have the numbers advantage. They have the macro pressure because of the enforced empowered waves. I think they're playing this a bit too passively.
You're right. Absolutely. This is way too passive for my liking, especially for a team like Tenacity, who at this point feels like they're just afraid to make a mistake, right? That's what it feels like. Those waves are, you're not going to be able to push out full sense for those waves. So what are we thinking? Do we want to go for another Lord take? I think that's the case, man. They're not going to be able to use these, and they're going to go ahead and make a conceal play, maybe? BS on the side, he's shifting, but he gets spotted out with double PZZ. Again, we're back in stalemate, waiting for the next Lord.
But Tenacity has control over the top side of the map. Oh, Song Jinwoo runs into trouble.
Oh, shifting skies, forces Zaman Force out. I think that will mean Song Jinwoo could go down soon, but looks like they're able to survive at least for now. Chase is on. Full sense. Looking for that kill. So eager for it, but doesn't overcommit as well. So full sense, they feel like they knew that was a trap. Didn't fall for it.
Wait. I think Full Sense doesn't realize the wave on top is building up massively. Now Tenacity at full force at the Lord. They're gonna have a chance to fight here without double PZ being in the picture.
Yeah, no double PZ means that's gonna be almost no damage from their mid lane 4v5. I mean, he's trying to get back in the fight here. They're trying to delay, but look at Tenacity. They're trying to burst it down as well. Has to keep on front. Griff! Deadly magic damage! Will not be able to survive that. Has the immortality, but looks like the fight is still on around this turtle pit. Tenacity are falling. Losing Lord guys in that fight will be massive here. No one to control these minion waves, but still has immortality. It's 2v5 though. Sorry, 2v4 rather. They did get the Lord. So literally, Tenacity threw everything they had at that Lord. I'm not sure if BS and Lord guys could be able to clear this on their own, but they are trying. Lord guys still has the Evo get popped here as well as BS. There's just no one for them to clear. And that is going to be game. We've got another game free. Did not expect that to happen here. Full Sense held on for dear life and pushes it to a game number 3.
Man, that's a long, drawn-out game, man. A comeback story here for Full Sense. They show the discipline. They show the understanding of the late game. And yes, they have the better draft, but the execution was great, man. They found themselves in some sticky situations here, losing the Lord, losing a member's advantage, having to clear the wave before fighting at the Lord pit, but they handled everything in stride. And big shout out to Flash SR, dude. This guy was making hero plays after hero plays. I think this game would have been long over without his efforts.
I completely agree. Flash SR really picked up the pace there. Hunting down Grift over and over again. At some point, even sacrificing the rest of the team just so that he can come in late and clean up that gold laner. So big commendations here for obviously the whole team, but more on Flash SR. We're just holding on and making sure that his Harley doesn't become irrelevant even in the late game. So that, again, it would have been really bad there, but they hold on for dear life.
I don't know if the Harley will ever be irrelevant in the late game, man. You saw the damage he was doing to like the front line. That was crazy. If there's anyone I was concerned about being irrelevant in the late game, I think it's Dominic on the Yuzong, because he was shut down early game, and somehow he transitioned from being like a carry EXP lane to just purely setting up for the Farsa, right? The Furious Dive Petrify. It wasn't for him; it's for the Farsa. So he understands his role, and towards the end, right there, he finds ways to really be annoying, knowing that there's an assassin on his team. He knows it doesn't have to be him to dive towards the backline. And the MVP for Full Sense in Game 2 here, Nizia, 8-0-4. We highlighted the chances of Harith carrying in the late game, and this guy, he was doing some real damage.
He really was. Despite having a bit of a slow start, as we kind of expect from Harif players, he was actually able to just make sure that he did not get completely left behind, which is excellent because he didn't die as well. In a game where it feels like you can just get overwhelmed by a Leomord, his Harif actually held on quite well. And again, despite so many things that could have gone wrong here, they actually played it to a T. I love what they did here. Again, you could have gotten taken out by a Shifting Sky Sora. You could have gotten taken out by a Glue. All of that just excellently played out, even landing those hits at the moment that they needed it. I think if Dansha didn't get those kills after that Lord, that would have been a push. That would have been like at least an inhibitor turret gone here. And that's why he's such a big saving grace as well in this game.
And it's hard to say. It's easy to say that, oh yeah, just focus the the Harith down and stun him. When you have a limited amount of resources and you have to stun and stop the Farsa, you have to stop the Yuzong, right? You have to stop the Harley that's like always a menace somewhere in the side, somewhere behind you. You never know. It becomes very difficult to deal with the Harith, who has an extra bit of shielding and a ton of mobility. I think that contributes as well to how he's able to find so much success. He really wasn't the guy being focused down because there's so many threats. Because everyone was actually playing really well from the side of Full Sense.
Yeah, that's right. Full Sense actually just played this properly as a unit. Hazaki is always just going to be like the sacrificial lamb here. And you know what? Dominic became that too. But that's all they needed, right? That's all they needed. They needed that space. They needed to grab the attention away from Double PZZ, away from Nezia, away from Flash SR. You know what? They did the trick. They did the job. And instead of being a sweep, we are going into a game number 3 where we do see, Full Sense just holding on for dear life. And this, again, is for their playoffs lives. Possible playoffs lives.
Man, and then now there's gonna be the question of momentum coming in. Full Sense, after a comeback victory like that, definitely wants to keep going. For Tenacity though, the game was in their hands. They're able to get towards the base of Full Sense already. And then for it to be turned around and then failing after a 24-minute game, there's definitely... We're definitely gonna see how the mental fortitude of Tenacity has been developed. If teams are watching here, they want to know if Tenacity has what it takes to go for maybe yet another 20-minute game to finish out the series.
Yeah, finishing out the series is not gonna be as simple as they thought it would be. So Tenacity, you have to go back to the drawing board, man. You have to go back to, making it work, making sure that Griff doesn't get pushed into, heroes like the Granger, which I don't know about you, bro, but I could tell it was a completely different story when he was playing a Freya and when he plays a Harith. So, obviously, again, it will start on the draft once more. Maybe prioritize that Harith, right? Maybe.
Right.
But we mentioned that earlier, like, okay, first pick Zushin makes total sense. Total sense. But, you're Harith, bro. Come on. He's like so high, right? Remember his stats, right? So high.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we not prioritizing this guy? So yeah, let's go back to that maybe, and maybe Tenacity can eke out the win. But for now, big props to Full Sense. They really played out Hazaki. Again, Hazaki sandbag best wingman, 100% gonna be the punching bag in that game. But Flash SR, he showed up on that Harley. Again, a bit later than what I like, but still did.
I think it's crazy to see that he did the most damage in a team with a Farsa and a Harith, right? In the late game. This was a 24-minute game. It wasn't like they were snowballing hard and the Harley has just been getting kills left and right, building that up. No, this was a long game with a lot of back and forths, a lot of big team fights as well. The long game alone usually makes the damage numbers favor the Farsa, right? Because you burst and you can do it so often from so much further away, right? Like a poking feather airstrike is a thing. The Harith definitely gets a lot of value in the team fights, and despite both of those conditions being met, the highest damage dealer was the Harley. So you think about that for a second, because that is pretty crazy.
And it's funny because most of that happened later on in the game, not early, late. So it's so funny because it's rare that that happens. And I was half expecting the Farsa to be the most damage dealing hero in this game, but then I realized,
Same.
oh wait, double PCC was getting canceled a lot. The Feather Airstrike was getting canceled a lot, right? At least in that department, I think Tenacity was doing good in making sure that double PC is not super comfortable on the Forza. But again, they're all mages. They have like a really high damage ceiling, so
I guess. Oh man. Well, how this is gonna go. The drafts were pretty drastic for both times. It really does feel like when the game gets slowed down a little bit, you know, when there isn't a full snowball into an end, Tenacity just faltered just a little bit, and Full Sense find themselves in a more comfortable zone. Like, it's like they're used to the pressure, but the slow buildup of pressure instead of just like constant fighting, constant aggression. I think that's one of the parts that kind of allowed them to actually get that upset against Buriram too. But before more analysis and more conversations here between us, we gotta check out an interview up on stage.
ดีค่ะ
โหน่ารักมากด้านนี้ค่ะ
ครับสวัสดีครับชื่อสเตฟานครับเชียร์ฟูเซนครับ
โอเค แล้วเชียร์ในทีมเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมคะแบบมีคนที่เราชื่นชอบมากๆเลยเป็นพิเศษไหม
นี่ค่ะ
ใครเอ่ย
มาเชียร์น้องน้ำค่ะ
อ๋อไอ้น้ำโอ้ไอ้น้ำดีวะฝั่งนี้นะคะ
มาเชียร์เนเชียครับเนเชีย I like you
โอเคแล้วอันนี้มาดูกันกี่ครั้งแล้วคะแบบมาหน้างานเนี่ยมากันกี่รอบแล้วอันนี้เป็นรอบที่เท่าไหร่แล้วคะ
หนูน่าจะรอบที่
อ๋อมาบ่อยไอ้น้ำจำหน้าได้หรือยังนะมาบ่อยขนาดนี้ด้านนี้ล่ะคะมากี่รอบแล้วเอ่ย
มาครั้งที่2ครับมาครั้งที่2
มาครั้งที่2คือมาหน้างานมันให้ความรู้สึกแตกต่างจากเรานั่งดูอยู่ออนไลน์ไหม
ก็ต่างครับแบบว่าเรื่องเสียงเชียร์ครับแต่ว่าถ้าดูอยู่บ้านส่วนใหญ่จะดูเป็นวอตปาร์ตี้ครับ
เพิ่มอรรถรสด้านนี้ล่ะคะแบบความรู้สึกมันต่างจากออนไลน์ไหม
3 ก็ต่างค่ะเหมือนมีเพื่อนๆมาช่วยกันเชียร์ด้วยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะใช่
นักแข่งได้รับกำลังใจทันทีแล้วเนี่ยตอนนี้สถานการณ์มันคือ 1-1 เราคิดว่าทีมที่เราเชียร์เนี่ยจะทำแต้มต่อไปได้ไหม
คิดว่าไหวครับผมว่าไหวครับต้องไหวแล้วครับ
ฝั่งนี้เขาว่าเขาทำได้แล้วเราล่ะคิดว่าเทนาได้หรือเปล่าไอ้น้ำเอามาให้ได้ไหม
ได้ค่ะก็ได้มาหลายแมตช์แล้ว
ตอนนี้นะคะไม่ใช่แค่นักแข่งนะคะที่แบบว่าต้องสู้กันล่าสุดแฟนคลับสู้กันเองแล้วไม่ใช่น่ารักเรารักกันดูเพื่อความสนุกก่อนที่จะให้น้องๆแฟนคลับไปนั่งดูกันต่อเดี๋ยวให้บอกอะไรนิดนึงกับทีมที่เราเชียร์อยู่
ผมว่าผมบอกคนที่ผมมาเชียร์แล้วกันนะว่านิเชีย you is great player in game นะ you can improve I believe you fighting bro
น่ารักมากตอนนี้นิเซียออกมามีกำลังใจละด้านนี้ได้เลยค่ะ
ก็เทนาซิตี้สู้ๆนะคะหนูเชื่อว่าพี่ๆทุกคนทำได้ค่ะ
โอเคค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนักแข่งของเราก็พร้อมแล้วค่ะ ขออนุญาตส่งให้กับแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Fighting, indeed, man. That's something we can all understand. I think that cheer, you know, like fighting, it actually transcends a lot of cultures. Surprisingly, so pretty cool, man. The fans are definitely enjoying the show, and how can they not after a comeback like that? And now finally, we're waiting on the conclusion of this very exciting match.
that's right. I'm amazed that Full Sense not having the best season so far, and on the brink is still we still have like good people behind them that really believe in them. That's all. Sometimes that's all you need. So let's see if that's going to be able to help Full Sense push themselves even further into this next series. sorry, in this game rather, I really believe that, you know, they didn't really have the best opening in that game. I'll be honest. It felt like a tenacity game at the very beginning. But if you can make a comeback against that one, your Yuzhong was 1-4, bro. it's like, yeah, let's go, let's do it, right? You can still do it. It's not that far fetched that they can still, you know, clinch out this game.
Not far-fetched at all, man. It's funny though that they're falling into the opposite problems, because a lot of teams, they can win the early game, right? They get good drafts, they get strong heroes, they can win the early game, and then when the mid-game rolls around, when you have to improvise a bit more and decide on the fly how you want to move around and make plays, people fall short. But Full Sense, it's like the opposite, right? They struggle to really get ahead, but you didn't know that in the late game, they're good. They're like MPLID's Geek Fam, almost.
Wow, that's a pretty huge... that's a pretty big endorsement there, bro.
Sort of.
I guess so. I mean, if you could say a team's acting like Geek Fam, man, I would take that. I would take that. But for the meantime, it does, you know, it does face it. They have their own set of challenges, right? It's not always sunshine and daisies after winning game number 2. You are still up against a very consistent team that does very well against your aggressive lineup. They're even more aggressive actually in more scenarios. So yeah, you can never really rest on your laurels. You have to really outdraft them again. I have to really get behind my, what do you call this, my statement earlier. It just felt like, you know, Tenacity kind of outdrafted themselves in game number 2 by not giving like a really comfortable hero to Grift. So again, if Tenacity just sticks to that, I feel like they should have a better time here in game 3.
I think the immediate, I don't know, I've echoed this sentiment for a long time, by the way, but I am super biased towards crowd control. I feel like it dictates so much. This is expanding rivers. Oh, close. Dang.
So close.
Okay.
So close.
But yes,
as you were saying, crowd control is king.
Yeah, it works so much. Like if you're ahead, it helps you get more ahead. If you're behind, it helps you stall out team fights. It helps you protect your backline. It's just so good, you know, which is why when the meta starts shifting towards less crowd control heavy heroes, I personally don't really see like the idea for the most part. And now again, with the return especially of the high burst options like the Farsa, like the Harley, like the Harith even to a degree, crowd control just becomes even more impressive, because again, people don't want to stick around in the danger zone. You have to make them stay there.
Yeah, you're right. The danger zone is just a big no-no, right? It's a big no-no for... And you have to just recognize where that is. Like, number 1 is recognizing where the problems are and just, you know, working around them. That's, you know, no team is actually like super strong right away. They have every team, like I know, they have their weaknesses, but it's all about like navigating around it, right? That's with all the experience that you gain, you learn how to navigate around your weak points, especially starting here in the draft. Like number 1 weak point there, bro, your Granger was just squishy as hell. Now, if you want to pick Granger again, what do? Do you just want to make sure that you remove these high crowd control heroes, these high burst heroes? But now it feels like they're in a better position. They can first pick Harith here, and I will not be against that. Despite the Freya being open.
Yeah, I guess I would prefer the Freya actually. It's a bit more versatile. You can kind of flex it over just a little bit. Yeah, I think that makes a lot more sense. And Full Sense will most likely respond with something like a Leomord. Oh no, they go for Harith. Okay, Rockhard, good call. So this should be what, like a Freya Leomord.
That's why I was thinking, you know what, maybe not so much Harith, maybe go Freya, because now you're giving away the Freya to the Full Sense. Now, Full Sense, they played the Freya before and it lost. Not saying it's going to be bad for them, but they don't really have a good history with it. So, and you know what? They have the high loss. That's usually one of the heroes I love using against Freya, and they have it, and they still don't pick it up.
Oh boy, they want the Ute again. I understand wanting the Ute song. That's fine, and Dominic clearly performs on it. Great. No, don't get me wrong, but is it really first pick worthy though? Like, dang, I feel like this is just them trying to hide a lot of their picks from Tenacity. So now, Suyo Kalea. Oof, Kalea Suyo has been a oppressive combo since these heroes launched. So, full sense, Gato Kacha becomes your usual option, but they won't have that opportunity because they showed their roam and their EXP laner together. There was no flex available.
Yeah, 0 flex available here. So,
what?
Right now, the Claude feels like it's a good call for me. For me, it's a good call. You're gonna lose out on your mid, and I think that would be fine. Wow, challenging Lunox here, pretty funny. Because if you do not want to lose out on your gold, that's why I think the Claude is good. Just keep that gold in, and make sure that you don't lose out because you can actually run out pretty easily. Carry could have been a good option depending on how beefy Tenacity decides to go. But Claude is like a good second. Like, it's a good middle ground for me.
Your talent is picking.
Right. Hayabusa, Guinevere though. The Guinevere left alone the whole time. I was thinking the Gwyn would have been a much better like option to show. Because again, you have flex potential to the EXP and roam. It's a bit of a stretch, but it's there, you know, more mind games. Now it's pretty transparent what Full Sense wants. It's like a bit of a front to back, some utility from the Yutong. They should be... They could even go for a fighter jungle here if that's the idea they want to go for.
I think a Leomord, maybe? On the... Yeah, Leomord or maybe... Yeah, we'll see. Farsa's great pick. Obviously, they've had a lot of success with it already. Alright, Zetian. Zetian, it's actually been really underutilized, I think, in most games lately. So I'm very happy to see it back here.
Well, it combos well with the Kalea, right? Tsunami slam into the Fury of the Phoenix, and your team is helplessly watching you get beat up. So, along with that, something with some... Nah, I think they want to get like a strong laner here to try and like at least win out against Yutong. Like have some real presence.
A solid front line. Yeah.
Oh,
there you go. That looks good.
It's not a winning matchup against the Yutong by all means, but later on it's gonna allow for some really good playmaking. That's what they're banking on. For Full Sense though, oh boy, I think Baksha isn't bad here, no?
Ride like the crimson lightning.
Well, Leomord.
I mean, I guess you just stick with your intuition here. I think we kind of just imagined the Leomord here earlier, and yeah, that's exactly what they're going for. Baksha feels like it could have been very good in at least catching the Kalea. You know, if you get caught by a Kalea, it's not the end of the world. But in this one, as a Leomord, it's more vulnerable, in my opinion. So you're right, maybe they could have used more durability, but they do have the high loss and Yuzhong for that. So I don't mind. I feel like either way could have actually worked one way or another for Full Sense.
I felt like the Baksha would have allowed more ganks, right, with the Hylos and the Farsa, or with the Yuzhong as well. And it's going to reduce the healing, because I felt like the shielding of the Harriet, the healing of the Alice, right, the healing from the Kalea as well. There's a lot of healing that you want to kind of reduce if possible. But hey, they want the extra bit of aggressiveness, the faster clear of the Leomord. Well, you know, the extra retry you get in the Lord objective. It's worked for them before, right? But Flesh SR, not on an assassin. Let's see how this one plays out. Final game between Full Sense and Tenacity.
That's right. Final game no matter what. It's been mostly about that tempo that's been built up by Tenacity. Tenacity loves that early game tempo, right? They don't really like it when they play passive. And when they do play passive, actually, they get punished pretty heavily. So, wow, that's a very early attempt at a fight there. I feel like Dominic would have pulled the trigger there if anyone was near, but So far, again, pretty chill on the early. Nothing too crazy quite yet. I would be a little surprised if someone got picked off here for full sense, because again, Tenacity don't really have that much crowd control if, they're not level 4, no Tsunami Slam, and no Fury the Phoenix.
Well, in the mid lane, they gotta be careful because the Sitian outputs at a surprising amount of damage. And with the Kalea, there's an extra level of security, so the Sitian can actually walk up. And you see double PZ trying to find something here. Oh!
Yeah, that's gonna be what you're talking about there. If you're not really too crazy about, dishing out early on, Flash SR has an opportunity if Lord Guys wanted to bite more of the pie, but again, not falling for it quite yet. They do have a pretty good advantage in the positioning for turtle number 1, at least. Go for the clear. Did Flash SR share on the XP there? A little bit, maybe. But otherwise, they will still be ahead, at least for now.
Right. Level 4 for full sense. They have a Farsight, they have a Yutong, they have good zoning potential here. And they have a solid double retry from the Leomord. But Flash SR is at no rush to go for the turtle here. Tenacity actually creeps up earlier, despite the fact that the tempo on the EXP was higher. I think Flash SR is trying to get level 5 too. But keep your eyes open, this might devolve into a full-on fight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna go and devolve into a fight no matter what. You can see here a bit more aggression, Tenacity trying to juggle it, get that that turret a little bit lower, but look at the dive! Hazuki up front, Jinwoo, it's a great throw to ruin, but Flash SR ends up getting that turtle anyway. And not to mention, they also get first blood. Again, just a little bit too late to the party here for the rest of the members of Tenacity. Slept on it a little bit, and they got punished.
You always wonder what the plan was for them. Like, it seems so sporadic. The Tsunami Slam was used onto double PZ when he was going for a weird side angle. And then, after following up on the Tsunami Slam, double PZ flickered out and he was able to stun the aggressors and back out. So, man, Tenacity has got to decide how they want the fights to go, man.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why Tenacity is just having a hard time. They're just not as decisive, right?
Oh!
But look at that decisiveness. The moment I called it out, Lord Guys going straight for the kill. And it's small things. It's one kill, but I think it's the small things, man, that will really get this game in their favor.
And double PZ just wasn't respecting it, man. He was already so low. The way he's being held by Hasaki, though, so he will still be able to get the EXP and gold. And now it's back to a waiting game. With the Kalea in their possession, Tenacity should be using this chance to try and find something, right? They have so much playmaking potential with the Tsunami Slam Fury of the Phoenix combo.
They do. And I personally like it that whenever that cooldown button is green, I just go for something. That's what I would do in this scenario, but you know what, Tenacity, they're playing it a little bit safer. They know they've got crowd control, and they're looking for a good time to use it. They layered it quite well, but don't really have enough damage to clean it out. One glorious pathway from Hazuki, enough to discourage Tenacity for going for that kill. And now it's going to be Flash SR up on front. It's full sense with turtle control.
Oh, was an attempt on Nezia's life, but he gets out just like that. Full sense. I felt like the reaction was a bit too much, the Glorious Pathway and this Phantom Steed. But with Tenacity not being around the turtle area, it ends up paying off quite well. And again, Tenacity wants to play for tempo. Full sense, this is what they want to happen. They have a proper composition with some really solid backline damage. I feel Tenacity now is the one panicking. They're not getting the things that they want to happen in this 5-minute point.
That's true. I feel like Tenacity at this point might be just a little bit too worried because they're supposed to be the team that has so much early game tempo, right? That they're supposed to be the ones who are completely in control, but they're getting showed up here by Full Sense. It's slow, right? The gap is super small, but it's there. You can feel it. And I think Tenacity knows.
There's a suspicion for sure, man. And you can see the zoning here, the positioning of Full Sense to keep their eyes and knowing where Tenacity is rotating to. It's really good. And Dominic now, he was shut down earlier, but now he has 1 kill. Double PZ looking for a chance to make a play. Won't go for it though. All right.
Definitely a better start for Dominic, right? Earlier it was like 1-3, 1-4 on the Yu Zhong early on, and he was making a lot of risky plays, but this time does feel like he's more stable and he's able to just play around his team a lot better now. And let's see if they can keep that up though. Right now we do see Water has decent damage on the Suyo, but having a harder time chunking in that high loss, so that's a good sign for Hasaki. Maybe not, maybe it might be turned out a little bit more differently compared to game number 1 or 2, where he was a high loss who just got bursted and blown up.
Oh, right now looking at some of the items, Queen's Wings already for Dominic, so that's gonna be huge in the next big team fight. And Hasaki already has a Radiant Armor, and that works so well against the Scythian, but also against the Alice. Alright, so the long drawn-out fight is exactly what Full Sense are looking for. So they gotta be careful. They're positioning on the turtle. It seems like Tenacity is just gonna go for a steal onto the orange buff and let this one go.
Yeah, I don't think they want to do anything further here. Tenacity just doesn't have the license. They do not have the permission from Full Sense to contest for it. And slowly but surely, again, the goal lead isn't big, but it's enough that you're gonna get locked into your turret. I think that's happening right now as well. Hasaki from the back with that glorious pathway, beautifully layered with the Fury of the Phoenix. Only enough taking out Dominic though. So 1 for 2 here, or 1 for 1 rather. And while all that's happening, obviously they're trying to macro their way into a better team fight on the next Lord. But they're just trading at this point. Like, who is actually getting the gold?
That's basically it, man. The gold difference is very minimal, despite the fact that Full Sense has 3 neutral objectives. So Tenacity is farming much better. And now diving to top side. Oh,
yeah, that's beautiful. Water just not gonna be able to last long. One of the perks of picking up that Leomord is, of course, you get so much more crowd control on your own and damage, right? So if you pair that up with a Farsa, usually very difficult to handle. And speaking of handling that, Hasaki alongside Dominic handling that trio pretty good, while Nezha finishes off that turret.
Back to waiting game. Tenacity are playing so passive. It might be a mental thing. It could be a mental fatigue. The fact that they lost might also demoralize them, but the aggression and the ferociousness we saw from Tenacity in game 1 is nowhere to be seen, man. They are playing it super safe, wanting to go for the late game angle, but this time, again, the opposition also has a Claude, also has a Farsa. Just getting to the late game doesn't always get you a full-on advantage.
I mean, that's true. It feels like they're just not used to the tempo as well. I don't know if they just got super discouraged. Maybe they're playing safer than they should. All of the wins, all of the things that happened in last game, I think really contributed to them being a lot more passive here in game number 3. I don't blame them. At the very least, they're keeping the lead very, very low. So they have that, right? I guess they don't want to give away too much and just risk completely losing the game. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
Could be it. Both teams seems to be stuck in the 20-minute mindset at 10 minutes. Look at this though, Full Sense making a move. And it's a proper front to back. They spot the members of Tenacity. This is the kind of fight that they want.
Yep, goes for the fight right away here. Looking at beautiful Fury of the Phoenix. Nezha gonna be able to burst out that Lord so quickly. And now it's looking like Full Sense just wants to fight. And this time, Tenacity are gonna come out on top. 2 gone. Lord goes over the Full Sense, but I don't think they'll be able to actually maximize it quite yet. Although they did delay the take, right? It's still going to be able to spawn. Man, I think both junglers didn't expect that Lord to get killed so quickly. Nesha was actually the one who took it.
And look at this. They're trying to defend the Lord from the hands of Tenacity. So Jinwoo is in the area though. Double PZ has got to be careful. And wow, they're spending Major up top.
Yep, big one here though with the Throne of Ruin. Everyone is locked in. That's a very tight corridor. I don't think you want to take that if you could.
Oh.
Looks like they're gonna take it anyway. Going with that Fury of the Phoenix. One more going down. That's a double for Water. They're pushing back double PZZ. They're also pushing back Dominic, who can't really make it. And gives his body over for a triple. What was that about?
That is 40 stacks on Water Skypiercer, I think. Man, Full Sense, I don't know what they were trying to do. If they wanted to defend the Lord and push with it, why did they send Nizia up top? Like, it's so greedy. It's the exact same thing that Tenacity was doing earlier, right? They wanted to go for a Lord rush, and they sent their gold into the top side. This is the exact same thing. And then in the fight, yeah, it was looking really good for Full Sense, but especially after that, oh man. Water just comes in full HP, gets some quick Skypiercer stacks, dude. Like they needed to respect the chance for Water to pop off like that.
And that's Dominic with a complete donate, by the way, at the tail end of that whole fight. Really unnecessary and unwarranted. Now you have a little bit of a fight happening once more. Another engage here by Song Jin-woo, followed up. But looks like that's all their crowd control gone. They're gonna try to fight it, but they actually might have to make a run for the hills. Dominic is chasing. Nezha and Hasuki is following suit. No ultimates available, but you know what? Tenacity lost one.
Good strike back right there. BS was stuck in the front. Couldn't really get back in time. It was such an aggressive dive from Sung Jin Woo as well, dude. The sort of ruin into a flicker. Like, again, it's great. It would have been great if it worked out too, but was it really necessary? Like, the game isn't won just yet. There's 10 seconds to go here for yet another Lord. It can really swing both ways. It seems like Tenacity is just really desperate to kind of keep some distance between them and Full Sense.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? Again, trying to make sure that nothing too local happens. Making sure that, you know, at least if we lose, we know how we lost, right? That's what they're thinking. But Tenacity, you know what? I still believe that they have a lot of crowd control that they can use to maybe do a one guy pick off. If they can find double PZZ, that would be massive. Maybe Nezha. But right now, they do have a massive amount of control there on that Lord. Not even enough time to go for a retreat battle, but look at this fight. It's looking very good for Tenacity. They're cleaning up house. They're going to lose out 3 members here. And Full Sense, again, they got that Lord, but at what cost?
It's the same story, man. Kills for the neutral objective. And they barrel down mid lane without minions, though. They're going to wait on it. I don't think they'll get to the base turret, but the Lord is pushing, and the HP bars are still pretty low for Tenacity. They gotta be careful here. The last thing they want is to get ran down by Full Sense as they respawn. Are they even going for an end? Nah.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a negative Lord take if I've ever seen one, right? Let's like what they call that? Negative net gold. Negative net Lord gold. Something.
Yeah.
I forgot the term. But yeah, that's basically it for Full Sense, man. Those are the times where you probably wish you didn't just fight for the Lord too much and just try to go for the wipe. But you know what? They're going to try to go for the fight anyway with this one. Ong Jin-woo is soaking. He is shredding. And he is just forcing Full Sense back.
Wait. The waves on the bottom lane and the top lane. That's almost a base turret on the top side. That would have been catastrophic for Tenacity. Fight still going on though. BS up to his usual BS and can't really get much going. Let's see Athena as well. I think the big factor right here is that Full Sense have been using the Feathered Airstrike as a clearing tool. They're using it to take the Lord faster, and that is what's making their team fight fall further behind. I feel like, especially now with the next Lord, they're gonna learn their lesson, man. It's gonna be about some back row in the top side too, though.
Yeah, I think they should really learn their lesson at this point and make sure that your wave management is not slacking. Because I think that's what's really like holding them back as well from making like a really strong push. If you notice, the last pushes they've been making have only been happening like on one side, right? Like not mid. They're not really completely macroing like I thought they would, which again is a surprise for me. But maybe that's the result of them just, trying to play it safe.
Well, they set up the wave on top to push at like when the Lord is still like 30 seconds away. It's way too early. Now Tenacity can wait and clear at their convenience to make sure that it's timed perfectly for the Lord take. Look at this though. Asaki and BS trading blows, but nothing too serious, man.
Yep, nothing too serious for now. Some good damage done on Song Jinwoo, but nothing he can't just regen out of a big wave. And speaking of a big wave, they're fighting in it. They're gonna lose Lord, guys, pretty early on in that fight. Look at Griff right now. He's getting pressured so much, but he's able to actually get out of the way, and they take out Nezha instead. Nezha without their gold laner, that might be a big problem here. They're gonna fight around this Lord pit once more. 4v4 on the toe here. Flash S already used up Phantom Seed, already throwing up all the feathered airstrikes. BS barely staying alive. Will they be able to buy enough time? And they find Hazaki just like that. Songjin moves on side. Flash SR is completely on their vision. And now, Tenacity with a very solid, Lord take here and a random death by BS.
I mean, that's just unfortunate. The fact that the fight was going so well for Full Sense, but then Nezha jumps in and got immediately deleted. I didn't even see what killed him. He just disappeared off the map out of nowhere. The wave though was set up by
what do you call that? He dove into the synchrovision. That's why he probably didn't see.
Yeah, I think it's that and some other source of damage. The wave was managed by Tenacity though, so it was gonna push for them anyways. But the fact that Nezha got taken out there accelerated the chain of events quite handily. With a 3k advantage against a Claude Farsa, won't be an easy base take. It has to be double PZ.
Speaking of that Farsa,
way too close.
They were setting their eyes on the double PZZ, way too close for comfort. At least for now, they'll be able to walk on here and clear that Lord wave. Or will they though? Trying their very best. Some decent damage still on double PZZ, but at least he does not have their airstrike. They found Flash SR though. Flash SR going for Lord, guys, but actually will pay for it with his life. Hazuki up on front, not going to be able to revitalize out of that one. Here comes that Blazing Duet Winter Crown. But he's going to be gone just like that. And with their playoff hopes getting shattered right in front of their eyes, and layer after layer of crowd control, looks like that is going to be it for Full Sense. It's Tenacity with the Game 3 victory.
A valiant effort, man. The gestures here to stay quiet from water, shutting down the haters. It was a great effort from Full Sense. It really seemed so winnable, but Tenacity were just a bit sharper in the team fights, in the focusing. Man, they knew they couldn't match Full Sense when it comes down to the late game patience and discipline. They go the other route. They ensure that whenever double PZ or Nezha show up, they are ready for it, immediately blowing them up in every team fight, just denying a proper team fight altogether.
Yeah, that was a complete denial. Despite, I think you got it right. I think their firepower was mostly level for a majority of that game. It was always a question of who was gonna make like a stronger pickoff, or who was gonna go for like the wrong target. And more often than not, like plays like that from Flash SR could have worked out well for them, but the punish is just there, right? I mean, there was just no way that they could back up properly. Double PZZ didn't even have the Feather Airstrike there, so Flash SR definitely bit off more than he could chew in that last one. That really resulted that game for them. Otherwise, it felt pretty even.
And again, man, it's easy to say,
ขอ
but
แสดง
we
ค
have
วาม
an
ยินดี
interview
ด้วย
on
นะคะ
stage
เทนา
here.
ซิตี้ค่ะ ก็คือตอนนี้เนี่ยคะแนนก็คือได้เข้ารอบเพย์ออฟไปแล้วนะคะ ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วย ความรู้สึกเป็นยังไงบ้างคะวันนี้ที่เราได้แต้มมาแล้ววันนี้
ก็ดีใจเหมือนเดิมครับ
ยังอึ้งอยู่หรือเปล่า ยังอึ้งกับชัยชนะอยู่เมื่อกี้อยู่หรือเปล่า เพราะว่าเกมมันค่อนข้างที่จะตึงมากเลยเมื่อกี้
ก็ไม่นะครับ เพราะว่า
ไม่เนอะ
มีวอเตอร์อยู่ครับ
อ่าน้ำเอาให้วอเตอร์ล่ะคะความรู้สึกเป็นยังไงบ้าง
ผมก็รู้สึกชิวๆครับไม่ได้อะไรมากครับเพราะคิดว่ายังไงก็ชนะอยู่แล้วครับ
ยังไงก็ชนะอยู่แล้วไม่มีความกดดันเลย ไม่มีเลยโอ้โหผ่านมาเกินครึ่งซีซั่นแล้ว รู้สึกพอใจกับเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ของทีมเราไหม
ตอนนี้ก็พอใจมากครับ
แล้วเราจะแบบว่ามีเพิ่มแผนปรับเปลี่ยนแผนอะไรไหม
มีแน่นอนครับเดี๋ยวต้องรอชมในรอบเพลย์ออฟ
น้ำล่ะ
เดี๋ยวรอเจอมาที่ผมครับ
โอเค คิดว่าอะไรคือจุดเด่นของทีมเราแบบว่าการเล่นที่รู้ใจหรือว่าแบบการซ้อมมาเยอะมากๆจนมันแบบว่ารู้มือกันหมดแล้ว
ก็จะเป็นความกล้าเล่นซะส่วนใหญ่ครับ
ความกล้าเล่น
เล่น
เรากล้าที่จะเปิด
ใช่ครับเราเล่นเหมือนในซ้อม
แล้วตัวจริงเราชอบเปิดก่อนไหม
ไม่ครับ
ไม่
แค่ในเกม
แค่ในเกมน้ำล่ะ
ทีมผมยังซ้อมกันไม่ถึงอาทิตย์เลยครับแล้วก็ชนะหลายทีมได้แล้วครับ
โอเค อ่อนซ้อมแต่ไม่อ่อนคอเนาะนี่คือคำถามวัดใจเลยท่านวอเตอร์หลงป่าแล้วโทรเรียกเพื่อนมาช่วย1 คนเลือกใคร
ซองจินบูอยู่แล้วครับ
ทำไมอันนี้จะช่วยเราได้จริงใช่ไหม
ไม่แน่ใจเหมือนกัน
ไม่แน่ใจเหมือนกันแล้วถ้าสลับกันเราติดป่าเรียกเพื่อนมาช่วยได้1 คน
ก็ต้องวอเตอร์อยู่แล้ว
เฮ้ย
เพราะว่าวอเตอร์เล่นป่า
เอาป่ามาช่วยถ้าหลงป่าโอเคสัปดาห์นี้เนี่ยคือแฟนๆไม่ใช่แค่สัปดาห์นี้ทุกสัปดาห์ที่เทนามาแฟนๆมาเชียร์กันเยอะมากเลยไหนมีอะไรจะบอกกับแฟนๆไหมจริงๆทางออนไลน์ก็ไอ้น้ำดีวะโอ้โหเทนาเต็มไปหมดเลยมีอะไรบอกกับแฟนๆหน่อยได้ไหม
ขอบคุณที่มาเชียร์ครับผมขอบคุณครับ
โอเคซองจินวูค่ะ
ขอบคุณที่มาเชียร์เหมือนกันครับ จะทำให้ดีในทุกๆแมตช์ครับ
โอ้โหขอเสียงแฟนคลับเทนาหน่อยได้ไหมคะโอ้โหแฟนคลับ อันนี้คืออะไรดีใจโอเคค่ะเดี๋ยวให้น้องๆ2 คนนะคะไปพักกันก่อนเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Well, again, it's great to see the passion, man. It's very commendable. It's the claim was that they are actually the hidden older brother in the Southeast Asian region, and I think, we've been very impressed with how the scene seems so like developed, despite the fact that technically it's new. I think it's they're really, showing us.
I think so. There's been a lot of like 5 players who've been really showing up on a lot of people's radars as well, and games like this are really showcasing exactly why they're starting to really get picked up. I like it, and I'm hoping that we can see more games like this eventually. Wow, consecutive free game series, by the way. So all of our teams really pushing it to the limit. But again, with that, I'm pretty sure that Full Sense are not gonna be able to playoffs. But congratulations, MVP for that one is gonna be Water on that Suyo.
2-1 and 2 with the Sky Piercer. He had a very slow start, man. Tenacity had not a lot of moments to really go in there and get kills, but once the fight started getting sporadic, Water just flowed like water, quite literally, and found his way into the back line. I think it starts here, right? He's 2-1 and 0, maybe 1 stack if I'm not mistaken. But look at how he's positioned, man. He knows the right timing. He comes in with the stun, so he can't really be focused. Cooldowns are all down. Stays in the bush. Picks up Dominic. Immediately 30 stacks just right there alone. And afterwards, even when the team kind of goes YOLO, look at the composure on Water here, because we're highlighting him. Doesn't really go in immediately. Waits for the right opportune moment. And here, he comes into the whole fray late. Duels Dominic as the whole team fights elsewhere, but he still gets the kill, gets the chase, helps his team out, understanding that, hey, it's fine. If they take out the Lord, but they lose multiple members, we can still find ways to make this value for us. And he just stays in the backline with his team, and there's no dive capability from the side of Full Sense, right? Dominic was the only guy that can really be a real solo threat. So Water just had all the time in the world to react.
He did. And he literally flowed like water in this one. Mr. Lee would be very
Bring out the
proud of
Miyagi
that.
voice, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, was that Miyagi? Did Miyagi say that? All right. I thought that was
you
like
know.
Bruce Lee or something.
Yes, it is Bruce Lee. Yes, you're right.
It's Bruce Lee. All right. So at the end of the day, I think not brute forcing a lot of these fights. It was slower than we wanted. I'm gonna admit that it's a little slower than I wanted, but it got there anyway, and he got actually a massive KDA with that one. So a big congratulations to Tenacity. I guess they were like playing more around Song Jin-woo, making sure that they could utilize the Throne of Ruin before they go for the engage, which sometimes could get punished. But at the end of the day, they made the better decisions, man. And who can blame him for it, right?
I think they didn't even make too many big decisions. They were playing so reactive, which is why maybe it seemed passive, right? It's so safe. It's Full Sense that went for these risky, like, rush Lords, use all the ultimates to get the Lord, lose 3 members. That's not necessary. Initially, when the fights were really starting out, you can see the hesitation in Tenacity. They don't really think it's a good idea to just barrel through in a Lord dance towards Full Sense. Because even like they had the Yuzong, for example, as a zoning tool, but they weren't unable to use it all that well. Tenacity kept finding their way into the fights. So by all means, there could be improvements for both teams, but today it's Tenacity's day, and it's a hard-earned victory, and they are sure to learn a lot from it.
Yeah, for sure. Learning is part of the process here. For season 1, we don't expect everyone to, be complete gods in macro and again decision making, like we mentioned earlier. So it's all part of the plan, step by step. We're getting there, and I think Tenacity just definitely making their case. I'm checking the standings. It would appear they're very high up. Yeah, they're very high up here, very close to that
number 2?
coveted second place. I think they could be number 2, right? Checking. Huh. Looks like they are second place now. Wow.
There you go. Dang. Great. And again, some people might think that they want to see a cleaner game against Full Sense, right? If they are number 2. But, so many factors play into the performance of the day, man. Your mental condition, your physical condition. Who knows what happened right before the match begun, right? They watch a sad movie, Who knows?
You're right. Those are big factors. I'm not gonna say anything against that. That affects me. Maybe they had that very dramatic track playing in their ears. So you never know. And hopefully they'll have a better try next time. Full Sense, by the way, completely out of playoff contention, confirmed at this point.
It was a nice effort, man. But tonight, it's Tenacity's movie. And with that, we'll be taking a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, me, Arashi, and Rockhard will be back for the 3rd match after the short break.
เติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติม Richman Shop No 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
กลับมามันกันต่อนะคะกับการแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะก็เป็นการแข่งขันในคู่ที่ 3 ของวันนี้แล้วนะคะโอ้โหบรรยากาศการแข่งขันในวันนี้เนี่ยบอกได้เลยว่าวันนี้มีแต่คู่แบบเดือดๆนะคะมีให้ได้ลุ้นกันตลอดเลยทั้ง2คู่ที่ผ่านมานะคะเดี๋ยวเรามารอดูกันว่าคู่ที่ 3 ของเราเนี่ยจะมีอะไรให้ลุ้นหรือเปล่าเพราะว่าคู่นี้นะคะเป็นการเจอกันนะคะของทีมมังกรน้ำเงิน Hydra Esport นะคะเจอกับทีมรวมตำนานอย่าง Solic Esport ค่ะเดี๋ยววันนี้นะคะเรามาดูกันว่าแผนของ Hydra นะคะที่เตรียมไว้จะสามารถสู้กับประสบการณ์กว่า200 ปีของทีม Solic ได้หรือเปล่าค่ะโอ้โหแน่นอนนะคะว่าในวันนี้ทีม Solic นะคะเขาเนี่ยต้องการคะแนนนี้อย่างมากเลยนะคะแต่ก็ไม่รู้นะคะว่าแผนของเขาเนี่ยจะทำให้ Hydra เนี่ยได้คะแนนไปหรือเปล่าหรือว่า Hydra เนี่ยจะดับฝัน Solic นะคะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วค่ะพิธีกรพร้อมแล้วแคสเตอร์พร้อมแล้วนะคะนักแข่งของเราค่ะพร้อมแล้วเช่นเดียวกันค่ะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Well, back at it again. It's me, Arashi, with Rock Hard for the third match of MSL Thailand Season 1, Week 4, Day number 3. It's been a crazy best of 3 for both matches. And now finally at the third. I'm kind of nervous, Rock Hard. I don't know about you.
Why are you nervous, Arashi? Come on, what's up, man? It's just Hydra Esports versus Solix.
I don't know what to expect, man. I haven't actually gotten to see both these teams play, so maybe that's why it's extra exciting for me.
Oh, I see. Well, one thing's for sure, right? Solix, I think, really performed a lot more than I anticipated. Because, yeah, I think I was also here when they casted that one game. I mean, they were against Valley 5. There you go. Or no. That was Full Sense. All right, Full Sense. And I think it was also a sweep. And I think I'm from that performance, I would say, they didn't really beat Full Sweep in such a crazy dominant way, but they're obviously very strong on macro, right? And I think that's saying something, considering Tenacity had a hard time with Full Sense earlier anyway. So I would say that Solix has a really strong foothold of this. And I just want to bring up that they're also fighting for their tournament life here, because they are currently still number 6.
Oh man, right on the edge there. It must be a very nerve-wracking spot to be in, man, because you don't really know, right? Today against Hydra Esports, though, I think a lot of people are expecting this to be a bit more one-sided. Unfortunately, Hydra, man, they're having tough times right now. I think I've casted one of their games, and it does seem like there were problems. Was hoping they could have improved and recovered on time, but right now at number 10, at least they have nothing to lose, right? They can just go crazy, go for it. And just like earlier, E-Arena seems to have tried to do that, and they were able to get some success.
Maybe it's time to bring out the Layla, right? I mean,
the Layla.
No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, that's something that E-Arena tried. So you know what? We haven't seen Eudora in a while. Maybe nothing to lose. Let's go ahead and try it out. But for Solix, it's a lot more serious for this one, because obviously they're hanging by a thread here. So in all seriousness, I do feel like Hydra Esports, you're right. They might play better with nothing to lose here. But if you base it on these previous games, you're gonna have to say Solix does look like a really strong opponent. I think that, we saw this. They went a little bit crazy here. Part of this was, I think, when Valley 5 just went a little overzealous. But as I was saying, their macro was really on point. They knew when to take these fights. They knew when it was a bad idea to take these fights. And they played around their opponent's mistakes very well. So I would say not completely as dominant as a team like KOG, but definitely getting up there.
Well, I mean, from what I can see right here, I was impressed with the setups for the team fights. The EXP lane Sherry there, definitely having some great few moments. On the other hand, though, for Hydra, as you can see here, the drafts aren't awful, right? There are win conditions available to them right there, but it just seems like they lack that next level understanding, and through that weakness, a lot of teams have been able to actually get the better of them. Like they would have a strong hero, but the hero will be outplayed macro-wise or outplayed, in combination. Like maybe in the 1v1, the hero would win, but then their opponents would pitch them up to v2, and that skews the balance immediately. So I feel like that's the problem. Hydra needs to study up a lot more and get their fundamentals in order before even talking about, the next level stuff.
I'm completely in agreement with that. Get your fundamentals and basics down first. I think that's already, I hope we're not being too harsh, but really Hydra, in the games I've seen them play, really do have a lot of micro to kind of boil down on them. So obviously we'll see them here, as we are going to see Solix first. It's Sherry, Daddy Carter, Mimar, Xiao, and Moss. I'm really happy when I saw their games, and I casted their game in a pretty rough spot as well. They were still gunning, and they're trying to still climb the ladder, and they are now kind of in a better position compared to when I last saw them. But that doesn't mean that Hydra is going to be a pushover in this one.
Absolutely not. Looking at the head coaches here, Elmzin and Zin though. Wow, very similar names, just saying. But yeah, they seem confident. Some mind games are happening right here. Ooh, you can see the tension between both teams.
Ooh.
For Hydra, this is definitely where they want to try and get something, anything, right? The popular adage is that when you're on the bottom, the only way to go is up. And I guess for Hydra, that's quite literally it. But hey, who's to say they can't really pull up an upset, right? The meta has been shifting. Some interesting picks have shown up. The Leslie won a game. I'm just saying, who knows what could happen? As we take a look at the head-to-head here for the players, Watson against Cao Cao. Overall, actually not too far difference. The KD ratio and the team fights though, that's definitely where our eyes are at. But a 600 GPM to 700, I guess it's on average, right? But it's not too far off, right? So showing that Watson, despite the team's rate in victory, has still been able to keep up with the farm. And when we talk about fundamentals, farming is one of those core things, especially for a gold laner.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, right? They've got most
Fly
of
Clouds.
the sand weight on it. Flying Clouds. Is he gonna get it? A little bit on the left side of the draw here, brother. So maybe later. But Dangerous
Yes, sir.
Grass, yeah, definitely just elevates the usage of a lot of our, more gank reliant heroes. Always love a Hilda here. Always love Cho in these maps as well. That might open this up. Who knows, right?
Options are definitely available here. Seems that for Solix though, it's all about the EXP lane. For Almzin on Hydra, Marshall is a bit more straightforward, right? We usually see the Freyas too, especially when you're in second phase. There you go. Now will there be another EXP lane, or do they want to ban like the jungle and get let's say ban the Suyo, get the Harley, get a definitive edge in the jungle department?
Suyo feels like it's been a little bit 50-50 today. And I would say for Hydra, since they're having a hard time with contesting a lot of like jungles, I would actually be more on the side of maybe get them a Fredrin instead or a Baksha on the jungle for them. Just makes it just makes the upcoming possible Lord fights a lot more easier to manage. Suyo ban kind of just forces it in that direction as well.
All right. Will there be a Harley ban? That's the main question. That hero has been so oppressive whenever it's been let open. If it's not the Harley, it's the Sushin. So either way, Solix will get something very valuable. In fact, maybe not banning it will be the better idea, right? So Hydra can just trade one for the other. Hayabusa ban. That must be a respect type of deal here coming in from Hydra.
Yeah, that's massive respect, right? And that's just something, again, just watching games from Danny Carter, he kind of just plays onto that one. For Solix, though, they're not going to overthink it. Harley has been winning despite the numbers, despite some teams failing on it. Harley can definitely snowball hard, and I think that's a very good idea to target here. Get into that position where you can snowball hard. That's for Solix. But for Hydra, yeah, Coach Ao has a good idea here. Just hold that Zushin. Again, another tank jungler maybe. Not tank Uranus. Tank jungle, right?
Tank EXP laner.
Maybe. Tank XP. Yeah, that's 100% tank XP.
Unless you are actually hinting that they might go Uranus jungle. That's a bold prediction, man.
That's too much, honestly. I am a proponent of fun stuff. Uranus jungle's win rate though, I don't think I would risk that. No. But we do have the Kali. Again, this is Solix, just no frills, right? This is no frills gaming for Solix.
And you're seeing why the glue was banned out. They want to go with the Alice. This seems to be a power pick. We just saw the highlights earlier, and Sherry on the Alice was absolutely rocking the Throne of Ruin. So hey, two big teamfight ultimates to engage or disengage, and you got the Harley that can kind of do his own thing. Or the answer though for Hydra, it's gonna be the Leo Mord. So we're having a bit more of a, I don't know, a pressure, like sustain damage composition against a bit more of burst heavy coming in from Solix. And so far, burst seems to have the natural edge, although that's a Valier ban. So Hydra really believes that this front to back dive composition is gonna get them success.
Yeah, I really feel like the Valier is really popping up on a lot of scrims recently. That's probably why it's very valid to go ahead and just control it as much as you can. We have seen him literally wipe the board, right, with a whole team. So I feel like, yeah, just control that mid lane, pick. Another mid lane ban would actually be nice. Maybe banning out heroes like the Eve or the Lilia, just so that this Leomord can kind of just go crazy as well.
The Eve definitely comes to mind, and it does seem like the idea is to go, you know, go for the mid laners here. Again, the Valier is already such a confusing pick to me personally, because usually with the Leomord, you can kind of just dash through that Valier, right? It's actually very vulnerable to heroes like the Leomord. Well, now, I guess it's either the Eve or... Oh, they actually go for the Setian instead. They're concerned about that passive, man. They might have any some kind of gank angle in mind, and the passive will stop a lot of those.
For sure. And stopping him is already step one. There you go, that Setian. I feel like, you know, a lot of people kind of just underestimate Setian right now. I would like to, again, just see more Lilia at these points. It feels like the right move, especially since, you know, Leomord likes to soak into the middle of a big pack. But my problem with, you know, this lineup here for Solix is they're, again, just so magic damage heavy. They will need like a really big carry here, right, for the Uranus. So, you know, their survivability is a little bit questionable for me, although they do have an Alice in the Khalid.
Well, yeah, they have to shred through 3 big fighters though. And again, we've seen this before, like a 3 beefy composition with the Tsushin. It's a lot of dive. It's not a combo to counter engage from Solix, but they definitely want some more damage output, some AoE damage along with that. Oh, okay, so it's just the Eve, pretty generic, and the carry. Straightforward, man. There's not a lot of fluff here for Solix. It just makes sense.
Yeah, that's right. And that's why, you know, that's what kind of worries me as well for Solix, is this is kind of predictable, right? I think you and I saw this coming a mile away. So that might actually be dealt with pretty easily here, pretty handily here by Hydra, depending on, you know, how willing they are to fight, go lane toe to toe. I would say Claude is okay. Bruno is a little difficult, but doable. But yeah, it's Claude.
Right.
All right.
I think
it's okay for me.
Claudius brings too much value, man. Like, it's AoE, the mobility too. So, all right. Now the cards are dealt already. Off the bat, I do think that there's way more counters, quote unquote, from Solix for Hydra. But again, if Hydra gets going early, they can force their game plan onto Solix instead.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like, especially late game, Hydra does feel like they can have, you know, more firepower, more AoE. I always like better AoE in my teams. If you like crowd control, I like it when teams don't just all go single target, which is it's like my big pet peeve. Is like, you kind of forget that you have to clear waves. Some teams kind of forget that, and they just try to win out a team fight, and then they forget, oh wait,
right,
I can't clear wave. I'm a what's a hero that does that? Like, I'm a Novaria. Like, I can't clear wave properly without, you know, I hate it when they do that. But looks like in this one, it looks like a good balance of crowd control and good damage from both sides. I would say more assassination potential on the side of, you know, Solix, but other than that, could be a fair fight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 between Solix and Hydra. Let's see how this one goes, man. The damage output, or lack thereof of damage output from the side of Hydra, concerns me, but off the bat already, that's the Khalid trying to be aggressive. Moss has got to be careful though.
Okay, so at least for
We call
now,
battle.
we know these guys are just gonna have some fun. They know they can't really kill each other too much without suffering any major consequences. For now, though, I'm keeping my eyes against just on this mid trio here of Solix. At this point, Nongyo, get too deep there. You know you don't have the revitalize anymore. Very, very close here. I like that, right? You saw that move from Moss trying to bait out the Galakasha. Very slick move. Didn't work though.
Yep. One more Void Blast and that would have been it for Nongyo though. The Vitalize has been used. There won't be a little fight either way though, so Clover K gets some value out of there. Both teams playing it really slow. The only real action we're seeing is in the mid lane. And honestly, the Yves can play so safe in the situation. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, that kind of hurts, man. Nongyo, to be able to survive here, and Moss is actually going to go down first blood. A bit more magic damage can just soak in, and Deadly Magic was able to get a little bit of revenge, but there's Outcon. He's coming for you. That's a Uranus. Can't really skirmish too much or too heavily against it. Could be punished here. Sherry is close by. The world gonna be flickering over there. Just make sure don't get locked in, but you still get locked in anyway with the Throne of Ruin. But you locked him in. Can you dish more damage? That is the question for Solix. Looks like because of that, they're gonna get pushed back, and that's a whole lot of nothing for both of these teams.
Well, the Revitalize was used up, but so is the Throne of Ruin. Oh, Clover K! See you later! Smell you later. That's the burst damage at work for Solix. Takes the turtle now too. Outcon trying to push them away, but it won't be possible. Man, it's a slow game until a burst of action really happens. And unfortunately for Hydra, Solix has so much more speed and acceleration, if you want to use racing terms.
That's true. It's funny because it's also very random, right? Feels like they skidded or hit a skid or something. I don't know. It was just not as accurate as I thought they would be.
Definitely wasn't what we were expecting, but Nongyo taking a lot of punishment. The poke damage coming in from Solix is gonna be a huge problem, man. Because it's Yves, but it's also Danny Carter on the Harley. Keep getting that mixed up, but Outcon is tanky, but is he tanky enough?
All right, Uranus shielding, one of the best heroes to actually absorb Deadly Magic because you kind of get caught by surprise, but how much regen Uranus actually does, right? It's so hard to calculate against that. Now it just feels like if you stick with the Harley, you should be able to save more of your teammates, right? If your enemy Harley is on you as a Uranus, and that just means you're giving more space to your other teammates. That seems to be the case here. Topside, by the way, they've been slapping each other like kids on the playground for like the past 4 minutes. Seem to be very happy they just one-on-one.
I think Xiao has an advantage though. XP-wise, he's almost a level ahead. Oh, taunt immediately. Danny Carter!
Yeah, Danny Carter is in trouble here. Lock in with a real world, but not going to be able to get help here at all by me marks. Just kind of underestimated the damage that can come from Zushin here in this game, and because of that, they will have a big space to play with coming into turtle number 2. Outcon up on front. Watson is close by, so they cannot just go in willy-nilly. Sherry up on front. Get some decent damage on his Alice though. Outcon being a very pesky Uranus. Can tank most hits coming from Solix, but not for long. They're gonna go for that turtle, and it's gonna go over the Clover K. However, it will also be a trade. XP for XP. Still a net positive here for Hydra.
Man, that's confusing because both teams are trying to play it so slow. It's almost like they're trying to bait each other until the last possible second. So even the Flicker Throne of Ruin from Sherry came in so late, barely enough time. But Clover K was still able to get the retry. And throughout the whole time, Xiao was in the area, but he was not participating in the fight. You know, if he regrouped his team before before they kind of like set up for the neutral objective, that would have been a huge deterrent to Outcon, and it would have pushed him back away and allowed his team to get more space to set up for a surprise of their own.
That's true. I really like those surprises are how you really get like big advantages. And now we're back on a bit of a stalemate. I don't kind of understand why. It's just so hard to actually just force yourself to make plays here, but they're gonna try anyway. That's a free man unbreakable. Love it, and the engagement coming here from Hydra, and Outcon with a double kill. Solix did not expect that.
Completely disrespected it, man. There was nobody on the map. That was a 3-man taunt from Nongyo into a Avatar of the Guardian. That was perfectly played by him. Ooh, purple. Still taken by Danny Carter. He still has his buff, fortunately. But that's a massive setback. There are lots of turret off the back of that play as well.
Yeah, that's a massive loss in terms of your economy. You were basically a 1k ahead, and now it swung 2k the other way. And HD just very happy to just
Danny Carter
keep pushing. MLBB gonna go down without a fight here, but the fight just arriving a little bit too late. Moss gonna be able to quicksand guard under the turret. Outcon could be in trouble as well while Cherie is fighting. Not gonna be a fair trade here for Hydra. They let go of a lot more in that team fight. And suddenly we are back on even Stevens on gold.
Man, Moss with the baits, dude. He's been trying to go for like a quicksand guard bait all the way since the beginning of the game. Danny Carter, though, despite the setbacks, found that deadly magic pickup that he was looking for. He was desperately looking for. And that's the beginning of a turn of tides for Solix. They can't get any structures, though, unfortunately. Hydra guarding it very carefully, playing it safe, waiting for Outcon to open up the map.
Yeah, they're trying to open up as much as they can, obviously. Outcon, very always attempting to go for these. And this time around, I think there should be anti-heal locked in because Outcon did not survive long in that one.
Oh, the glowing wand against a carry, you know, with a real manipulation, like, you don't really survive that. The fact that Nongyo used the AOG, he almost found out one more kill. This is why on the Uranus, I don't quite like just a flicker. I feel like something like a sprint, something like a vengeance would help you out a bit more, but Melby not taken out. Danny Carter, though.
Whoa! Alright, Clover got a little bit outplayed there. Just a tad, just a smidge, trying to bait out. I like that Danny Carter actually stuck around in that general area, seeing if maybe his teammates can get a kill off of that. But overall, just surviving there is actually already massive for Solix. Green Salsa was already like doing such a good job in staying alive on that carry. I can only imagine how strong that is going to be doing. Goodbye there, my friend. Watson, though, going to be able to at least lifesteal back. That could have been really bad if there weren't any minions there, but he got one jungle creep. He's alive.
Too close for comfort, man. Showing again the burst damage potential. Danny Carter trying to pull a fast one. He's going to go for Watson again.
Yeah, trying to go for it once more. Mid lane is getting sieged on while the bottom lane is already gone. Now they're going to go ahead and just even this out. Don't forget, there's also Lord coming up in the next 3 seconds of the game.
Right.
Which is, I'll be honest, Outcon cannot just go willy-nilly here, right? He cannot do this alone. I think he has to go with the rest of his team now. You know, if you don't want to risk getting bursted down, which Solix has proven that they can right here.
AOG to try and get some kind of punish. They saw Danny Carter down there clearing. In fact, he's still pushing here. He knows there's no way for Hydra to rush the Lord because they lack the damage. Manipulation already used onto Watson.
Oh! They're gonna go. Cherie is gonna get taken out. Again, Danny Carter is actually pretty far away from this fight, but you know what? Solix says, let's go ahead and fight anyway. Here comes Danny Carter on the side. He did get a turret on bottom, so that's more gold for Solix. They also was able to fight basically a 4v5 and still come out on top. So I would say, you know what? Solix is in a very good position right now.
Man, that was so valuable for Solix. a free structure and then a winning fight afterwards. Man, the fact that Cherry was surviving for so long shows you again that there's just not enough damage. Especially when Memarks pops the real world installation right onto Watson. There's nothing Watson could do, right? He just got zoned out, and without the claw damage, who is going to take out the Alice? The Khalid? These are all very tanky heroes that has a ton of built-in healing.
That's true. Look at that. Oh my goodness. All that oomph is just getting thrown onto the floor there. Zaza goes down. That's going to be the carry removed from the play. I'm sure the Riz very happy with that one, but looks like Danny Carter is going to be here looking to clean this up, looking to save the day here. Nice swap-a-rooney look at the tag team being done by Memarks, and Danny Carter here with the slick footwork. And you saw that, bro. I'm looking at the player camera. They are scratching their heads. They are wondering what is happening right now. They are getting outplayed by 2 remaining members of Solix.
Honestly, man, fighting that even though your main gold laner got taken out, that was a very, very bold move, but it paid out because of the fact that they have a Yi, right? This is a mid laner, but also constant DPS, a lot of Void Blast every 2 to 3 seconds. So he was serving as the primary DPS tool for the team there, and it worked out. Like, Hydra underestimated the amount of damage that was still available without the carry present. And they have paid the price, man. Base tower on the bottom side, and still a siege share built up by Solix.
Yeah, that was very big price to pay. Looking at the fight here, Clover and Danny Carter 1v1 this time around. No space for you to run. Finally able to take out Danny Carter at the end. And now they're searching it up. They're trying to look for more. But for now, Solix is going to be pretty happy with that 3k gold lead and those turrets taken out.
So good right now. The gold lane hasn't really been touched. Cao Cao is having a gold advantage. Already the win of nature as well. And technically the only real magic damage is Uranus and the Sushin. The Gatot's first skill has some magic damage, but not enough to really be concerned about. You have to look towards Memarks' items though. The double wand into the Divine Glaive immediately. Probably a Wishing Lancer after, but Cherry!
Oh, look at that. Cherry's up on front, able at least throw at the Throne of Ruin, but he's gonna be taken out without basically an answer. So Solix, for some reason, just letting go of that gas pedal, even using a Raging Sandstorm defensively. So I guess they're trying to buy some time here for Sherry. It's 20 seconds, and 5 seconds on the next Lord means they will be out positioned if they're not careful. Well, luckily for Solix, there are multiple members of Hydra are split up. Claude is on top side. Watson clearing that wave for now. So you know what? Cherry will be back in time for this Lord fight, but looks like Danny Carter has actually found the Leomord so early on. Risking himself though. That is very, very crazy. Able to space escape on out of there, even dodging that AOG. This is insanity here. All of their skills being used basically to hunt down Danny Carter and then punished by the rest of his team.
He just straight up won that fight. He might have won the game for the team based off that. How did he survive? Well, if the gun completed, there's a wave available right here. Watson buying time for 4 more seconds for Clover K.
And that's it. Oh my goodness, I'm literally mind blown. What the heck did we just watch? Danny Carter literally playing like an NBA player, breaking ankles left, right, and center. Solix clutched it out in a 1-0.
Danny Carter, wow. Apparently, from my Google results, he's a football player. But he definitely struck the goal on that one. Man, what was that, dude? It was looking so close, looking quite difficult. But then he goes for the solo kill. This will already delay the Lord take. He dodges the flicker play. And then afterwards, at that point, Hydra was just too deep. So they fully committed and they take the price, dude. No ultis available to zone out the carry. No survivability tools to really tank some damage. That's insane, dude. That's the most abrupt victory we've seen today, I think.
That was insanity. Honestly, man, Danny Carter. My brain just melted on that one. That was so good. I mean, not just because of the moves, right? Not just because it looks so fancy or what. It actually baited out so many skills. The moment that Cao Cao and the rest of the team arrived, they did not have anything to fight back. Single-handedly done by one guy, Danny Carter. MVP performance I've ever seen one.
And you can tell that the hero mastery is there because you're one man down, you're in a Lord Dan situation. You see the jungler on the bottom lane. For me, I would be like, okay, there's no way he doesn't have any escorts nearby, but Danny was like, nah, I'm him. Goes in for the 1v1, takes him out. Unreal. The MVP is going to be Memarks though. 2-1 and 12, 88% kill participation on the Eve. He was the backbone on like most of the catches, technically. Everything else is a bit telegraphed. The Raging Sandstorm, the Throne of Ruin as well. But that real world manipulation, that's a bit more instant. And that was a lot of times what was used by Solix to really get the fight rolling. And with the double one setup into the Divine Glaive, the fight on the top lane, keep in mind, was only won because Memarks was able to output some of that damage. And we might see that in the highlights here for game number 1. Initially, it was Hydra trying to push the pace, push the tempo. Then afterwards, slowly but surely, man, they found solo kill moments like this with the overwhelming single target damage. And afterwards, this was that sporadic fight where they took out Watson, but then the fight kept on going. The carry was just a huge problem and there was never any real solution. And here was that fight that started off on the court of Hydra, but then there was a big combo, wasn't working out. Then Memarks though comes back in and slowly but surely whittles them down from a distance.
Yeah, that was just insane, right? I mean, if this game actually went on any longer, it could have been really still bad. This team fight, man, how did they even win that? That's just... There's so many things here in this game that really blew my mind. It was a pretty long game, but I think this is going to be the play. Again, so many ankles broken, man. So many ankles broken.
Bro.
They gotta check. You gotta get those feet checked. You know what I'm saying? They gotta get those checked.
Call the masseuse, man, because those ankles are suffering. Dude, even the AOG to secure the kill, that's how triggered they were. They lost their jungle when they had a man advantage. Now, on the other hand, they should not have let their jungle show without backup there too. But
true.
Credit to Solix for spotting the opportunity in that tight moment, right? You blink and you miss it.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, all of that just masterfully crafted to create a very confusing situation for Hydra. Despite, you know what, in this game, Hydra feels like they got a good grip, right? Their macro is pretty good, but they got outmaneuvered. Most of them really got outmaneuvered. Despite in this game, Hydra did everything by the book. You notice that they're doing everything by the book. The team fights, the juggles on the Lord, the way that they're managing the waves. It's very textbook, I gotta say. But you can't keep doing textbook all day, right? I mean, it's bound to fail eventually, and we saw that here.
I don't think fail is the right word, right? Yeah, of course. I think it's more on like when it's so textbook, it's so neat, right? Then your opponents who are also pro level players will also eventually know what you're gonna do because you're textbook, right? You need the clutch factor. You need to give them feints, to give them different looks. And I think Solix, Danny Carter was that guy. He brought in that X factor because everyone else was pretty straightforward, right? Xiao Xiao is just outputting damage on the carry. Sherry, big ultimates, buy time, heal up in the midst of a big team fight. But Danny Carter, the guy, was just doing his own thing. And that's the value of having an assassin in the jungle position, right? That's why the Suyos, and I guess earlier in the league, the Joys, and all these high mobility heroes have so much value, man. You can be so unpredictable.
And that again, I think this game also just highlighted one of the reasons why Harley's so good. It's also one of the most unpredictable heroes in this game. You think you know the cooldown of Space Escape, it actually just cooled down again. So it makes it such a difficult hero to actually deal with. And that's why you're right. You know, these scenarios where you're throwing out unpredictability on your opponent, you kind of see how they react. You see if they can kind of deal with it. And in this case, Hydra just really did not. So, take two, I guess. We still have a take two, but right now it feels like Hydra has a lot of studying up, to be honest, to do here.
Yeah, they gotta recover too, because again, they weren't losing that game too hard until that moment happened. And sometimes I wonder, right? Because I'm not a pro player, but would you rather lose a tough game, right? Or would you rather get 4 members having their ankles broken into a full-on wipeout into an end the way that game ended? I have no idea. I gotta ask some of the players here in ID their opinions, but it can't feel good, that's for sure.
You know how I know you're right? It doesn't feel good because I saw them earlier. I was watching their camera feeds, man. I was like, when they were fighting on top side, they were like, it was funny. It was really funny because how, right? That's literally mind blowing your opponent as the game is going, and that's just like that X factor that I want to see from Solix, right? That's the X factor that will really kind of give you a playoff spot eventually. But then again, we are not done. Don't forget, Solix is still at number 6. Now, that number 6 spot is very tricky because you have multiple teams that are currently tied with you. You have 3 teams at 3 points. You have Buriram, Solix, and Valley 5. And they're all separated by literally 1 game loss. So, it's not far that, they can still drop to 7 if they lose this. So, I think it's just Solix being very clutch. Solix knowing that this is very serious, guys. This is game time. We got to bring it. And they're absolutely playing out their minds because of that.
Oh boy. Now I'm trying to look at if there's anything they could have done from the drafts, right? To maybe get a bit more of an advantage. It was looking fine, but I've really highlighted the lack of damage. Right? If the Leomord snowballs and can be the sole damage dealer to execute those kills, it would have looked a lot better. But in that game, man, like Moss and Sherry kept getting out with a sliver HP, and there was no one else to watch out for. If you were Sao Sao, if I was the carry, I don't care what's going on everywhere else. My eyes are on the Leomord, right? That's the real danger. The Sushin can lift me up, but at some point with three or four items, if you try and lift up the carry will destroy you instead. So I think there's definitely amends possible for their drafting phase. But aside from that, they should probably also reconsider how they wanted to play. As in, are they focused on the jungle? Are they focused on the gold lane? Because I feel like a lot of moments there seem so improvised from Hydra. And sometimes it works, but sometimes, you that's when you try and catch the Harley and you end up wasting everything. I think a bit more of a calculated game plan might benefit them.
That's true. Definitely have a more calculated. Wow. Okay. You know what? I am gonna be.
Translation, please.
I am doing that right now. I am translating right now. Hold on.
Oh, you're right. We have technology. What am I doing?
Yeah, come on, man.
You gotta roll back the clip, though.
I translated it. It just says sold out. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, guys.
Wait, are you serious?
I don't know what that means. It literally means
sold out.
Sold out. What is that? What does that mean?
That could be like a cultural jargon from Thailand.
Maybe.
Or it's just like, it's just like lingo. It might stand for something, it might be some form of banter. But we have a substitution right here. The second substitution of the day. Like, dude, if I had a cent,
here we go again.
If I had a penny, a coin for every sub we've seen today, I'll have 2, which is not much, but it's odd that it happened twice.
You can do a lot with a penny these days,
Wait, no, wait,
Whoa.
Rockhard, is this another like? Is this a role change? instead of a proper substitute like we saw just earlier in match 1?
I think it is. I'm gonna have to. It was so quick though. Let me replay that real quick. So it was. It's BLC in, Nongyu out.
Okay.
And then it's another swap. Yuri in, Belby out. So it's like a 2-person swap.
No, it's a 2-person swap from the roam and the mid lane.
Oh.
And you gotta immediately wonder, like, what is this? Like, oh, against aggressive people we want this combo, against more defensive people we want this combo. Is that it? Why would you do a swap like this late into the season? That's a big move from Hydra.
At this point, Hydra, it feels like everyone just wants to play out what they want to do. So I think that Layla pick is starting to look a little bit more viable here, man. Starting to,
Why are you stuck on the Layla, bro?
I don't know. I just have that feeling, I have a feeling this pick is gonna come out sometime, so especially if you get a lot of gold lane bans. I don't know.
Man.
I don't know.
It's so vulnerable, man. I think you're gonna be feeling for quite a while. It's like, yo, how are you? I don't know, man. I in theory it works the same way like a carry, but even the carry has more mobility. No, you work more like an Ixia or like a Bruno. And
yes,
credit, that was a thing, right? Layla against Bruno. That was a very odd meta that we had, but I don't think it's viable, just purely off of the fact that there's so much danger heading your way. Maybe situationally, Rockhard. If all the stars align, then maybe.
All right, I can get behind that. Just look for a really funky draft. Not funny, sorry. Funky draft here. And it could work. Now, if I was Hydra, what would be a good way to throw off my opponent? Show off something they've never seen before. I'm just saying, Hydra, it's right there.
You're talking about the Harith jungle.
Whoa. I'm loco, but I'm not that loco, brother. I'm not sure about the Harith jungle here.
There were some changes that allowed the Harith to function better as a jungle. And in fact, I believe when I was at Midnight, when I was casting one of these days of MSL Thailand, we did see a jungle Harith. So, hey, never say never.
Never say never. You're right. Especially against a team that feels like, guys, we don't have anything to lose. Let's go. Let's just go. Let's have fun here. Right? You never know. And that's why I'm so excited. I am very, very excited for this. They look excited for this draft, right? So let's do it. You want to. Now, I'm still hoping that obviously we still get a very cohesive lineup. I don't want it to get out. Let me see if I can get what this means again. I guess they're throwing out the, what do you call that? I guess they're throwing out the translations. Because maybe it's possibly their last game. But this guy says when I practice, I'm stronger than anyone. But when I actually compete, I become weak.
Wait.
I hope that was correct translation.
Wait, that's crazy. All that packed into that one sentence?
Yeah. Seems so.
Interesting.
I'm good. If anyone's watching can confirm, please. I don't know.
Man, really, the language really fascinates me, dude. It has so much like history behind it. In a weird way, some alphabets that are used in Indo also look very similar. So it's so cool to me that something connects us from so far back.
Did you recognize something there? Like you recognize
absolutely
some stuff
not.
in there? Okay, I just wanted to check. But yes,
I think the guys from Bali
again,
might.
Oh.
Yeah.
You think they can? They're very similar to that.
They might. That's where I see it more often, right? It's the Sanskrit text that they usually do. It looks a bit similar, but probably. To be fair, right? To us, it probably looks similar. To the people who can actually read it, they're probably like, "What are you talking about?" It's so different.
way different. I can tell that sometimes happens. Like the same way that some people think, Japanese and Chinese are pretty similar, but then you look at it, it's like, wait, no, No, not really. Very far,
To,
far, right?
to
Some
be
people
fair,
would say,
Rockhard, like I speak a bit of both, and like some words are quite literally the same.
but the way they're
Really,
written,
really.
right? It's pretty, the curves are a bit, sharper. Some of the curves are
No. So there's extra alphabets, quote unquote, for Japanese, but for the most part, their traditional like text is still like the same characters that's used in Mandarin. So, hey, fun fact.
Really?
That's the same thing happening with Korea. Like the traditional text is actually still like the same characters for Mandarin, but then they have Hangul, right? They have like the new alphabets that make things easier for people.
I
Very
see.
cool.
So that's like it's their simplified version or something. Like the difference
In a
between
way.
simplified and traditional.
In a way,
I
simply
get
put,
you.
yes. Simply put, it's a whole
Again,
whole another rabbit
oversimplification
hole to
for
get
someone
into.
who doesn't. I'm pretty sure that'll be fun to study if you guys have free time.
Oh, yeah.
But other than that, yeah, learning a different language is very difficult as well. So go ahead and try, and you never know. You never know if you learn a new language, then you have a vacation and you want to go and visit. You find you might like it better. Sometimes that happens.
Maybe. Midnight was telling me like, it would be cool if you just keep casting for MSL Thailand, and then it will pick up on the language. And I was like, yes,
Oh, wow.
but also like this language has like multiple tones. You think Mandarin is difficult? There's 4 tones there. I believe the Thai language has like multiple. Like,
No
tonalities,
way. More than
Which
4?
is like more than 4. I believe so. So it is a very difficult language to learn, I think. So credit to all you
So
Thai speakers out there. It's a great language, man.
You're saying Thai can have like one word means 5 or 6 different things?
Like one sound, depending on the tone, can mean different things.
Oh my
type of deal.
God.
And fun fact, by the way, when they laugh, ha ha ha, in a chat room, they just
Yeah.
type 5, because 5 is ha.
Oh yeah,
in
I've
Thai.
seen that.
That's
I've seen
pretty
that
funny.
multiple
Yeah.
times. Yeah,
I
oh
love
my
that.
God, I don't know.
Just 5s.
I
all
want to know
across the
where
board.
that came from. Maybe
It's just good old internet culture. bro.
does the number 5 in their language sound a certain way?
It's ha.
So you're right. That's it.
Yeah, it's literally just like, instead of typing HA, let's just go 5. It's like, it's just a little bit of internet culture. Very cool.
Life simpler.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I
Efficiency
saw
is
it.
the name of the game.
All right, it's confirmed. You're absolutely right. I looked it up.
Wow, you doubted me,
more
rock hard.
fives- Bro, I had to double check because it was funny. It's for me, it's funny. I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. You can sound serious and not be actually serious.
What?
But I
Just
like
spread
it.
misinformation.
It was my initial, it was my initial idea about it. So
Gotcha. Okay.
okay, so are they doing ping checks because they swap players? I think they are, right? They should be.
That could be it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please be patient, though, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we have to do to ensure that proper, fair play is ensured, right? You don't want any, well, on one hand, any excuses or anything to like call out when the games go one way or the other.
You know what? You're right. Especially now, it might be a little, it might be a little light. The mood might be a bit lighter for Hydra, but it's 100% tense for Solix.
Dangerous
'Cause
Grass.
like we mentioned, yeah, Dangerous Grass.
Bang, dude.
Are you keeping score right now? What's their standing? Are we half?
3-3
3-3?
or something like
all right,
that?
all right.
I don't know. Nah, it's probably like a bit lower. I think last match I didn't get a lot of right ones at all. All right,
Yeah,
ladies and
so
gentlemen,
it's nice.
guessing phase for
Let's go,
game
let's
number
go.
2.
Your team is banning.
Valir
this
first
one-
ban.
What?
Excuse
What
me,
is that?
what?
I have a bad
That
feeling
is-
about that.
Bro, you know what that is? That is unusual. That is what that is. What do they have in store that they really fear the Valir that bad? Like, the only thing that comes to mind is a Phoveus and a Fredrin. Right? Those two get really blocked, really shafted by the Valir, if I can say so.
Yeah, same with Uranus. Heroes that kind of just play a little slower. Hylos also hates
But
that. So I'm assuming
But they
that's
banned the
where we're going.
Phobius. Rockhard, I don't understand. This is beyond science.
Oh yeah,
Like
absolutely.
the Valir would be good against the Phobias, but then they ban it. So like,
But
I
this is
don't
what I'm
understand
saying,
it.
right? They're throwing every curveball they know. That's what they're trying to do here.
You trying to say
And
that if
you
they
know what?
don't know what they're
Could
doing,
work.
then nobody does?
Exactly. Even I don't know my plan, so how will you know what my plan is? Right?
Next
This-
level,
this-
bro. Next level.
This might be the play. This might be the play, man.
I'm assuming there's a lot of fives in the chat right now. But Harley Tsushin is still pretty. It makes sense. Uranus, though, again, this is a hero they use themselves, so this is a completely different look from Hydra.
Mm-hmm. And the Uranus is actually one of the picks I thought they'd pick, because you don't have a Valir anymore. So what is up? What's the jig here?
Are they going Leomord? No, Suyo. Right, because the Phobius can stop the Suyo's mobility. The Uranus can kind of zone you away, because as the Suyo, you can't really like 1v1 the Uranus without items. It has to be the assassin. I don't think fighters would care too much about the Uranus Phobius.
That's true. That's true, right? And just getting out that Valir just means they want to make a
Oh,
fight
never mind.
happen. Oh, it's a Marcel. All right. That's fine. For me, that's fine. Although, again, Marcel, as strong as a Marcel can be, again, just can get disrupted by so many picks. Like a Cho coming in here would be nuts. I think we talked about this earlier, right? About the Marcel weaknesses. It's not as strong. It's not
Yep.
like the one all be all.
Absolutely not. Weak to heroes that can heal and heroes that can punish him for overextending, for trying to abuse the snapshot. Hilda, Khalid, right? These types of heroes comes to mind. The glue as well. I know Solix, they're taking their time with this one. I wonder if they have a hero that can go both Roam and EXP for Solix. That would be ideal. Baksha and the Alice. Wow, no flex whatsoever, bro. It's straightforward. It's in your face. I guess the Baksha can go Roam or jungle, but man, they love that Alice, dude.
Yeah, for me, it feels like it goes straight into the slot, right? That's 100% jungler. You do not want to roam as much, especially you don't want to do it against, what do you call that? A Marcel? So for now, it does feel like they're going to have a lot more, you know. You know what? You're right. Wait a second. Now I think about it, maybe you could roam Baksha against Marcel. You could maybe do a juke on the Golden Hour since you can kind of dodge well, but see, okay, that's why they banned the Valir. They wanted to bring out CC. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense for me.
Does it though? I guess it kinda does. CC, Leomord, Marcel. You know what this screams to me? Where's the front line, right? It's two fighters and a utility pick. Can it work? Yes, but there is some risks involved here, that's for sure. Satian will be the option for Solix. Probably able to stop the counter the golden hour technically. So once it's about to, you know, it's about to expire, you pop the Fury of the Phoenix, and then technically your friends get out of there no problem.
Yeah. But maybe what they're thinking, maybe if you're looking for the front line, what if we're all frontliners? Right? What if they're what if this is CC gold? Right? I'm just saying.
Interesting.
They're throwing everything but the kitchen sink here. Why not make a full-on melee lineup?
Could work. Could
I'm not
work,
saying
man.
it's a good idea. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but that looks like what they're doing.
It's one of the ideas of all time, that's for sure. Let's see how this goes. The carry is the most used hero for Cao Cao, but they ban the carry themselves. They seem to be trying to abuse the tankiness, right? Go for these beefier type of members. But again, that's fine and dandy. I want to see more damage. I want to see a bit more crowd control too, because otherwise you can get kited back quite efficiently. And Hydra already banning away the Hilda, definitely trying to take away tankiness, and again, Marcel punishing prowess, which the Hilda and the Khalid both have. What options are the glue is still there? And I think it works fine for Solix. Take it away. Well, they can leave it open too, right? They can force Hydra to maybe go for the glue, and then like it's the Alice can heal so much from the splits too.
All right. Again, we've seen glues get punished earlier, right? When you split, there's a Vixana, maybe a Faramis. I'm just saying, Faramis with an all melee lineup makes a lot of sense. Especially if you really want to just death ball and you just want to dive nonstop.
Yeah.
I would like that for Hydra. I would like the Faramis here for some reason. And no, they're laughing. And coach says, you know what? Go for it.
We've seen it work before.
It's Gord.
Oh boy. Gord Claude. Well, usually the combo we see is Gord Harley. Gord Claude though, it's a bit like the Harley Claude, but different. That gives them a tool to shred through the Baksha, but it's a very vulnerable pick, man. I'm kind of concerned.
It is. It feels so vulnerable, and the Gord doesn't necessarily have the perfect synergy with Marcel. I mean, you freeze opponents in place, but I don't think the damage is gonna do. You might just not do the damage as good as you think it would. So let's see. Let's see.
Ooh.
Yeah, the Badang. All right, so that solidifies a really strong roam. Love it. Loving it so far. And I would say,
dude, looking at all the crowd control, I am very concerned, man. Hydra will have to play this really, really well. And we've seen it before. The Marcel can peel for your backline, but there's a delay in the golden hour, so you gotta be careful with the fast engages like the Baksha, like the Badang.
Yeah, you're gonna get engaged in, I guess, no matter what. So make sure that you can kind of just play around it, and make sure that you can kind of just, go with the wind, go where the fight takes you, and don't force it too much. This Badang can really take you by surprise, though. So I really like it. I guess whoever this game is going to be determined by a lot of factors, two of which is the Badang setups and how well this Marcel is going to throw out those golden hours.
Right.
It feels so difficult to do this combo. I'm already kind of picturing the Hydra combo in my head. It's a lot harder than it seems. It's easy with the Claude, but more difficult with the Gord.
We'll have to wait and see, man. Ladies and gentlemen, what could be the final game right here for match number 3 between Hydra and Solix. We have a surprise Gord pick right here with a Marcel. And in the lane, there's going to be the CC against the Alice. So Outcon is going to try and fight aggression with aggression.
Yep. And for now, I guess that will be fine. Now, if you're talking about aggression, obviously, a lot more aggression on the side of Solix as well. Again, Moss is just waiting for that perfect fist break to lock in Yuri. And BLC doesn't really stand much of a chance against that if you get stunned for a long time. Marcel has high def, but also just a very low HP. So now though, Sherry, the Outcon, they're gonna face off against each other. But again, I'm waiting for those level 4s, man. I'm waiting for the impact of this Badang. Because I feel like very early on, we'll see a lot of action for that one. Speaking of action, Danny Carter on top side. Watson is going to be using a flicker. The shots are hitting. Shao to be able to at least get so much damage, forcing the Claude back. But you know what? Watson says, no, I might miss out on some of these gold tranks. He's staying. I wonder if that's a good idea. Fight on mid, though. playing it around, force a flicker out of the Yuri, so that is going to be mobility removed from the Gord at the very least. So Solix off to a pretty good start.
Now it's dangerous, man. Yuri can't really step up without really being threatened. Outcon's trying to zone. He gets caught in the corner though.
Yep, getting caught in the corner right now, and we are seeing Outcon super duper low HP. Danny Carter with the retribution and the kill over the BLC. And you know what? Hydra is not dispersing as cleanly as I thought they would. They lose 2 members in the process.
They might lose the orange buff as well. Oh man, Memarks.
Oh,
a bit too overzealous right there, getting taken out. The orange will be taken away, but that's a value kill for Hydra. I wonder what happened as we take a look at the instant replay there. It starts off with almost a pickup of the Outcon. He gets out, but BLC could not stop Danny Carter. The golden hour usually is used to stop the retreat from the opposing jungler, but Hydra could not get in position to execute that plan.
Bro, it already looked so good, man. Clover K was right there. He was dancing with that turtle. And here comes Danny Carter. He's taking it out from under his nose. Moss, of course, still has to respect this Gord. It'll be super surprising to get caught by it this early on, but for now, again, just goes to show this game is very far from over.
Big damage for sure coming in for the Mystic Rush, but again, Yuri, someone needs to be on bodyguard duty, and unfortunately, I think it has to be BLC. So that begs the question, once Hydra feels they have a winning situation, they want to force a fight. What's the play there? Phantom Steed, Curtain Call? Or are they really just relying on the golden hour or the bouncing ball, the mystic projectile from Yuri to really get a stun going? Because that is so unreliable if you compare it to the Shield Unity, to the Fury of the Phoenix, to the Fist Crack. You know, there's so many tools Solix has at their disposal.
Yeah, those are all extremely hard crowd control. I don't know why I said extremely. They're just very extremely just means you're gonna be stuck in spot for 10 minutes. But that's very good crowd control, man. It feels like you just cannot move if that's layered correctly. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. If you layered that correctly, you're just not moving at all. But speaking of not moving, you might not be if you get hit by that Throne of Ruin. But this time around, Clover K gonna be able to secure that turtle for his team. But they're gonna have to make a run for it. Beautiful fist break, fist crack combination coming in from Moss. Forces a flicker out of Yuri as well. And that feels like a wash now. A turtle for HD and a kill for Solix.
Still pretty good, I guess. They got the neutral objective. The Leomord's retreat can't be understated. But like clockwork, man, they go back to the neutral objective. They take it out. They go and take the orange buff away from Clover K. Look at the level discrepancy, man. Finally, now Clover K catches up to Danny Carter. But there's about a 2-level EXP gap.
Right, that's a pretty solid gap, man. But I would say Topside is still in trouble. This Gord is doing a lot of heavy lifting in the damage department here for HD. I thought they wouldn't have that much damage. It looks like they do, just because of that combo in Mystic Gush right now. Fist Break is back. Fist Break, Fist Crack combo here, being done properly, even under the turret. Moss up on front, zoning very well for his teammates. Result to a very solid take here for Solix.
Oh man, the Cao Cao, 2 kills there. I think he has the Sky Piercer completed at this point. Surely, right? They're just able to just go for those big fights again. Even when there's a small break in the fight, you never know when Solix are gonna re-engage because they have the tools, like, you know, like the Fist Crack, to actually just engage a little bit without really committing too much.
Not want to do too much. Small invade though. Watson! You have to make a run for it. Almost got hit by that wheel. You do not want that to happen. But for now, even with all that happening, Moss is just manhandling that Marcel brother.
BLC going back to try and get Thunderbolt stacks. That was a questionable move. Now Outcon. Oh, it's a gush.
Another one. Outcon. Dove forward. What the heck? That was way too much for a lot of nothing.
if he got the kill on Cao Cao, it would have been worth it to take away the stacks from him. But he ended up giving up one more stack instead. Now this is a scary Granger, man.
Yeah, this Granger all stacked up 4-0. Let's go with obviously a very strong Malefic Roar. You can see those bullets really digging their toes in the Yuri. Watson Blazing Duet away from the team fight. So where's the damage gonna come from? No Blazing Duet, no Mystic Gush as well. Danny Carter just absorbing everything. Here comes Clover, trying to go for the cleanup against Moss, against Danny Carter. But even though it is only a 3v5, they don't really want to push the issue any further.
Oh man, it's heartbreaking because that was the fight that they could have won, right? They had the man advantage. Sherry was on the bottom lane, but they have no crowd control. Solix just walks away. There's this, like, it's like you and you're in an event and there's like a toxic person. You just walk away, bro. There's no need to argue with him. Solix just becomes the bigger man and does not feed into the argument. And Hydra can't get anything from it. Oh my god.
Oh dear lord. It's like, it's literally that, right? Like someone shouting at you and just literally just turned the other way and just walked out.
Yeah, just
I think
walk
that's exactly
away, no
what
problem.
happened here. Amazing performance here so far for Solix. They're not taking any unnecessary team fights. Hydra though, they seem to be very mad. VLC throws out the golden hour but will actually miss the mark. Now Watson up on front, Blazing Duet only damages them by a little. Danny Carter though, gonna get taken out by Outcon, but Cao seems to be very happy to just chase these guys. Watson's low, no Blazing Duet, but could take out Cao. Almost does it, but not quite.
All things considered though, the gold was really high. It went down just a little bit because of the trades. But Cao was not taken out. That's something that Hydra would really want to have happen. Now look at Cherry here. Alone, by the way. Not concerned. What are you gonna do? Right? What are you gonna golden hour, like solo golden hour into a mystic, projectile me, and then I die? Like, it's just not feasible. And they're playing around the Lord right here. Not even playing for the macro game.
Yeah, what macro, right? I think at this point, Hydra just wants to fight. And I think Sherry does too. He goes in for a free man into this fight. What the fury of the Phoenix, just following it up so neatly. High Watson with the Blazing Duet from the backside. He goes in a really bad BMI. Missing Gush. Yuri tries to do some damage before he walks away. And oh man, Sherry making it out with literally 1 HP.
Sherry with the invisible HP. Yuri got pressured by the damage coming through from Solix, so he flickered backwards to save himself, but that saved Cherry as well. Like, dude, Solix is playing defense by being offensive. They're not backing away from the Blazing Duet, from the Mystic Gush. They just make sure that if you don't stop it, they'll beat you up. It's that one kid that keeps shouting at you at the school playground. You know, you better stop it, or I'll beat you up. And they usually stand down.
And you know what? That's exactly what happened, right? I mean, look at Moss here, just so happy to just take these fights once more. And I think, you know, with everything Moss has been doing, by the way, 100% MVP performance with what he's doing, he's giving to the team. It feels like there's just not much room for error here for Hydra. Even though they seem to be willing to go to these fights, they're just getting kicked back. And Moss, Conceal's already used up. He wants to go for that. Misses on the fist break, but gets the kill anyway. Golden Hour will hold that Lord, but only for a few moments as the bullets of Cao does hit their targets. This time around with another flicker fist break. Moss is just giving it so much space to his team, and that will also give them victory here for game number 2.
Damn, Cao really wanted that streak, but it was not given to him. But he'll settle for the victory. A dominant 2-0 sweep, and there was nothing that could be done by Hydra. The setups were great, the follow-ups were great. Oh boy, it's not the cleanest of performances for Solix, but you gotta admit, the X factor, the clutch factor that they have built into this team is something to be reckoned with.
so much clutch factor. It was so clean all around. Solix is, they're the guys who know when to fight. They will not take a fight if they know they are not ready to take it. And I really respect that. We talked about this before the game started. They know their macro. They're not the best micro players. Well, they did show off some micro, but they're not definitely... There are teams who can kind of do just that, but they showed up very strong decision-making. They showed up very strong communication. You could tell they were communicating for the most part, especially in this game where Moss, it was very crucial to play with him, right? It was so crucial to play with this Badang, and they were able to win because of that.
And again, the draft, it can't be understated, man. This is a great draft coming through for Solix. They had Hydra's number at every turn, man. The disengage, the engages, the poke game, the all-in game. You can see the idea of what Hydra were looking for, but Solix absolutely denies it.
ตอนนี้
And now we
นะ
have
คะ
our
เรา
interview
ก็อยู่
on
กับ
stage
ผู้ชนะ
with
นะ
the
คะ
winners.
ทั้งสองคนจากทีม Solix Esport ค่ะ โอ้โห บอกได้เลยนะคะว่าแต้มนี้เนี่ยเป็นแต้มที่สำคัญกับทีมนี้มากๆเลยนะคะ และในวันนี้นะคะเขาก็เอาแต้มมาได้แล้ว และยังมีผู้เล่นใหม่อีกด้วย เดี๋ยวให้เขาทั้งคู่แนะนำตัวกันก่อนเลยนะคะ Can you please introduce yourself?
My name is Danny Carter and I'm from Myanmar. I play jungle for Solid Esport.
Okay.
สวัสดีครับ ผมเฉาๆจาก Solid Esport เล่นตำแหน่งโกลเด้นครับ
อันนี้ก็จะเป็นผู้เล่นใหม่ของทีม Solix นะคะ นั่นก็คือ Danny Carter นั่นเองค่ะ เล่นตำแหน่ง Jungle นะคะวันนี้เนี่ยคิดว่าอะไรที่ทำให้ทีมเราชนะแบบจังหวะไหนที่แบบเฮ้ยจังหวะนี้แหละเราชนะแน่ๆอะไรแบบนี้
ถ้าถามผมรู้สึกว่าความเชื่อใจของทีมเรามันโคตรสุดครับทำให้ชนะมาได้
Which part that you think that bring you guys come to the make one more point Which part like this oh we gonna win
I think it's just normal that we play scrims and ran together and we just have the confidence to win every match and we try our best every day so
ก็เป็นเขาก็คิดว่ามันเป็นความเชื่อใจกันของทีมแล้วก็เป็นความมั่นใจของตัวเขาเองด้วยที่แบบว่าจะพาทีมเนี่ยชนะไปได้ด้วยกันนะคะตั้งแต่ปรับทีมมาเนี่ยช่วง mid season นะคะทีมเนี่ยคือดูเล่นดีขึ้นมากๆเลยแบบฟอร์มแบบเฮ้ยอยู่ๆแบบก็กลับมาแบบเฮ้ยกลับมาได้ไงแบบทุกคนงงเกือบหลับแต่กลับมาได้คือตอนนี้เราพอใจกับฟอร์มการเล่นของทีมเราไหมคะ
พอใจมากๆเลยครับพอใจมากๆ
แล้วก็ซ้อมกันเยอะขึ้นไหม
ก็เหมือนที่พี่มาร์คบอกซ้อมวันละ14 ชั่วโมง
14 ชั่วโมงแล้วตอนนี้Since past the mid-season change, the team has been playing so much like better since you come in. Like, are you happy with the performance right now?
Not that really, but I know I can do better. So please vote in us.
เขาบอกว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยเขารู้สึกว่ามันยังดีได้มากกว่านี้อีกทั้งตัวทีมแล้วก็ตัวเขาเองด้วยก็ซัพพอร์ตทีมนี้ไปเรื่อยๆนะคะอันนี้ได้สอนภาษาไทยให้เดนี่บ้างไหมคะ
ก็มีบ้างครับ
สอนคำว่าอะไร Like did they teach you like Thai word No I will teach you one I will teach you one this one will be like you can say to another team จูนติดตบหมดCan you say จูนติดตบหมด
จูนติดตบหมด
Yes say it to camera จูนติดตบหมด
จูนติดตบหมด
Yeah โอ้โหนั่นก็คือจูนติดตบหมดนะคะจากเดนี่คาร์เตอร์ค่ะโอเคค่ะก่อนจะปล่อยนักแข่งทั้งสองคนนะคะไปพักเดี๋ยวเราจะให้เขาพูดอะไรสักหน่อยนะคะกับแฟนคลับเนาะที่เชียร์ทั้งทางในฮอลตอนนี้นะคะแล้วก็ทางช่องทางออนไลน์ค่ะ before you going like can you say something for your fan that support you here and online
I'm really appreciative for every fan that watching this match and everything and keep supporting us and we will do our best every day every match so thank you
โอเคค่ะก็ซัพพอร์ตโซลิกไปเรื่อยๆนะคะแล้วทีมนี้เนี่ยก็จะพัฒนาฟอร์มไปเรื่อยๆแล้วก็จะดีขึ้นในทุกๆวันนะคะเฉาๆมีอะไรบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ขอบคุณที่เชียร์กันมาตั้งแต่พวกผมอยู่กันท้ายตารางจนตอนนี้เริ่มขึ้นมากลางตารางได้แล้วครับ ก็ขอสัญญาว่าจะทำหน้าที่ตรงนี้ให้ดีที่สุด แล้วเราจะไปเพลย์ออฟด้วยกันขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณนะคะ เดี๋ยวตอนนี้เนี่ยเราจะให้นักแข่งทั้งสองคนของเราไปพักนะคะ ตอนนี้ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
So, am I imagining things, or do we absorb some Thai language, or was that English? Man,
That was a little.
I did
yeah,
not
that
know
was English,
man was from Myanmar, bro. Shout out Mosat on our token Myanmar caster in the MPL scene. Wow, okay, finally some English we can understand, Rockhard. We're making progress.
Amazing, and that's just the nature of MLBB now, right? We're all like working together. Most teams are gonna be, I think, in maybe like 5 years, most teams are gonna be like free nationalities at some point. But
Whoa.
yeah, it just works well, right? You know, when you're balancing out and you're trying to make a team that works, and for this team specifically, for Solix, works so well for them, right? So congratulations. Cannot wait to see their next games here. And after that performance, you know what? They're for free. I think that will push them onto number 5, and that just makes their playoffs chances even better.
Interesting. Well, it's definitely a great day for them. That was a dominant performance. But again, gotta hold your horses here. You gotta keep your head in the game. It's a great achievement, but playoffs is where they have their goals set. So you gotta keep trying to find things to improve on as we take a look at the MVP, Sao. 12-1-0. He was targeted and he was only taken out one time. By all means, there wasn't a lot of tools available to Hydra to do so, but still, that was an impressive amount of kiting of damage while moving backwards done by Sao.
Yeah, there was just so much that he had to deal with, and it's actually it's very challenging to do that lately, especially with so many mobile heroes that are popping up, even especially in that game, right? You had to deal with so many things flying at you at the same time. You had to deal with a CC. You had to deal with a Marcel who's trying to get in your face. Or trying to deal with a Claw that was BMIing everywhere. So that was absolutely no slack. That was no joke of a game. And I really commend Solix for being able to play around it and maximizing that Badang, honestly.
I think the thing that stands out from Solix as well is that there's no real like one carry. You might think that we're seeing Danny Carter's performance in game number 1, but bro, overall, like look at this, man. Can you really tell me that Moss is not making great plays? That Sao isn't kiting back really well? I mean, dude, even Mimarks has been targeted on the Sitian, and he makes it absolutely costly for anyone to try and catch him in the back line there. And we've already glazed Cherry enough in game 1, I think. But this is a team where everyone plays a part, right? No one's here for free, right? Everyone actually has a very important part to play in the Land of Dawn, and they do so, right? They don't only say that they do so, but they actually deliver.
Yeah, very, very true. Everyone is it was a beautiful cog, right? I mean, they're not godlike, right? They still lose HP, but they're actually shuffling and juggling the damage around very well. Like as you see here, Danny Carter's low. So now, whose turn is it? It's Moss's turn. After that, who's coming up front? It's Mimarks. They're doing such a phenomenal job and giving Sao almost a savage in this game. Almost, but not quite.
Almost. Hey man, it would have been too easy. You can't give away savages like that. You gotta earn it. It's probably what what Julia was saying. But yeah, looking at some of the items here, obviously Sky Piercer into BOD, into Malefic, Roar, no questions there for Sao. But for everyone else, right before the base invasion happened, Danny Carter and Moss both picked up the Pauldrons, by the way. So if you're wondering why they seem so confident juggling that HP bar, they know that they're gonna get a huge boost in the middle of that fight. So they definitely have that in their calculations, because they walked out of there with a sliver of HP, showing again that they understand like the damage output potential and how much they can actually handle. Showing a lot of experience, honestly, especially in that team fighting department.
Yeah, their team fights are just phenomenal, man. It's so fun to watch, because it literally feels like they're tag teaming. You know what? it's like you're trying to throw your teammate through the ropes in wrestling, and then they're just diving under each other and just flying kicks going everywhere. It was fun to watch. That's what I'm saying. Especially when Moss set something up. You know how well Danny Carter's gonna go in, then Sherry, you never know when he's gonna come in. And that just makes it so easy for players like Sao Sao to actually, get the work done. Get all the stacks, charge up your Sky Piercer, and just make a living hell out of your opponent's lives. So I feel like they did very, very well in crafting a team. Again, there's a reason why people don't play the Granger anymore. There's usually so many other stronger gold laners, but they made it work.
Absolutely. And shout out to Moss as well, because aside from just tanking, if you noticed, he did the second most damage on the team, if I recall correctly there. Sherry wasn't part of a lot of the team fights. He was just clearing. Danny Carter actually also participating, but not so much. Moss, in the middle of that game, was dueling Watson, by the way, if you didn't notice. The Badang was dueling a Claude. That's where the bulk of the damage comes from, man. So shout out to Moss. Definitely made it very difficult for any kind of counterplay to happen. That Badang pick really came in clutch.
Yeah, that's right. And I can't wait to see more Badang plays later on. So I feel like, honestly, I miss Badang. Badang used to be such a stable pick and roam. Kind of fell off a little bit in some regions. So yeah, I whenever I see Badang, I'm so happy. I just don't miss those fist break combos, please. But yeah, very happy to see the performance here and cannot wait to see what they do next.
I think there's going to be a lot to look forward to, but hey, there's still one more match to look forward to. So now me, Arashi, and Rockhard will take a short break before the final match of the day. See you guys soon.
เกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
มาถึงคู่สุดท้ายของวันนี้แล้วนะคะคู่ที่ 4 ของเราค่ะบอกได้เลยว่าคู่นี้ถือว่าเป็นคู่ไฮไลท์ของวันนี้เลยค่ะและขอเตือนไว้ก่อนเลยนะคะว่าณตอนนี้เนี่ยห้ามเอามือไปแตะ KOG เลยนะคะเพราะว่าฟอร์มของทีมนี้กำลังร้อนแรงสุดๆเลยค่ะและวันนี้นะคะเขาเนี่ยจะต้องเจอกับนักรบสายฟ้านะคะที่ตอนนี้เนี่ยต้องการแต้มนี้มากๆและเป็นแต้มที่สำคัญที่จะต้องคว้ามาให้ได้เลยค่ะและคู่ที่ 4 ของเรานะคะก็คือนักรบสายฟ้าบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esport นะคะเจอกับอินซีดำไร้พ่ายอย่าง KOG King of Gamer Club ค่ะโอ้โหบรรยากาศในห้องส่งตอนนี้นะคะก็คือแฟนคลับแต่ละทีมคือเยอะมากๆเลยนะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะมารอดูกันนะคะว่าวันนี้พลังเบฟหรือว่าพลังอินซีไร้พ่ายนะคะทีมไหนจะคว้าชัยชนะมาได้ค่ะแต่ก่อนอื่นเลยไหนๆแฟนคลับก็มาเยอะกันขนาดนี้แล้วขอเช็คเสียงกันหน่อยดีกว่าขอเสียงแฟนคลับฝั่งบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตหน่อยได้ไหมคะโอเคค่ะถือว่าเริ่มต้นได้ดีมีแถมด้วยโอเคขอเสียงแฟนคลับฝั่ง KOG หน่อยได้ไหมคะเฮ้ยอันนี้คนน้อยแต่100%นะวันนี้นักแข่งตอนนี้คือพร้อมมากๆแล้วค่ะแฟนคลับเองก็พร้อมมากๆแล้วนะคะสำหรับช่องทางออนไลน์นะคะเตรียมรอหน้าจอได้เลยค่ะตอนนี้เรากำลังจะเริ่มความสนุกในแมตช์ที่ 4 ของเราแล้วค่ะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you for that great opening. Once again, the host is amazing, man. Wow. Every single time, getting the crowd hyped up. And honestly, to be fair, this match needs no hyping up. It's Buriram United Esports against King of Gamers. This is the match that you've all been waiting for, that we've all been waiting for. And I can't wait to get into it. I'm stumbling over my words, Rockhard. What about you?
Yeah, I'm super excited because every time there's like a broadcast, everyone's just looking forward to what KOG is gonna do this time, right? So, yeah, everyone's just looking for King of Gamers, and now they're actually up against Buriram, who is again just fighting to stay for playoffs contention. So, aside from just the two very hyped teams going at it, this is actually very crucial for Buriram to. With a win here, KOG is probably going to secure upper bracket. I mean, they probably do secure it anyway, no matter what. But that's going to be a big win, right? If they can get 2 matches ahead of ACT, 2 matches ahead of Bacon Time, makes it almost impossible for these other teams to catch up. So this actually might be, upper bracket secured for KOG if they get the win here.
It's a bit of make or break for Buriram as well, but again, even though you're up top, there's always something that someone's fighting for, right? In a league like this. So for KOG, they can't even afford to take it easy or experiment, man. They are trying to make sure that they cement their position up there with a guaranteed upper bracket slot. And for Buriram, with the success of Solix, man, yeah, they're at 6, man. If they don't really pull through here, it's looking a bit difficult, a bit dire, I gotta say. Despite being one of the more hyped up contenders of the league this season, there's definitely a lot of pressure on their shoulders, bro.
And of course, for KOG, bro, would I not want to be the team that went undefeated for the maiden season of MSL Thailand? I mean, that would be an achievement in and of itself. You're not just a champion. You became one of the teams that didn't get bruised at all, and
dude.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I
love it, dude. Whoever made this image, like, give that man a raise, dude. The memes are the future, okay? You don't know how to get to the young people, the new generation. It is memes, bro. And Unstoppable is very appropriate for KOG. They've been so good. I've had the honor of casting one of their games before, and I gotta say, even back then, I was already impressed. The fact that they kept it up all this time, even more so impressed now.
That's right. Now I feel so old because I remember that meme being hand-drawn, and now it's 3D. what is happening here, bro? So yeah, KOG definitely is a team. It's a fan favorite team at this point. Might just become like the big representative of MSL with the way they're doing, right? With the way they're going right now. It's not far that they're going to be one of the teams that will really represent Thailand. And it does feel like, they have been able to get the number of each and every single team that they fought. Again, the last time I saw them, that was like earlier this week. They literally TP'd in front of their opponents. I could almost literally count the amount of times they recalled in front of their opponents. It's probably more than 20 seconds. They're just recalling. That's just how dominant they are, bro.
That's the kind of dominance you need if you want to make history, man. Like you mentioned, if they can go full undefeated, it will definitely be a feat that will be hard to match. But yeah, then that meme used to be hand-drawn, you're right. Maybe they're not reaching the new generation, they're reaching just us old folks who are somehow still in the esports scene, man. Maybe get a different guy, a younger guy, to come up with the memes. But you're on the right direction, man. And memes aside, dude, I think for Buriram, they gotta try and do something crazy here. Because if they're trying to match the aggression and like how tightly, how neatly KOG are playing, it's a tall order, man. But Buriram United Esports right here, walking to the stage, looking confident, trying to make sure that they seal the deal for their team right now.
That's right. Very excited. It's full-packed arena, by the way. Everyone came out tonight to watch Buriram and KOG just face off against each other, and it's not a surprise, right? Buriram, despite obviously being still on number 6, they're still 6-2. Actually, they're still 3-2, right? So they still got more wins than a lot of teams are 7-8-9 right now. And now we are going to see, of course, KOG, a huge mix of influences from all across Southeast Asia coming together to form a very, very strong team for Thailand.
I mean, that's probably why it's so difficult to get a read on them, right? With so much influence, they can pick and choose whatever they require to really get the best of the entire situation. Now walking to the stage with the marshal right behind them, it's the coaches, man. Trequartista for Buriram and Justine for KOG.
Yeah, try saying that in 5 times in a row. But yeah, I really love
Trequartista.
you know. I can't. I probably couldn't.
It's difficult. I gotta admit.
It's very difficult. Those are the IGNs you have. Those are the most creative IGNs. Don't just say put your IGN as Mark or Bob.
ใครคือตัวจริง Big Match อีกหนึ่งคู่ที่แฟนๆ MSL Thailand ไม่ควรพลาด King of Gamer ทีมระดับหัวตารางที่ฟอร์มการเล่นสุดเนี๊ยบผู้เล่นแต่ละคนเต็มไปด้วยสกิลเพลย์และประสบการณ์พร้อมขึ้นมาเป็นหนึ่งในทีมเต็งแชมป์อย่างสมศักดิ์ศรีต้องมาเจอกับบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตอีกหนึ่งทีมเต็งแชมป์ของรายการด้วยไลน์อัพผู้เล่นระดับท็อปของลีกที่เต็มไปด้วยความนิ่งและมาตรฐานการเล่นที่ไร้ข้อกังขานี่คือการเจอกันของ2ทีมที่มีมาตรฐานของคำว่าแชมป์เป็นเดิมพันแมตช์นี้จะมีเพียงทีมเดียวเท่านั้นที่สมบูรณ์แบบพอจะเป็นผู้ชนะ
And
Trying to figure
I
out
am
what-
just gonna assume that means something I don't understand.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
I wonder what that means.
Well,
let me check.
Trying to get my translator
check.
out, and it's a struggle in its own right. Oh
I
my.
hope this is not right, because it says whoever loses, that person is old. That doesn't sound right.
No way.
I kid you not. I kid you not. That's what my
All right.
translation
Fly
app
clouds.
said.
Oh, close.
Almost.
All right. Almost. Well, whoever loses is old. Shots fired at the casting desk as well, by the way. That's something I've heard multiple times as I'm inching closer and closer to the big 3-0. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the drafting phase for match number 4. Game number 1 between Buriram United Esports and King of Gamers. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, this should be pretty fun here. Again, Phobius out just means, they're going to be able to at least control some aggression, which is what they need. Honestly, scary stuff that I've seen coming in from KOG. One thing you have to ban against KOG, bro, it's that Baksha. They love picking that up. KZ is happy to throw that Baksha first. They've actually been Baksha first picking, I think, in this one. And with the Baksha pick, they can flex it, and Kaizen's been very happy to take it on jungle. It's one of his oldest heroes as well. I think even when he was playing way back here, he's been playing that hero over and over. So, again, one of the things we might just want to stop getting picked up for KOG.
All right, the Baksha with the Phobius and the Kalia. And for KOG, Freya, Marcel, Tushin, KOG has the more generic ban pattern that can kind of signal that they don't really know what Buriram are up to, or it might signal that they just don't care, right? They just go with the generic bans because they know they have what it takes to adapt on the fly. First pick here, it's gonna be the Harith. Interesting. Harley is up.
Harley is up. Suyo is up. Are we going to be even surprised at this point? It feels like Harith is going to become one of the strongest picks in MSL Thailand so far. Would not be surprised. I would be. It feels like a lot of our players here right now are just really putting so much priority over it. Maybe because of experience, because we did see today, like, a lot of Hariths just went cray-cray, man.
Well, yes, but also a lot of Harris haven't really been contested, hasn't really been pressured, and I feel like when we saw the Harris pop up today, at least, they're kind of left to their own devices. They can farm. They are not completely focused down in the fights. I feel like you should test the hero on their worst days instead of their best days. So we'll wait and see. Ooh. But the Guinevere, Zetian, quite flexible still. A lot of options on how to engage fights too. You mentioned how they were really keen on the Baksha, so it's usually a tempo type deal. But they let go of that Harley though. Is that a confidence or an oversight? Harley and the Valentina.
Hey, you know what? I've seen many leagues first pick a Guinevere anyway, so it just boils down to your game plan, I think. You want to go for Guinevere if you want like a really strong catch, obviously, and you're trying to combo it with a lot of heroes. Unfortunately, obviously, Kalea is banned out. So sometimes you kind of think, you know what? What's another hero that can kind of knock up, multiple members on the field? That's usually what I look for if I'm partnering it with a Guinevere. And sometimes I used to say it was Kufra, but obviously no one picks Kufra anymore. So, but this time it will be a Khalid. So at least they're gonna be able to chain that CC together. And if you're talking about CC, bro, you said you love CC. That's free heroes there that are crazy on crowd control.
Yeah, and if we are assuming that KOG are going to play high tempo, that's a lot of tools they can use. They can cycle even, right? They can use it all together to lock someone down indefinitely. Or they can use one, let Buriram, make some moves first, and then when they least expect it, pop the second wave of crowd controls and catch them off guard. Coincidentally, right here, if you take a look at the stats, most used heroes for both teams are in their hands. It's going to be a real duel between Lois and Kaizen. Although with 100% win rate, that's a daunting task for Lois.
Yeah, that's true. And only 6-7% win rate for Lois. It's not as easy, but you know what? It's still higher than some teams in MSL. So that's something they've got going for them, right?
Right.
Harley has been a bit of a game changer today as well. So maybe they were watching and said, you know what? I can do that better. Maybe Lois is going like that. Who knows, right? But right now, I think giving up the Harley is not necessarily like a death sentence in some scenarios, especially if you have if you're ready to deal with it, right? In some scenarios, even I would say, even a Freya is okay to be left open, as long as you have at least some picks that can kind of handle it,
That's true. I do agree, man. If you have the right tools for the job, the right counters, it's okay to leave some picks out. Alice though, banned out by Buriram, that could hit at a potential glue that they want to pick up for themselves, right? Alice heals way too much against a glue. So that with the Uranus, that's a lot of sustain. So on one hand, they're banning away sustain heroes like the Alice and Uranus. On the other, playmakers like the Arlott and Yu Zong. So this is an odd circumstance we find ourselves in.
You're noticing there's so many XP laners out. It's like 6 XP laners.
Oh, 7. All right. Well,
yeah.
Moskov is the option for KOG. Very versatile, having options. Now for Buriram, like, do they want to go through with the glue? Right? They can always KOG with the last pick here. I feel like second pick right now is so good because you can just have like the last say towards a lot of things, you know. And there's enough prio heroes. You don't run out after the first phase.
They actually kind of need that glue. They need a solid front line because right now, very mobile.
Oh.
But it's also a little hard to, you know, get going. And if you want front line, Terizla's a great option. Badang, like I was saying earlier, is completely underutilized. And now, you know what? They can use it.
That's true. They have a Valentina as well that can pick up a very easy Raging Sandstorm or a Fury of the Phoenix. So that's a Tian pick, man. Can backfire against KOG. What is their final answer to this, though? They've hidden the EXP lane for so long against Terizla. Well, like a CC? But they need tankiness as well, so they find themselves in a tough spot.
Yeah, they do. They really need that tankiness. Glue is definitely the pick I want to see here. Can kind of survive better against a Harley, although you will get destroyed by a Synchro-Fission. But other than that, they need that. Wow!
Wow!
You play a Sora into a Valentina? What?
That's peculiar. Although again, on the other hand, right? If the Valentina takes the Shifting Skies, it's actually quite difficult to really be impactful when you're not a tank build Valentina, right? You do more damage, don't get me wrong, with the Shifting Skies, but it's easy to burst you down as well. So some teams have shown that they don't really mind it as long as the Valentina is not EXP. So that could be the idea.
Right. Because if you go for Shifting Skies, you also might just lack damage, right? Which maybe they want that. Maybe they want the Valentina to take the Shifting Skies, because then you won't have the Fury of the Phoenix, right? You won't have Raging Sandstorm. Maybe they're trying to overload this Valentina at the end of the day.
That could be the case, man. Again, with the playmaking tools that they have at their disposal. Again, I'm biased towards crowd control, and there's more surprising methods available for KOG overall, but it's still very, very close. I think the Harley might be the big difference maker. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go, man. Game number 1 in this long-awaited face-off between Buriram United and King of Gamers.
Yep, just want to remind you guys, it is very near playoffs. You only have like one more week of regular season after this. And, you know, the scores are starting to lock in. We're starting to see stuff locked in at the bottom of the barrel. And you're also seeing stuff locked in on the top side where KOG is standing. They're currently king of the hill. And we're going to have to wait and see, right? We're going to have to wait and see if they can keep that up. Because it's one thing to be on top. It's another thing to stay there.
Of course, all eyes on them. Looking at the talent prediction brought to you by Infinix. 2-1 for me, 2-0 for you, Rockhart. You really do believe in the KOG, and so far, they've already stolen some camps away from Buriram, so great moves in the early game here. Sneaky retry by Lois to secure the gold buff though. Ooh, there's a Buriram believer right there.
Wow, okay. Alright, I like it. I like it. You know, it kind of just goes to show maybe he knows something we don't, right? Maybe he's seen some clips that are hidden deep in some archive that, you know.
Well,
we don't.
Here's a question though, Rockhart. Is it Bird 5-star or Bird Hastar?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say the latter. I would say the latter. That sounds more, you know, more unique. You don't want a decorative 5 or a ha. So Wow, we're literally learning this like one alphabet at a time, aren't we? So that'll be
Taking
fun.
moves from Lois.
All right.
33rd. Whoa!
Oh, that is big! Kaizen with the turtle stake, but of course it will be punished pretty accurately here by the rest of Buriram. Aji gonna be able to at least get on out of there.
Ooh.
Nice block on the SOD. That could have been very, very bad. Payen gonna be relegated to just double lane for now. But you know what? Buriram putting up a pretty decent fight around that Lord or Turtle.
Oh, was now trying to go for some kind of steal there potentially. All things considered, it's not ideal for KOG, but the Violet Requiem, that's why it's so good. The immunity when you're channeling it allows for Kaizen to get a guaranteed retry. So Lois can't really rely on MZ or the others, but oh, spatial migration.
Again, you're just getting punished over and over again for the lack of Purify. As much as you want the flicker on the Badang, right? There's just no other way around it. You need to flicker Fist Break sometimes. You will get punished, right? The heavy punish if you get hit by the spatial migration.
And this is where Buriram has to be smart with their crowd control utilization. Because even later on, if they don't save up some kind of stun, some kind of knockup for Nile on the Khalid, he's going to regen so much HP. The usual counter is just to crowd control him when he's in the middle of channeling that skill. And look at this, the respect from Zed standing so far back, knowing that he does not see anyone on the map. He is not risking it.
That's true. He's not risking it, but you're also right. But at the same time, what do you use, right? I think your only cancel for crowd control in the Violet Requiem is Penalty Zone or Fist Break. Or sorry, Fist Crack. Right? So, or maybe the Terrify from Agi, but at the same time, it's... I don't know, man. It feels a little difficult. They don't really have like a straight up answer unless they commit a very high impact ultimate.
Well, right now, speaking of high impact ultimates, Agi does have the Shifting Skies. Earlier on, I think it's still quite realistic for Agi to make a big play with the Shifting Skies. He can go Lightning Form as well and just burst someone down. Right now, KOG are the ones pressuring though.
Yep, very, very good pressure coming in here from KOG. They catch Deadly Magic, so Zed might be relatively safe here. Penalty Zone from the back. Tries to go for Kaizen, but Pretty Fur is actually outputting so much more damage, and Kaizen takes care of Naracrom. And looks like that's going to be it. That's going to be a turtle going over here to KOG just like that. Naracrom just not going to be built for the assassination, right? He was able to set up okay, but the Terizla setup alone with the Penalty Zone is not enough. He needs that follow-up damage.
Yeah, it's really well played by KOG there. Just knowing what they really want, knowing the tells on whether they want to go for a 50-50 or a team fight first, and they punish Buriram immediately for hesitating. And that's the thing, it's harder to predict the engages of KOG for sure, man. For Buriram, it has to be MZ with the flicker, otherwise it's still very much telegraphed.
So that's the thing about everything here, right? It's pretty easy to telegraph, like when they're going, especially if you see against Buriram, like, all right, here's the Terizla. You know that thing he's gonna do, right? But here it's a bit more faster. Nile though might be in trouble. He just absorbs everything. Quicksand Guard won't be able to save you. Aji could possibly go for another kill, but will only be able to force Zed back. Of course, there is a utilization of that mid lane by Kaizen, who did get enough pressure. Still KOG with the lead, but it's, I think I would say, still sticking around the 2,000 mark.
Well, it's only 2k, but it's 2 levels for Kaizen. He stole the purple buff while that fight was going on, so props to him for the efficiency, man. He just moves quick, makes those calls instantly. But for Buriram, they're showing that they understand what to be doing in these fights. They cycled the crowd control tools to ensure that Nile can't really channel the Quicksand Guard, right? You see him trying to wait out the crowd control. Unfortunately, spatial migration!
Yeah, speaking of crowd control, what a quick pickup on the Agi. And now, MZ close by, miss on the SOD, almost but barely. It's Lois on the side as well. I don't think he has that. Oh my goodness, now with a kill. And again, as I was saying, no deadly magic on Lois just means everyone just has to run. They don't have enough magic, they don't have enough damage to actually deal with the attack here coming in from KOG, who are actually non-stop going at it on the top side, just not letting Buriram breathe at all.
Dude, they just know how to play against this comp so well, man. They're getting all these maneuvers by getting rotational prio, and then they go for dives, but Nile walks into a trap here. Kaizen is there though. There's so many ways for KOG to counter engage, which is forcing Buriram to respect it. Almost a bit too much. Fist crack though.
Ooh, that's problematic. It's knock up. Like we mentioned, oh my god, another SOD missing. Payan. Lock in, bro. That's a lot of SODs that have actually consistently been missing here. But despite that, right, KOG just very happy to just keep pushing, keep invading, and just removing all of these resources away from Buriram.
Dude, Kaizen just walking up. Concentrated energy rush into a radiant armor. A good amount of balance of survivability and damage. Agi, gotta be careful walking up. Look at how KOG cuts off the structures away from Buriram and just amputates it small, like little bit by little bit. This map is getting darker for Buriram.
Yeah, it is. Like, literally zero. Look at that jungle. It's so clean on the side of Buriram. What do you get? If you're Lois, you're just getting stuck in this loop where you're gonna lose another member and then you're trying to stay alive and then your jungle gets cleaned up. And then because of that, I think Kaizen is about to hit 13. There you go. He does hit 13. Yep. And it's going to be a lot more difficult in this coming Lord fight. It's 45 seconds in. The waves are also just not favoring them at all.
And don't forget, for KOG, there's more of a global threat, because at any point, if you split push alone, you can get hit by a random SOD into a Fury of the Phoenix. There's so many ways for them to be creative like that. And the fact that Kaizen is just taking away so much of their attention is not helping at all. Fist crack.
Yep, huge fist crack here. At least it looks like a better engagement this time around. And look at Zed, gonna be able to get that kill over Izzy. Removed from play. That's a majority of the damage getting removed here by KOG, and they're just very chill about it. They're not overreacting. They're not overstepping. Even Nile gonna be surviving against two members here. Oh, not really. Not really. Nice save from Zed, but it's still Lois with very, very good pressure here. But looks like it was only sleight of hand. Look at them working on that Lori while all of that is happening. And the bottom side turret too.
That's just crazy, man. There's still more being taken away by KOG. They won that fight without their gold lane, first of all. And then afterwards, it's just like there's no safe zone for Buriram, so KOG are just pushing their luck. You know, overstepping the boundaries, overstepping their lines. But it doesn't matter, because Buriram can't do anything about it.
And it's kind of painful to watch when you see that happen, right? Because it feels like KOG are also, they're not playing as perfect as I thought they would. They're actually committing mistakes, no? They're also making like these positional weird decisions, but they can still get away with it. Like, what's happening, man? Like, man. Wow.
It's so unfair. They really should be getting
It's really
punished,
unfair. That's the word for it.
Outclassing Buriram.
Yep. SOD refuses to hit, bro. It just refuses to hit right now. We got Lord to deal with here. No holy defense for them to actually deal with it, but it's all good in the hood. Looks like Buriram gonna be able to at least survive full 5-man inside their base, but this might be a signal. Tower is very close to dying. KOG gonna be able to find Narakorn, and that's gonna be him. Probably bursted down as well. Lois on the side, Deadly Magic thrown out on the Zed. Zed gonna be able to at least stay alive, and somehow that turret stays alive. Only barely. There goes that fist crack. Beautifully layered there with the crowd control coming in from the Fury of the Phoenix from Agi. But again, as perfect as all of that, you know, they use.
There you go.
All the skills properly used, they still don't get the kill.
It's over, Rockhart. The SOD finally lands in the base for KOG.
It's done. It's done, man.
Not ideal, but looking at the items here, the Athena's on the side of KOG. They understand that the damage comes in waves for Lois and Agi, right? Even with the Fury of the Phoenix. So as long as they don't get immediately shut down, right? If they survive long enough to get their spells off, the quicksand guard, the shifting skies. It's way more than enough already. So you're seeing Athena's on both. And in fact, Radiant Armor as well for Nile, because he is going to be taking the brunt of the punishment. The Kaizen is playing so disrespectfully. Lois, what?
Oh boy, Lois almost getting knocked up there. Just a small inch from just staying airborne and just removed from play. And again, in the very crucial time, 45 seconds on the next Lord again. Everyone is going to be up. Who's going to get picked off first? It's looking really good here for Brewer. I'm finally getting able to at least make some play, go around the map. But, you know, that might happen just in a few moments.
Look at the control here. KOG staying on the far side. Oh, SOD!
Oh! He hit him! He hit the SOD! Gets a deadly magic, but will be actually surviving for some reason. Just unstoppable. Somebody stop Payan! I guess it's good for Brookram that the SOD's not hitting because that guy is just so crazy right now. Pretty as well. Going and dipping and diving and profiling as well into Naracore, and it's like he's gonna be able to get taken out. All Aji is alone. Lord is a trap. It's all over. It's only Aji with the defense. So many minions to deal with, and that's gonna be game number 1 going over the KOG.
Crazy clean gameplay from KOG, man. We expected it, but damn. Mistakes were there. Opportunities were shown for Buriram. But KOG says, nah. You think it is, but we have everything under control. You're only dancing to our tune the whole time.
There were so many promising moments, right? Like, oh, look, the crowd control hit. But did anything happen? Not really. That's what we're seeing, right? Like, there's so much crowd control. Okay, fine, you have a copy. But where's the follow-up damage? And even here, the most promising moment where you thought something could happen, they hit Payan. You know what Payan did? He just hit back.
Wait a second. Payan's HP bar filled back to half HP after the deadly magic. I'm not sure if I saw that. Might have to check on the replay. Definitely an interesting moment, but yeah, we were clowning on the SOD for so long. The one time it hits, it's in the base. Okay, nothing happens. Goes for the solo play. Almost gets outplayed, but it's all calm, chill, collected. And while we're distracted, when we're assuming Buriram also were distracted, that's where 33 shows up in the back and just decimates the backline. I mean, bro, all these heroes that KOG have going for them have the ability to solo playmake. But there was no need to solo playmake on all 5 fronts, dude. They're just styling on Buriram. It's ridiculous.
That's what I was saying. This is exactly the KOG I was watching. And I casted as well. Just like, they just knew how to deal with it, right? They were able to style so perfectly. And again, not perfect gameplay. This is, you know, they're good, but you saw some holes, right? You saw some missteps. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter. It didn't matter because they were just that far ahead. 10,000 almost. And I see, I'm trying to rewind onto that SOD. It just felt like the deadly magic bar got replaced by lifesteal, right? Which is crazy. So Zed obviously has massive KP there. Always able to cast the Fury of the Phoenix in the exact moment they need it. So I would say, you know what? He did the job perfectly. Definitely deserves that MVP. Although, Kaizen is a very close second, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure. The whole team really delivered, man. You can make an argument for 33rd as well, because he was an absolute menace from the beginning of the game. This is the kind of Sora that made this hero so feared, right? He wasn't even going lightning form for the majority of the time, but the moment he does, assassinations happen. He just flickers and chases people down. So, yeah, everyone really delivered. Zed is no exception, of course, the MVP. And I don't know, man, when you have a comp like this, it's hard to execute because there's so many things you can do. But when you're a team at the level of KOG, then you can actually do all those things without having any internal conflict on which one should be done first. And I think that's very, very impressive.
Yeah, it is. Extremely impressive here. And the confidence of, I think, KOG was also just bolstered here by Freddy Fred. Look at that, guys. It even happened off camera. I feel like they were able to do so many confident plays because, well, number one, they have Nile, who just absorbs most of the deadly magic in the early game. They have Freddy Ferd, who just comes out of nowhere and just, you know, spears everyone in range. And just goes in with lightning forms here, just non-stop. Nowhere is safe, not even under your own turret.
And just like this, you're concerned about the spatial migration, the Raging Sandstorm. Oh, it's already used. All G. Shifting skies, bro. And when you're worried about the shifting skies, spatial migration, Raging Sandstorm. And they know how to play with your expectations like that. And you can see there, dude, the HP bar fills back in. The deadly magic, you know, deleted bar. I think it came back for Payan. That's, I'm not sure what caused it, but that certainly swung that fight in the balance. You know, Payan could have been taken out there.
That's the first time I've actually seen that bar look like that. I actually replayed it a little bit. The bar went over the deadly magic. His HP bar went over the deadly magic marker. So I also, we're gonna have to study that. I'm gonna send that to Wolf. We're gonna have to study that over and over again. But it just feels like they were just ahead. It just feels like they're, maybe it's also the rose gold. Maybe.
Could be.
Well,
whatever it was, right? It really filled up in a way that seems almost unnatural. We'll look into that for a bit more. But looking at the items here, while we're at it, as you can see, lightning truncheons, you know, burst damage, Athena here, Athena there, Radiant Rush, by the way, for Kaizen, despite being on a hero that can go aggressive. There's no greed, there's no ego involved here. Goes for the Radiant Armor. Knows that is what will shut down the opponent's game plan the most. Works against the Harith too, against the Valentina, against the Harley. It's just smart itemization coming in from the frontliners of KOG, which raises the question again for Buriram. Did they triple down too much on the magical damage?
Which I think we've seen that earlier, right? I think we've seen a few teams do this. I think almost this exact lineup. Except like I kind of forgot who it was, but in these situations, Radiant Armor is really goated, man. It's so goated. If not the Athena shield, and that's the thing. Like if you itemize properly, you recognize your opponent's win condition. Some games can look pretty easy, right? The moment you hit level, the moment you hit the 5-minute mark, you already have Radiant Armor. You're not gonna die against a Harley, probably. You're probably not going to die against heroes like the Valentino, who just like to do that trickle poke damage, right? With a Terrify. And that's just the solution that KOG did. And if they don't die, they do the killing. They do the hunting. It's so basic. It's honestly shocking. And you're right. I did not feel any ego on the side of like Kaizen, despite, you know, he has the license to go a little bit egoistic on this Guinevere. He did it, which is impressive.
Definitely, man. By all means, he was walking up YOLO. Like again, you can see that there's calculations going on in the background, and of course, always, right? Even us casters or you guys at home, when you play the game, you try and calculate kind of. Oh, there's that much damage. I can survive for a bit longer. But what I'm saying is with KOG, it feels like it goes a level above that, because the moment they get an item power spike, the moment they recognize that, hey, that guy is behind, we've invaded his jungle, he's low on items, etc., they're willing to actually take more risks because they understand that your punishing power is not sufficient to really make this costly for us. And so when you understand the calculations that well, it's so annoying, man, because there were some moments that Buriram, I think they saw that Kaizen walk up and you know, facing the whole team, and he didn't back away. He just stood there like, yeah, what you gonna do? You're gonna commit on the tank Guinevere and then risk getting like counter engaged, really? And he just stood there. It's demoralizing, man, really.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. I think that's part of the game plan. Maybe for KOG, just demoralize your opponent into oblivion. At least that's what I saw, right? It's all about the mind games. Right, so I think KOG just has that aura, literally living up to the name, King. And who knows? Maybe that's the game plan, you know.
Too bad Sung Jin Woo is on a different team, right? You know,
Yeah.
the whole aura thing going on would be a bit more fitting, but hey, let's see how this one goes, man. Random map draw already. No delay in getting to gate number 2. I forgot to make a call.
Yeah,
fine.
I was waiting for it, man. Come on.
Dang it.
And that was the
I
one
was
time it actually
mid-sentence.
went to Flying Clouds.
I was mid-sentence. I called Flying Clouds in previous game, no?
Yes,
Alright,
you did.
close-
You did.
Close enough, close enough. This is the first Flying Clouds of the day, by the way, so if you thought that KOG's tempo and pace was already high, it's about to get even higher.
Oh yeah, they can go a lot faster with that, and they can also just do some crazy stuff. If you're talking about like you're trying to figure out your opponent's timing, Flying Clouds is the best way to actually mess up that timing. That you know that timer in your head when you're playing, where oh this guy's he's still walking. Oh no, he's not. It's actually right behind you, bro. So yeah, that's why one of the reasons why I love Flying Clouds. Aside from the obvious fact that you can set up from a cloud drop, you know, it's just so easy to forget your make your opponent forget your timings and then take advantage of that.
Well, you have to remember as well, if you're on the losing side or the more late game defensive side, you can recall a lot easier without getting punished, right? You can just recall, get a quick top up for your mana and HP, fly back to the lane, no problem. So I think this map really rewards decisive action. You shouldn't settle for just, oh, half HP. No, you want to get the kill. You know, you want to seal that deal.
Sir, what's your command?
Right,
Your
right.
team is banning.
And making sure that you also have
Ooh,
like
Fanny.
a way to just, you know, out resource your opponent. If your opponent doesn't want to TP back and you're ahead in HP, you're going to be able to get that kill more often than not, right? So
yeah,
these are the things that you want to take advantage of in Flying Clouds.
Right then, final ban right here. It's the Baksha still. They want to respect, again, tempo, right? The Baksha, when he gets rolling, quite literally, it's difficult, man. He's everywhere all at the same time. He clears your jungle really fast. Without items, he slows down your healing, right? Too much in that kit. KOG with the Marcel, though. We haven't seen a really successful Marcel, I think, today, just yet. KOG has a chance to prove it to us, but they give away the Guinevere.
That's one of the reasons why I'm always so hesitant to show to suggest the Marcel, even though usually it's very strong. Yeah, it's just so hard to play with. I don't even know how to play properly with it, right? Because people just don't have that much experience with it quite yet. They don't have like years of experience, and like some heroes, like you can have like years of experience with like a Guinevere or a Zushin, maybe a year. But Marcel is just so spanking new, and I don't even think all of the hero interactions with it are completely explored yet. You know, we know Kimmy, we know Granger, but I feel like there's just a lot more that needs to be explored here, just like you mentioned. What?
Yeah, I love Chango with the Marcel. You
Oh
just
yeah.
right into the golden hour. Oh man, that looks so satisfying. But yes, the Kimi indeed shows through, and so does the Suyo. I think right now the S tier class of jungler is the Suyo and the Guinevere, right? Mobility, a bit of tankiness. Sky Piercer a possibility for the Suyo as well. Although sometimes the Kimi wants to go for it too, so there might be someone might have to give in there. Usually they let the Suyo go with the Sky Piercer. But with the Khalid here, mid lane's looking a bit sketchy for KOG.
You know, you're right. It's a little bit more difficult. It's not impossible, but it's more difficult for like Zed to just play it a lot safer. One of the reasons why I also just love the Khalid right now is if you don't have that much crowd control to deal with it, it's just gonna quicksand guard in your face more often than not. And that kind of just forces your opponent to go for a more crowd control roamer. Again, I would like to see, I would like to see a better crowd control XP lane. I can't believe the Uranus is still here as well. No, it's banned out. Both by the way, both most used heroes are banned out. Maybe the Lapu Lapu or Yuzhong. I missed Lapu Lapu, by the way. I don't think we saw it today at all.
Yeah.
Man.
You might want to check out MPLID, bro, because the Lapu Lapu has been very popular there. I don't know if it's a region thing, but they've been a crazy place, and that aggressive style really lends itself to the current meta. Again, depends though, right? Depends.
Yeah. It's not as popular in TH, sadly. There are specialists, like obviously world champion Edward likes to throw that out there. Literally, if you say Edward, that's like one of the first heroes that pop up in your head, right? But Yuzhong, great band, by the way. I love the Yuzhong band.
Considering they have a Marcel and a Kimi, I think it makes a lot of sense. They go for the Alice though, so I guess they're banning away all these aggressive heroes. They can bully the Alice in lane. Although, I get the feeling there's something left open. Hang on. To deal with the Alice? It's escaping me right now, but alright. Good engage tools for Burura, by the way. Now they're the ones with all the options on how to engage.
That's like free initiators, bro. How do you even... Four initiators, right?
Yeah, basically.
Oh, man.
They do get
That's
the
a lot of
Moskov,
crowd
though.
control.
Is it Terizla, you think, bro? Like,
Terizla, possible. Right? You want to dive into that dive. If they're diving on you, you want to dive back. Right? Possibly Terizla.
Solid philosophy there. It's a Lapu, bro. They don't care about frontline. Who needs a frontline when the opponents are all dead? That's what they're saying. Yisun Shin. What a throwback right here. That's a curveball for sure. Was not expecting that.
I agree. What a curveball. I mean, when was the last time we saw a... Okay, this is basically a 4 protect 1 Yisun Shin, right? Like most people, most of the team, they're just gonna try to play around the Yisun Shin timers. Double global vision. So you should not get surprised if you are Burura. So okay, I can get behind this lineup from Brew here. Although with free purifies, very good as well for KOG. They know what's gonna happen. They're gonna get chain crowd controlled. They're not gonna like it, but they're gonna try to play against it anyway.
I am kind of concerned because again, everyone's clumping up. It's ideal for the golden hour. And a good Marcel, even if he doesn't land the golden hour onto your team, if he lands it between your team, that's one guy like stuck away from protection, away from any backup for a good 3 or 4 seconds. So, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 between KOG and BRU. Let's see how this goes, man. Surprise picks have been shown. The Lapu, the Yisun Shin as well. A bit of a throwback. This is gonna be an exciting one.
I think both lineups are pretty much, just having that win condition of, finding their gold laner first. I think that's super crucial, right? Although there is going to be a lot more crowd control that is going to be concerning for the side of Burura. Just because of that, I feel like they actually have a good chance of winning this. I suddenly feel a little bit scared of my 2-0 prediction. But it's still very much a skill check, right? It's a skill check if Kaizen can dodge against it. If Zed can just not die until he gets a good setup done, which is like that. Kaizen, wow! Alright, he's showing up here. He's showing up.
Again, you don't want to clump up together, bro. There's so much danger there. Fortunately, the second skill, the fighter form of the Suyo, doesn't land too much on both of the members of BRU. That could have easily been fatal.
Alright, so we're looking for a possible way to break this. It feels like such a stalemate, to be honest. But I'm thinking Nile will be delayed on the level 4s a little bit more than Nimzy. And I feel like it's still turtle number 1 going over to Burura with everything that's happening here right now, honestly.
Agreed. Unless something happens. Oh, that's a lot of damage from MZ. He'll be able to zone them all back. But again, it's the flying clouds. KOG might be able to be back in this. No, look at the trade attempt. KZ immediately going for a steal. He will be spotted out though.
Yeah, at least we'll be spotted out for now. No steals. KZ is down for the count. First blood going over the Brew. And I think they will be able to get even more, if I'm correct, is what I was actually wondering. All right, how do we guys actually stop it if they go all in on you? I love the draft, man. This program draft just feels like it fits them so well.
I think there's a lot of potential, for sure. Ooh.
Wow. Here. Ooh, Raging Sandstorm, but even the Purified cannot really stop the Desert Tornado from hitting you. Decent start here. This is as good as it gets, I think, for Buram. And now they can just keep pressuring KOG from here.
Yeah, it's looking kind of tough. Niall's back in the picture, but Hyan is still going to be zoned out away. SOD.
It's SOD. Again, no crowd control means they can't really get started yet. Cannot really cast the golden hour because everyone's just moving. Well, that's another skill check, right? Can Niall actually cast and hit the golden hour when it matters the most? And if you do cast it, will the target die? Like that. Those are things we have to see.
That's true. Right now with the Purify though, they still can't outrun the damage. There's so much chase baked into the kit. Oh man!
Oh, there it is. Niall just getting deleted. This is the chain CC that we were talking about, guys. And we're seeing it in fruition right in our very eyes. So scary right now. Loy's gonna get crowd controlled as well. Gonna be able to at least walk on out there. That level difference and the item difference really making a big change in how they're surviving. They're able to survive a lot of these fights by the skin of their teeth just because they did get that very early lead.
Alright, now the Shocker already popped. KZ actually has the clear advantage. He was out-leveling Lois ever so slightly, but now they're equal. And with the turtle, here is a retry steal angle from the side of Buriram, for KOG. Or are they actually going to try and win out a fight? It's looking tough, man.
Yeah, I think Niall just wants to golden hour this. There you go. Wants a golden hour. Buy some time for Kaizen, who doesn't seem to actually want to take it at all. He's trying to delay it just a little bit so he can get more resources. I think the game plan here for KOG is to make sure that Kaizen still has that level lead, which is honestly just diminishing because Lois is also just unchecked in the map.
Well, you also got the Sky Piercer right there and then, so maybe the idea is to not really commit too hard without gaining too much. Oh, Ruin is available.
Yeah, Narakorn is absolutely fine here. Right now, I don't think Narakorn is in trouble. Not really that much threats for this Alice to worry about, which is absolutely fine, right? Like, that's usually how Alices go. But it's not just Alice you have to worry about. There's so many things in this lineup that you have to worry about if you're KOG. One of them is, of course, that Guinevere on top side. There's really not much you can do. And even a Lapu Lapu just having a hard time surviving against them. Down goes the Fury the Phoenix. They're going to be able to at least Traction Pulse, force the Flicker out of Izzy. This time, not bad. You know, KOG got something. A Flicker away from Izzy just means it's a lot easier to reach that Nissan Shin now. And they're going to try to do it. Miss on the SOD again. Unbelievably so. That was point blank, literally. But looks like because of that, swing that gold over, KOG gets a turret.
We're going to lose a purple buff for Kaizen though. Good moves there from Lois, seeing the prio on the bot lane. Go straight into the jungle. It's only a basically a 2k gold lead though. Not ideal, right? Because again, we were expecting this. KOG should be scaling. They have a Moskov. They have a Kimi. All things considered, 3 kills isn't horrible.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, right? Now, that's the biggest lead that Buriram has had all series long. But look at KOG. They're getting some of that bravado back. They're getting some of that confidence. Try to go for that play once more. MZ up on front. And it's Kaizen with a turtle take. But look at Buriram. That crowd control chain just too much for the Suyo. Suyo will fall. And the siege could be pretty difficult to deal with here. But look at Niall going up on front. Cancel on the Violet Requiem again. Bravest fighter for 33rd. Able to buy some time for Payed to make a superhero landing. Makes it an attempt on Agi and a kill going over to KOG again. Just non-stop action. Niall right after the cooldown casts the golden hour again.
can see the damage ramping up for KOG, but the sneaky steal, the Vow Requiem, 1v1.
Oh, this is what we're
Bang.
talking about. Why the Gwenvir is just so good in that matchup. It's almost impossible for Suyo to 1v1 it, especially if you get hit with a spatial migration.
Well, again, with a 1k gold difference, when you get caught off guard like that, the Suyo is not the only hero that gets blown up by the Bout Requiem. So to be fair,
Yes,
there's some
everyone.
leeway there. But man, Kaizen has no stacks on the Sky Piercer, and look at this. Oh, Nile.
Oh, look at that. That's what you're saying, right? Like anyone that gets hit with a Bout Requiem with a pretty solid lead like that is just bound to get melted. There's just not much you can do about it. Now it's going to be Breweram with the invade into the purple buff here of KOG. And somehow Kaizen trying to go for it, just not going to be able to secure it. And now it's Kaizen who's getting chokeholded here on his buffs. And now ready for committing basically the bravest fighter to go and clear that mid wave. Now it's important to keep that mid wave alive, right? Because that's gonna control your tempo. It's like your big door going to your jungle.
Yep. Now with the Lord spawning though, what is the move from KOG? They've traded, they've tried to contest. They were able to get a successful red tree win though, so that should be a concern for Buriram, right? But with all the macro tools they have, the Fury of the Phoenix and the Mountain Shocker, they should always have the intelligence advantage against KOG.
Yeah, 100%. Look at that though, Nile. Casting the golden hour again. Will be able to find MZ, but again, that kind of forces a flicker. You don't really have a choice against that. Not recording up on front. Again, this Alice feels like there's not really many heroes in KOG that can kind of deal with it. They're having a hard time dancing with this Lord. But look at where Payen is. He is all across the map. And you know what? Breweram knows it. They're going for it. They're going straight for it. And Loy is going to be able to secure that Lord. Fight looks good. SOD will connect. And in this one, the damage is actually quite real. Payen has an opportunity to go for more kills here. Zed is up on front. Lots of low HP members here for Brew. But you know what? KOG says we cannot really take this. We just have to back off for now. And Payen, a big saving grace here for KOG. Pushes the lead back to 1.3.
Hang on a second. He built like Demon Hunter Sword last out of the Swift Trinity? That's interesting because usually Demon Hunter Sword is the one that you always go for. Everything else you can kind of switch around. Instant replay though in that fight. SOD definitely is prepped up. The Lord reset it. SOD lands, but the paid actor Lord knocks up Nile. And afterwards, it's just the AoE from KOG carrying the fight. The fact that everyone is so clumped up together. You can see Zed and Payen relatively healthy at the end of that fight. That is what Buriram wants to avoid. Right? They won that engagement, but they are down in gold. At least for now.
Yeah, they're very much down in gold here. It's like a negative take here. But, you know what, at least for now, they do have a lot of pressure still. Their crowd control is still very solid once it hits. Now they've got a Lord walking up on top with them. Can we get to do some damage?
Oh!
That'll be a beautiful Throne of Ruin coming from not recording. That is going to do a lot of damage. But MZ, maybe just a little too deep there. Kaizen with the cleanup. And Payen SOD hits to the faces. That spear is really doing such good AoE damage. Almost tore down 2 members of Brew with just one go.
Force 2 flickers immediately, man. That's the danger that is present right now. Payen, with only the Swift Trinity, is actually a real menace to the backline. Kaizen did a great job entering the fight on the side as well. Look at Nile though, trying to find info. Probably setting something up. He has a few more items now, so he can actually afford to play like this. It's a little bit more, because he has an extra bit of tankiness.
That's right. It's fine. I mean, it's not the tankiest hero in the world, but the defense for sure is off the charts. Are you seeing the damage not really quite sinking into the Marcel? And he has the golden hour, don't forget. We have a split push happening as well by Kaizen, really forcing a lot of aggression, a lot of rotations to the top side, splitting up Brew. Now, that's very important, right? Because Brew, they can they just have to look at their item charts, and they'll notice that it's not even 1K anymore. It's very close by. We are approaching an equilibrium in our items.
Just the farming efficiency and the way they're able to just send one member and do some mini split pushes around the map. That is what is giving KOG so much more advantage here in the farming speed. Buriram are doing great, but they're sticking together because this is a team fight composition. They have to use combos. The Moskov, the Suyo, they are very happy to take 1v1s if they have the right items.
No, but Payan, I think he wants a 1v2, man. He wants to spread onto that Moskov to go and, you know, just deal with multiple members of Buriram. We have Aji up on front, MZ as well. There's still a question of how they're going to deal with Narakorn, but I think at this point they should have enough anti-heal to make it a little bit harder for the Alice to go. But that Throne of Ruin can really catch you off guard, so those are the things that they're going to have to watch out for. Don't forget, Payan is not in this fight. Lois dives in. He actually will be missing out. And there goes that bravest fighter, 33rd. He's able to find it. SOD is going to be delayed. And that will mean that it also misses. Kaizen up on front. No one can go for the retry if Kaizen dies. But for some reason, still alive. Payan. Oh my god, that's a scary mob right now. Bit of a difficult hero to stop. Payan clutching it a little bit. Flicker by Agi and a cleanup by the mage. Look at this, what is happening right now. Zed and Nile go for the chase. Lois is all alone. Izzy is on the mid trying to clear that turret, but turret will still fall. Non-stop action happening here. Fraction Pulse pulls him back, but look, it is going to be the rest of Brew holding on for dear life, backing up their team. Nice sidestep from Zed as well. End of the day, Brew is going to have a big advantage. They will get that Lord.
Man, that is so unfortunate. They tried to do so many things right there, but you're seeing again the problem with the Marcel, the unforeseen circumstances. The SOD got caught in the golden hour. If Payan was there earlier, that would have been a done deal, I think. That fight was already so close when Payan entered late. Fortunately, it's not the Evolve Lord. There's still a good amount of clear available for the set of KOG, but that was definitely quite a costly mistake.
That's true. It really is. Payan kind of had an indecisive moment there, and that moment really cost him a lot as well in terms of pressure and map control, and of course that goal lead with that comes with getting that Lord or losing that Lord. So now Nile is up for a pretty difficult decision. Where do you cast the golden hour? Where does the attack happen? They're gonna try to see if they can do it on the middle. Able to catch Narakorn on the golden hour. Traction Pulse pulls him back in. A decent trade of crowd control here. Down goes that Fury of the Phoenix. The Izzy damage dealing capabilities, of course, of the YSS being felt very, very strongly here.
Wait a minute. Buriram are overstaying here.
Yeah, that's a huge overstay. Nile very low. Dive in by Lois. MZ on the side. Izzy and Agi working hand in hand. Just taking down targets who are right in front of them. 31st bravest fighter out, but not going to be able to stay alive. Zed and Nile all alone on the map. It's 2v3, but a few minions should be pretty easy for them to clear. We got one more wave coming up on top and bottom. And Haya is going to be able to stay in this one. Oh my goodness. What a crazy trade.
All things considered, definitely super value for Buriram. 2 base turrets, one on the far side. Now, fortunately for KOG, though, they do have that Moskov, right? Unfortunately, Payan went for the flank there, and it did not pay off. If he went for a more calm approach, it might have worked out better. But hindsight is 2020. Right now, the thing is, Payan can clear the base and still be able to participate in the Lord fight. That is something that Buriram have to take into consideration.
That's true. I feel like maybe a front to back would have been a lot easier in that last one.
Think so?
But yeah, they're trying to go for like global control, I guess, which is fine. but eventually, sometimes, people will really commit mistakes. You might miss the SOD, and that just might cost you the game.
Ooh.
This is a possibility happened here. Kaizen so close. He could have actually gone down there. But you know what? KOG, they're still in the game. They're getting pushed back though. Narcorn on the side, Throne of Ruin is going to be available. They're trying to dance on out there. Izzy and Agi are nowhere to be seen. What's the plan going to be here? No flickers means it's going to be up to KOG to react to what Buriram is going to do, since all three of them actually have Purify. So, yeah, basically it's only for Deferred who has that, who has a prerogative to go ahead and make a flicker play here. So they might have to play around that. Or if Kyle gets Golden Hour.
They're sending Easy down there to clear. So there is a window here if they so choose to take it. At this point, at almost 20 minutes, the gold lead won't really be that massive of a deal, technically. Just item swaps for the most part. We're seeing High-End and Easy get dangerously close though. High-End has shown.
Oh, there's Burst Rage. Kaizen is getting hunted down here by Narakorn. Where is the SOD? We're looking for that. If you are Buriram, and now Lois is up on front, Narakorn as well. Keeping that Lord on half HP. SOD is still nowhere to be seen. I think they might be able to burst this down if they want to, but here comes Pretty Bird, and down goes the Golden Hour. They're fighting. Kaizen is in a lot of pressure, and the SOD misses again. And now Nile is all alone here. It's Kaizen running for the hills. Pretty Bird trying to keep them in check, but you know what? You'll be able to get so much pressure at the bottom. MZ is running.
Oh, they want him.
And it's a 2v4 down there on the bottom, man. That might just be Payan going down. But you know what? He is actually still surviving for some reason. Has the Wind of Nature, has the Immortality, but that is 4 members of Buriram. I don't think you're going to get much done there. That is going to be free for 1 at the end of the day. Beautiful adjustment being done here by Brew.
Zed is up in 7 seconds. This is an end angle for Buriram though. They want to try and force it. I think this is unwise. They should have gone for the Lord.
Yeah, this should have been a Lord play, man. That's gonna be Zed getting back in play. You might be underestimating the amount of damage that you can get from a Kimmy and C. That's what you're saying, right? Like that should be an easy Lord right there.
They'll still get the Lord. As the minions are still in the base of KOG. They're moving in for some kind of steal here. Nile's buying some time.
Oh, they are. Throne of Ruin is activated, but actually will not be hitting. There goes Kaizen. They got him with a 1v2. I think that could be game right there. No marksman just means so hard to miss. Oh my god, another miss on the SOD. Seriously, man.
No way, dude.
Seriously. What the heck is happening? That is just amazing. Buriram finding their marks. And somehow Payan just not finding any pushes us to game number 3.
Absolutely ridiculous, bro. Like, BS isn't in this game, but that was absolute BS. What was that, man? At every single turn, something always goes wrong in the SOD usage. Whether the fight has moved, whether the Golden Hour is there, Payan is just having the worst of luck in this game. That is so unreal, dude. So many fights really could have gone wrong for Buriram, but somehow, some way, almost through divine intervention, they're able to actually get a win there. But of course, there were maneuvers of their own. The fact that they trapped Kaizen, know that he was gonna be on the way to the Lord for sure, was what kicked off this whole play. Like, the Suyo was not part of this fight. When they're fighting all clumped up like this, you know the Suyo can do an absolute huge amount of damage.
I'm just flabbergasted, man. Just how do you miss that many SODs in one series?
Dude. That was BS.
That's unreal.
He's not in the game, but absolute BS there. No way, man. Oh boy. All the way from the beginning. It's almost as if they need to... I don't know, man. I'm even thinking, like, is it not better for them just to engage with the Golden Hour and then just throw the SOD to whoever's in the Golden Hour? You know, would that not increase the hit rate? I have no clue, man. That's just crazy.
It's crazy. All right, you gotta work on that. Like that's one thing they gotta work on is either the comms or a literal gameplay style, right? Just change your gameplay style by. I mean, if you can't hit the SODs from that distance, go near, go up on front. Just. I know what he was trying to do. He's trying to macro the game, right? He's trying to macro the map. But what are you macroing if your teammates are dead? Like, come on. It's just very glaring issues.
Yeah, it could have been coordinated better, you know? Because, like, I feel like if it's communicated properly, if the fight is going in their favor, or if they're backing away, or if they're engaging, you can kind of time the SOD, right? That's how a lot of people are able to get so much success with it. Looking at the MVP for this game, though, it's your boy Izzy, 805, snowballing from the gold lane, getting the Sky Piercer. The guy was definitely a menace, man. One skill and a passive, you know, the crit basic attack, and the Kimi and the Suyo gets all absolutely chunked down.
That's true. I feel like there's just so much usage of the YSS. People have been kind of just putting YSS on the side, just because there's just so many more flashier gold laners right now. But you kind of forget how crazy the damage is. That even a Suyo, even like literally even a Marcel who's supposed to have like a really high defense stat, is just not really able to sustain against it. Especially if you can kind of just distance yourself, normal hit, back, then you know, it's just so good. And we kind of forget the global presence as well. There was no opportunity that they were surprised. It was, if you get surprised here, if you have Sutian's Fury the Phoenix, you have the Mount Shocker, you're doing something wrong. And I guess that happened. It didn't happen here, right? I don't think at any point were Buriram taken by surprise.
No, I don't think so. They have that extra bit of scouting, which is probably why Payan was just extra tentative. But dude, a lot of times like some tomfoolery happens, quite literally. Is insane. And at some point I feel like that tilted KOG just a little bit, you know? That fight in the bottom lane when Payan shows up behind them, I feel like that was such a huge mistake. And right here too, if they grouped up as 5 and then played like a proper front to back, even with the Lord, I feel like they have some sort of chance, dude, honestly. Even there, like the SVD just cannot land. It's ridiculous. So much BS in this game. Oh man.
It's just so funny. It's just so funny. I can't hold it in, right? It's just, that's like almost statistically impossible, right?
It's more
like
impressive
you throw away
to not
so
land
many
any.
SODs, you're supposed to land more than half of them.
Ridiculous, dude.
That's ridiculous. Anyway, we are on a game, going to game number 3. I did not really, I did say, right? We did say that Buriram's draft here just feels so immaculate. That's just so much crowd control stuffed into one packaging. It feels like it's overflowing. But it was still a pretty even fight up until the very end. Despite, again, some crucial engages missing.
They played the best with what they had, but again, you're seeing the difference in when they had crowd control, right? They were trying to make plays off the traction pulse, using the golden hour. Everything is so extremely telegraphed, like extremely telegraphed. This is almost like KOG are playing the draft that BRU had game 1, and the weaknesses are just amplified. You know, what are you gonna jump in with? Oh, Brim's Fighter, you're seeing him flying in a mile away. Golden Hour, you're seeing the bubble and just waiting on it for a long time. I don't know, man. The fact that they were even able to push it to this level, I think was already impressive, considering they had no real tools to work with, right? In fact, they had like counterintuitive tools, like the Golden Hour with the SOD. So, great victory by Buriram. They played the game plan that they were able to draft. They were able to actually get the victory despite the mind games and the maneuvers out of KOG. But honestly, this was never... Well, I don't know, Rockhard, like, weigh in on this, but this never felt like it's a draft that is KOG style.
No, it's pretty far from it, honestly. Especially where it's a draft where most of the time Kaizen actually gets left on his own. Like I don't see that a lot. I see KOG usually play around Kaizen. So in this game where we're seeing, a lot of disconnects, a lot of heroes that kind of just need to be on their own to be effective, like the Moskov or the Suyo, doesn't feel right. Like it doesn't feel like the KOG recipe. So I'm hoping they can kind of just work around that or work on that and just talk to each other, man. Because this doesn't feel like what I saw usually. This isn't what you usually see from KOG. Far from it.
And again, because of the nature of the composition, as always, you can flex all you want that you don't need a front line. Yes, but at the same time, you still need someone to kind of open the maps, etc. You're seeing Nile go for like a full tank build, if you saw. Just Radiance, Radiant Armor, and like some real beefy frontline items. And again, unfortunately for Marcel, he doesn't scale with items the same way, right? Which is why we see a lot of people, when they are itemizing for Marcel, they're looking for regen, they're looking for shielding, right? Because his whole kit is to be tanky by way of shielding, not but just by getting resistances. So yeah, I think there's a bit of missed value there because he's forced to itemize that way, is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, I agree. You know what, Marcel, he makes up for it with like really high base defense and base defense growth, but you're right. It's just not. Marcel is 100% an off tank. Like, it's not a guy that you rely on for a lot of your, primary tanking. So, I was thinking maybe one more tankier member might have been actually perfect in that lineup. But in that sense, yeah, it is what it is. It happened where it was also just a very good Brewer in lineup. So I don't mind. I feel like they deserve the win because of how they played it out like that.
Oh, they absolutely earned it, man. So I think no one can really discredit them for winning against KOG, despite what you want to say about the drafts. But actually, what do they want to say about the drafts? Because we have an interview up on stage.
กันก่อนดีกว่าแต่รู้สึกเหมือนว่าแฟนคลับจะน่าคุ้นๆนะคะตรงนี้เดี๋ยวให้เขาแนะนำตัวก่อนดีกว่าค่ะด้านนี้ได้เลยค่ะ
ครับสวัสดีครับโค้ชดินได้ครับ
ด้านนี้ค่ะ
สวัสดีครับจีรองเลสครับจากเทนาซิตี้
แล้วทำไมอยู่คนละฝั่งอันนี้เชียร์ทีมไหนกันคะเชียร์คนละทีมแน่เลยโอ้โหไม่ต้องบอกแล้วมั้งคะว่าเชียร์ทีมไหนด้านนี้ล่ะคะ
ครับก็มาเชียร์ลุงทั้งคู่ครับ
โอ้ย
พี่ครับ
ไม่ได้พูดนะคะอันนี้พี่กรณ์ไม่ได้พูดหยอกแล้วในทีมเนี่ยเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
เชียร์ทุกคนครับทุกคนเก่ง
ทุกคนเก่งด้านนี้แหละคะมีเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษไหม
ครับก็เชียร์ทั้งหมดครับเชียร์ทั้งหมด
เชียร์ทั้งหมดอันนี้เล่นเกมกันอยู่แล้วไหมคะ
เล่นกันปกติครับ
เล่นกันปกติอยู่มีกี่ดาวแล้ว
ไม่บอกครับระดาวน้อยครับอีพิก
ด้านนี้อะคะสู้เขาได้ไหมเนี่ย
ยังไม่มีดาวเหมือนกัน
อันนี้มาดูกี่ครั้งแล้วคะนี่มาดูกี่ครั้งแล้ว
มาทุกแมตช์ที่เทนนาซิตี้ลง
ไม่ค่อยเยอะเท่าไหร่ทีมเดียวกันอันนี้ก็เหมือนกันคำตอบเดียวกันแล้วเราเนี่ยแบบว่ามีอะไรอยากจะบอกทีมที่เราเชียร์ไหม
ขอขึ้นที่1นะครับพี่
วันนี้เขามาตึงใช่ไหมวันนี้อาจจะเพราะว่าพลังเบฟหรือเปล่า
เป็นไปได้นะ
เป็นไปได้ด้านนี้อะคะ
เหมือนกันครับขอขึ้นที่1นะ
เฮ้ยทำไมเป็นงั้นน่ะแล้วตอนนี้คือเหตุการณ์อะเกมมันตึงเครียดมากแล้วมัน1-1เราคิดว่าด้านนี้เนี่ยเขาจะทำให้เราได้ไหมอีก1แต้มเนี่ย
คาดหวังครับทำได้แน่นอนครับ
คาดหวังทำได้แน่นอนด้านนี้ล่ะคะคิดว่า KOG จะเอาแต้มนี้ไปได้ไหม
ก็ต้องดูที่หน้าดาบด้วยครับ
ต้องดูที่นี่พูดแบบมีหลักการนี่เห็นฟอร์มการเล่นของวันนี้แล้วอยากจะมอบยาดมหรือว่ากำลังใจให้ใครในทีมไหมคะ
ให้คนดูดีกว่าคนดูดีกว่าจริง
ๆหมายถึงกำลังใจหรือยาดมคะดิ
ยาดมดีกว่า
เกมมันตึงเกินแล้วฝั่งนี้นะคะอยากมอบยาดมหรือว่ากำลังใจให้ใครไหม
ก็กำลังใจให้พี่ๆแล้ว
กำลังใจให้พี่ๆเดี๋ยวก่อนเราจะปล่อยแฟนคลับไปนั่งพักขออนุญาตซาวเสียงก่อนดีกว่าเพื่อเป็นกำลังใจให้นักแข่งให้เอามาได้อีกแต้มหนึ่งขอฟังเสียงแฟนคลับบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตหน่อยค่ะ วันนี้พลังเบฟเขามานะ ด้านนี้ล่ะคะ อินซีดำไร้พ่าย ขอฟังเสียงแฟนคลับหน่อยได้ไหมคะไม่ยอมกันวันนี้นะคะ ทั้งนักแข่งและแฟนคลับไม่มีใครยอมกันเลย ทุกคนคงอยากดูแล้วว่าแต้มต่อไปจะไปเป็นของใครนะคะ นักแข่งพร้อมแล้วแฟนคลับพร้อมมากๆค่ะ เดี๋ยวเราจะส่งต่อให้พี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Hype as always, Rockhard. I can see you want to chime in with something of your own. What's up?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You seem just ready to make a statement here.
I don't know. I'm not gonna. I'm just excited to see. They're still awake there. I know it's a little. They're. It's a. What do you call that?
It's about 8 p.m. I think over there. We have the same time zone, Jakarta and Thailand.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So
you guys are an hour
time,
earlier.
I'm an hour earlier.
Oh,
ahead.
Later. Ahead. Yeah.
Hour ahead. That's what I was gonna say. Like I was thinking, what time is it there right now? Oh no, all right, fine. They're still pretty early on. But I'm just saying, I'm just happy to see that a lot of the other players are also just watching, on the other big fans of them.
I'm taking notes, bro.
Even players are just big fans of KOG at this point, right? But Buriram also, bro, it's like, what are they doing? They're toppling the Kings here.
It's getting close, man. And again, momentum is the name of the game. We've seen, good chances pop up. This is a way for Buriram to turn the odds, definitely, man. If KOG don't bring in the A game, start giving Buriram the respect that they deserve, they might get toppled down and lose the O right now, right here.
Did we just see Buriram literally just smiling? Like, that's the first time I've seen them smile today. They're finally feeling very good about it. And I don't blame him. I think that was a very sore pain point. At this point, I would just ban 5 marksmen and 4 spy in onto the Moscow. That's what I do, And let's see what happens.
Who knows, man? Who knows? I don't know. I feel like that draft looked somewhat experimental. I guess they meant to, like they thought it was gonna win, right? There's no way they knew it was shaky, right? They definitely had trials of their own. We'll see, man. I think it's dangerous grass this time.
Oh, let's see. Hey, you
boom!
All right, your
How does he
rates are
do
up
it?
Today. I don't know. It's just some things are just nature, bro. So we're going into game number 3. I am very excited to see what a very angry KOG is gonna do, especially after suffering a defeat that feels like it was manageable, right? It felt manageable for a majority of it. Again, we keep talking about what if they just front backed? What if they just didn't split? What if so many what ifs in that matchup that could have gone wrong from Buriram, but didn't happen. KOG just, and I think you said it best. Might have been just like divine intervention at that point.
Don't forget the paid actor, the Lord, as always. There were moments there where he knocked up the members of KOG at the right opportune moment. Dude, it happens too often for it to be coincidence. That thing is sentient, bro. That Lord is not just a code in the game. He knows what's up.
I would not be surprised if the Lord suddenly has a good AI, and he just looks for like the softest target or the target he thinks he's gonna make a play. That could work. That could happen.
Calculate like what would make this more interesting? Oh, this team make a comeback? Cool. Knocks up the jungler or something like that. Man, happens way too often to be a coincidence. But Guinevere pick for Buriram worked well for them. No surprise there. For KOG though, is it the Suyo again or Leo Moon? Oh, neither.
I mean, that's what we were saying earlier, right? First pick, Guinevere is very, very viable. And I think now Buriram, after experiencing it in game number 2, says, you know what? I love this hero. Let's go ahead and play it. I think Lois was able to just outmaneuver Kaizen so many times in that last game just because of the fact that he was a Guinevere. So I think when coach said, hey bro, pick the Gwyn, Lois was like, oh yeah, let's go. I like that.
Why not, right? For KOG though, Valentina Khalid. This is some very strong mid prio, that's to be certain. The Gwyn though, what do they want, right? The Uranus that has been banned out so much, finally back in the picture. Good zoning tool, kind of denies a lot of the jungle picks available to KOG right now. And the Guinevere and Farsa, that's a huge pick-off combo if they're able to get the right information.
All right. Well, information, one way they could get that, maybe it's time to get that gold lane YSS again. Just kidding. I don't know. Maybe. It could work.
Who knows? It certainly is useful, but gold lane Yi Sun-shin hasn't really been a thing for a while. I think in the past 2 weeks in MPL ID, you don't see it at all almost. I don't know how it is in MPL PH, but it's looking like it's past its best days. The final pick here, first phase though.
Bro.
Harith. Ooh.
You'd be surprised.
Interesting.
Take a guess which gold laner in MPL PH is picking it the most.
Oh, who?
Severo.
I see. That's funny. No, that's funny. Okay.
I think he bought it from. Yeah, he bought it from your country, brought it here, and now he's just going ham with it.
Cool. Maybe it works better there with the whole macro approach that the PH does better. Nile though, not getting the badang that he's used to, bans it himself. Now this is kind of interesting, by the way. They picked the Harith into the Farsa. And correct me if I'm wrong, Rockhart, but isn't the Farsa like a mini counter towards the Harith? I thought
No, actually you have the right idea. That's actually the correct idea because Farsa, I would always say, is so good. Wow, nice picture. It's so good against heroes that love to play close range. For me, that is Harith. One of them is Carry as well. You know, those marksmen that is... It's range attack, but it's relatively short range. You get what I mean? And Farsa just loves zoned. That. Yeah, and because before you can get close to the Farsa, you're already basically hit twice at least by Feather Airstrike.
And they picked the Harith into the Farsa, so this is a bold move from KOG. Let's see if it plays out. It's a dangerous option. Let's put it that way. They go for the Fredrin ban. They're trying to limit the fighters for sure. That will allow the Uranus to actually zone away the jungles. Leomord and Fredrin. The options are thinning out here for KOG.
Yeah, I know what I said earlier didn't really happen. We didn't get to see a lot of gold lane bans, gold lane picks bans, which is a shame. They could have actually forced out that Harith. Zetian ban instead of a Harith might have been like a missed opportunity, but you know what? I guess they don't want... They're banking on KOG not making the same mistake twice, which would have been actually super crazy twice in a row, right?
Are ever shifting, but this heart
remains steadfast.
Take the Sora first. There's no Valentina to counter, and that's a good amount of playmaking tools available to them. Shifting Skies and Raging Sandstorm. Once again, not a lot of front lines, which is a bit concerning. Oh man, they took the Moskov away too. I guess the Harith is already there. The glue as well. The front line at least looks so much more solid for Buriram.
100%. This front line is gonna smash. It's gonna be able to just split up this lineup. Whoa, where'd that come from, man?
I mean, and they need a tanky jungler that can survive like burst damage. Exborg comes to mind, but we haven't seen it in forever, to be honest. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, Akai!
What?
Not bad. Honestly, bro. It's not bad.
It's not bad. It's also a very classic KZ hero, I'll be honest. It's one of his first heroes.
Did he... I've seen... One of these I've been casting, there was an Akai in there too. I'm trying to look back on my notes to see who it was. Oh, it was Valitai actually.
Yeah, I don't think that first few games that wasn't Kaizen 100%, but this time around with Kaizen on that Akai again, you kind of just most of the mechanics you're thinking of, they're probably out the window, right? They're probably out the window at this point. You're gonna be able to stop the Uranus. You're gonna be able to stop the Guinevere. Even the glue might have a hard time in the Forza, right? Because you're gonna get canceled. You can cancel your feather airstrike. The glue will be able to, to be removed by the, you know.
Yeah,
I'm just happy.
I
I'm
just
just happy
think
about this Sakai pick. I don't know. My mind is just frozen. It's amazing.
it's cool. There's a lot of big synergies available with the Akai, but what it provides is it's a way to get out of the sticky situations, right? You can actually walk up because you're tanky. You can't really get focused down by a spatial migration type of deal. Oh, Agi gonna punish Nile.
Right, Nile is going to be in trouble here a little bit, but only for a while. We're seeing a strong, very, very strong early game here from Bruram, and you know what? They're not problematic at the moment because there's no step here that can actually happen poorly for them. Nile going down for first blood. MZ, my goodness. What is up? We are seeing a Bruram that's playing out their minds as well here today.
I mean, cheeky little litho take. That's the Guinevere's power, right? You just jump in, your skill closes the gap, but also gives you crowd control, so you can get out of it. I'm seeing Narakorn here on the Uranus, man. If you let the Uranus go unchecked, it's absolutely a lane bully, and it's really cutting lanes. This is a dangerous grass map, so 33 RB is going to be a bit late going back to the lane. Overall, though, still a very slow start here for both teams.
Yeah, definitely a slow start, but it's a start in the right direction, especially since now Narakorn is going to have a lot more freedom to go ahead and close out and hunt down and cut these lanes. Kaizen finally has the heavy spin here, but the downside of being an Akai, your damage is basically zero unless a tower helps you, especially in the early game. So you're going to have to look for that crowd control. Maybe they can get that done around this turtle. So the perks of the Kai, of course, is also great turtle control.
Yep.
We don't have a feathered airstrike for quite yet. So honestly, this could be pretty bad for them, depending on how KOG is gonna play this. SOD will be connecting. It's gonna be joined by Izzy here. Heavy spin pushes people back, but here comes Payen. Finally getting into the fight in the right time. Gets a double here on his Harif. Able to slow down the aggression from Brew.
Good long drawn out fight for KOG there. Again, Budoram are back onto the turtle immediately, but they're showing the strengths of its composition. Again, way more playmaking tools, and the fact that Kaizen went to try and push Lois into Payen, that seemed like such a weird, desperate move. Like it's like overextensive, but it kinda ended up working out, so good for them. They can rinse and repeat and do the same thing right here, waiting on some ultimates though.
And they're playing around it. Brew knows they got a bit more of an advantage now that grab is going to be an option here. So MZ just has to keep his eyes on Kaizen, make sure that the Akai can't really get into range. Don't forget, we also have Agi with the feathered airstrike ready to go, but actually that's going to be Zed. For the meantime, doing some pretty decent damage, but not really enough to burst down the glue. Glue gonna get pushed back here. Nice swap in by Narakorn, so you can let his friend regen. And the hit. Ferdy Ferd not even able to ulti into that one. Big win here for Brew. And now it's re-engaged. Now goes back in with the Raging Sandstorm, but Loy's gonna be able to secure that turtle with a retribution. It is very problematic here for KOG. They lose out on the turtle, but at least they are able to get out with a consolation prize, which is the Guinevere.
Not bad. The heavy spin was just a bit too early, so Lois was able to get back into range for that red shoe battle. The Raging Sandstorm from Nile missed though. It was supplemented with the flicker as well. And right now the main issue for KOG is that this Uranus is just unkillable, right? They need a lot more damage for this Uranus to look somewhat mortal. On the weird way though, I feel like the Akai actually does really well against tanks, because when you mark them with your skill, right, with your second skill, you actually do max HP damage, just a little bit with your basic attacks. So he can be a threat to Narakorn, but like he needs a lot more backup if he's gonna take down a Uranus.
That's true. Again, you do a little bit percent damage.
Whoa.
Look at Payen. Where has that Payen been all series long, man? That was crazy movements. And you know what? He does a lot better here this time around, and he's able to fight back, which is very crucial. You have to show Brew that you are willing to take these fights to them if they ask for it. Just make sure you're not bullied.
Well, then again, he is on of Harith, and he's 2-0 this time. The movement has always been there. He tried to make those outplays on the Moskov. Unfortunately, it was seen through, like Buriram were ready for it. But now on the Harith, he's more survivable. He has a Purify as well. It's going to be a lot more difficult for Buriram to punish him. But look at 33 RD. He is the target right now for Buriram.
Yeah, 100%. Huge target. 33 RD feels like he should go on Lightning form more often than not because of everything that's happening around the map. We've got Case and we got Nile up on front. Very tanky members, but I think without Payen, there's not that friend, especially with a glue up on front. He's gonna go in and grab, goes for the fight, knock up into that Violet Requiem. Great heavy spin, cancels out a lot of these skills. And there you go, the damage is sinking. KOG find their mark. Shifting skies on the 33rd. Barely able to make it out. Brew are only gonna lose out MZ, but I think that might be enough. Now, it's gonna be KOG with a priority onto this turtle here, who seems to be just barely getting pushed out by another port.
When Nile gets the Raging Sandstorm back up, he has the Flicker available to surprise Buriram by all means. The Feather Airstrike duel is really impressive right now though. Both mid laners definitely looking past the current moment, trying to predict movements from both teams. Look at this though. Oh, hang on a second. There was a pickup attempt there. Agi already used the Feather Airstrike.
That's huge. That's a big tool. That's a big damage dealer removed here from Brew. I don't think they want to fight this. They will disengage, and they give turtle control over to KOG. And now even Stevens on the economy.
Even Stevens on the turrets as well. They took the bottom turret in a trade, and they're giving Payen a lot more gold here. As you can see, almost 1,000 gold difference between him and Izzy on the Moskov. There is the macro angle that KOG has to be concerned about, but in the fights at least, they are proving to be quite formidable.
Yeah, this Harith is just so scary right now. It feels like no one can really go toe-to-toe with it unless your name is MZ or Narakorn. So most of the time, this Harith is probably going to be relatively safe here. The one thing you have to worry about is, you're right, the macro that Izzy can provide.
But I feel like with the Akai at their disposal, if there's going to be a macro angle, all you got to do is brute force the neutral objective and then get a guaranteed retry using the heavy spin. Right? So it's not really as clear-cut as you would think at first glance. But right now, it's just waiting. And in these moments, before the Lord is up, before the neutral objective is up, Buriram, they gotta try and find something, man. They have to use this pick-off advantage, because the Guinevere Farsa is the combo they desperately really wanted.
Oh, great combo here. Get used up. Lois decides not to go for the Violet Requiem. MZ is going to go for spread. Might be able to disengage, at least for now, but goes for re-engage once more. Grab on to Kaizen. Knocked up and chained to death, but Kaizen is relatively tanky. Cannot really get damaged that much. And forces the rest of Buriram back. Man, Kaizen is built like a tank in this game.
I mean, both the frontliners built like a truck, just taking damage. That's a bit concerning, because later on, Payen can match up to the damage of Izzy, but it's not the same kind of shred that the marksman brings to the table. You know, so Buriram have a late game angle that's just a little bit more dangerous. And of course, with the spatial migration, you've seen what could happen, right? The pick-off threat is definitely there. And I like that Sky Garden helmet pickup from Kaizen, dude. He's going to be on the map indefinitely, and he's going to be even more difficult to burst down.
That is true. It's going to be so difficult to burst this guy down. And they're just going to be able to have like more staying power. And staying power is what you need in these team fights, right? You need more staying power. You can't just be the guy that, you know, goes low, then goes back to the base. Because at this point, it's a battle of these bush controls. We are in dangerous grass. Any bush can be very deadly. So right now, Buriram is just trying to see if they can find an opening. Ooh. But you know what? The targets are actually very difficult to take down. If you think about it, almost every target is almost unkillable.
I think the win condition for KOG is to get the backline members or Lois, and Kzen is beating him up actually. The Panda beating on a young little girl as Nanakorn is forced to back away as well. Dude, KOG, good trades here. Look at the HP bar difference.
Oh, that's a big one. They are able to take out Nile. 4v5. SOD hits on Zed. They do see that this Lord is getting attacked right now, but what can Buriram do realistically? Since Izzy actually decides to not take the SOD and just keep pushing up on top, it feels like it's going to be a concede onto the Lord with no retry close by. Lois dives in, but just way too late to the party. That's going to be MZ going down, and possibly Narakorn, if he can just walk out of here. He's slowed
So
to
tanky.
oblivion.
He's so tanky.
So tanky on this one, and like you mentioned, staying power for Brew.
Right. Again, Nanakorn is doing a great job, but his team, oh man, they're getting out-traded again and again here. They're the ones with the pick-off tools, with the Feather Airstrike, the Spatial Migration, but KOG is just maneuvering so well, and they are threatening with their big ultimates so well. The Heavy Spin, the Raging Sandstorm. Once again, a play onto Narakorn. Oh, get a zone.
Oh. Alright, Narakorn's up on the tower. He's trying to use his body as a proxy. He says, hit me guys, hit me! But no, they decide against it. KOG wants to get rid of that turret. We've also got Lord walking up on top, so that's something that KOG kind of just has to deal with here. Coming into this big push. No one to split as well, right? So it's Izzy on the Lord's side. No cross-map plays for Peru. But you know what? Maybe that's what they need. They need a sure team fight. After this Lord is cleared, maybe they can make something happen. But right now, the focus is to just keep it alive. And Narakorn, heavy spin to the wall. 4v5 for the next 30 seconds. That is not a good position to be in. I'm able to clear the Lord at the end, but they did suffer some casualties.
It's still a very close game by all means, man. The goal difference isn't like too sizable. The Lord did collide, so there's some chance here. Oh, Rage Star!
Oh, Rage, that's huge! And now MZ though able to stay alive for now. Good damage from Agi, but MZ will still fall. Freddy Freddy gonna be the sacrificial lamb here. But Narakorn is back. The walk-in turret here for Brew might be able to just be enough to make sure that KOG don't push.
Man, I thought that was looking really good for KOG, but in the end, it's just like a 1-for-2. I thought they were going to be able to get more, honestly. And Agi is at a Divine Glaive, and he rushed the Wishing Lantern, by the way. So, Kzen has been tanky, but that tankiness is going to get penetrated soon by Agi on that Feathered Airstrike, dude. KOG need to recognize that the frontliners won't really be as abusive as they have been.
That's true. They're gonna lose out on their their advantage very, very soon. And they gotta do something. They gotta do something about this Lord. I think this has to be ended very soon. Because, you know what? Izzy's also catching up. You don't notice the guy. He's 0-0-2, but he's actually slowly catching up. He's becoming such a menace in this game. And now, we're approaching the Lord area once more. KOG getting ready to go for the siege. Getting ready to take this Lord. Not really clearing that many bushes yet. But they don't need to. They see that Izzy is pretty far away. And you know what? They said, maybe we can try to bait it out. Maybe we can bait a fight. Watch out for the SOD. That for sure is the call. Okay, since up on front, they're trying to burst it down. And there's the push from Kzen, securing that Lord for KOG. And again, Agi just doesn't really have that quite enough damage to actually help whittle down the HP of KOG quite yet. And now they're chasing. They're taking out this glue. Taking him out would be so massive. But they're not able to chase him. They find Agi instead. Narakorn and Izzy up on bottom. Bayan, that's like his third. I don't know. That feels like his third Zaman Force. Bernie Bird just absorbed the majority of the damage coming in from Izzy. It's Narcord and Izzy against the world. We got a bottom side skirmish. It's only Izzy holding this turret alive. We've also got a Lord walking on top side. It's only 7 seconds for Lois to get into the game. And KZ, all he has to do is push Izzy back and claim the victory for KOG.
Dang, dude. They locked in. It was looking sketchy. The Akai came out of nowhere. And look at the passion coming through from KOG. Yelling out at the opponents. Getting lifted. It was a tough game. Buriram definitely put up a fight, but KOG, they locked in, and with an unconventional strategy, they were able to get a decisive victory, man. Neutral objective gameplay. KOG just make it look simple.
That is just amazing to see. It's nice to see that the Kings still really have a good grasp on the macro and the micro and everything in between in this game. Did feel like it's such a, it wasn't as one-sided as we thought it would be. But I just have to say, right, like Buriram, not bad at all. Not bad at all. They were able to really fight toe-to-toe here.
Overall, like, really, really good. You saw the pickoffs, the attempt on using the Uranus, but overall, in the end, they let it boil down to a neutral objective take. They were forced to fight against Sora, a Harriet, right, with more survivability and playmaking potential. And an Akai, they can almost guarantee the retry victory for your team. If things went differently, maybe there was a different way this could have played out. But since it boiled down to the neutral objective,
ค่ะ
this
ต
is
อน
how
นี้
it went,
นะคะ
and
เรา
this is
ก็
the
อยู่กับ
interview
ผู้
on
ชนะ
stage.
ทั้งสองคนนะคะจาก King of Gamer Club ค่ะโอ้โหเสียงยินดีเต็มฮอลล์ไปหมดเลย เดี๋ยวให้แนะนำตัวกันอีกสักหนึ่งรอบค่ะ Can you introduce yourself one more time?
I'm Payan from KOG Gold.
Okay.
ครับผมฮิวโก้อีกแล้วนะครับอาทิตย์นี้เจอกัน3รอบอย่าเพิ่งเบื่อกันนะ โอเคครับฮิวโก้จาก King of Gamer Club ครับ
ก่อนอื่นเลยต้องถามความรู้สึกก่อนเพราะเมื่อกี้เกมตึงมากจริง How does you feel about the earlier game? This game, how was you feel?
I feel excited because I know I can dominate. I can dominate them.
เขารู้สึกเขาตื่นเต้นมากแต่ก็รู้อยู่แล้วว่าจะชนะพี่ฮิวโก้ล่ะคะรู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ก็เป็นเหมือนเกมตัดสินเนาะก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นเหมือนกันครับผมวันนี้ตื่นเต้นมากๆเพราะว่าจะเห็นได้ว่าเขาแบบเขาโหดมากครับก็แบบเราก็ทำได้ดีกว่าในวันนี้ครับผมก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นแล้วก็ดีใจมาก
เขาโหดแต่ว่าเราทำได้ดีกว่าคือทีมเขาโหดแต่เราทำได้ดีกว่าอ๋อคือหลายคนเนี่ยสงสัยมากว่าทำไมน้องพาเย็นหรือว่าผ้าเย็นของเราเนี่ยถึงได้เล่นเก่งขนาดนี้คะสำหรับพี่ฮิวโก้คิดว่ายังไง
ครับผมก็สำหรับผมเลยเนาะผมคิดว่าน้องเป็นคนที่มีแพชชั่นมากๆแล้วผมบอกเลยเป็นเด็กอายุ17ที่สามารถเรียกได้ว่าเป็นนักกีฬาอีสปอร์ตอาชีพจริงๆเขาไม่นอกลู่นอกทางเล่นศึกษาตลอดเวลาคือ24ชั่วโมงในการทำงานของเขาอ่ะคือ MLBB ล้วนๆเลยเป็นเด็ก17ที่น่าชื่นชมมากๆ
ก็คือเล่นเกมทั้งวันเลย24ชั่วโมง
ครับผมเล่นไม่ทั้งวันในเวลาฝึกซ้อมแล้วก็นอกเวลาฝึกซ้อมก็จะคิดแผนแล้วผมแถมให้ทุกวันเนี้ยนอนอ่ะละเมอเป็นมอสโกจริงแอบเผา
แล้วเจ้าตัวคือไม่รู้เรื่อง
จริงๆถามเพื่อนในทีมได้ละเมอเป็น ML ทุกวัน
They say you sleep and say something about MLBB while you sleep. Did you do that? Sometimes, you know? And like people would like to know how can you play well? Like do you have what is your secret? Your secret about how do you play this game so good?
Like grind and lulu sometimes. Grind and pray. เหมือนแบบฝึกซ้อมครับผมแล้วก็ขยันฝึกซ้อมตั้งใจเล่นอะไรอย่างนี้ครับผมแล้วก็พยายามแบบก้าวขึ้นไปในระดับที่สูงขึ้นครับ
อันนี้คือแก้ให้น้องอยู่
ใช่ครับเขาเป็นจริงเชื่อผม
เขาเป็นคนอย่างนี้
ผมเป็นล่าม
โอเคได้เลยแล้วคือทีม you good you good they say you good ก็คืออย่างโซลิกเนี่ยเขาสอนภาษาไทยครับแล้วอันนี้มีสอนภาษาไทยให้พาเย็นไหมนอกจากไข่ต้มไข่ดาวผมสอนไปเยอะพวกผมสอนไปเยอะเลยครับโชว์ภาษาไทยสักหน่อยได้ไหม Can you show more Thai that your team taught you like except than ไข่ต้ม and ไข่ดาวโอเคเดี๋ยวผมเลือกให้ก่อนได้ค่ะครับผมทีมนู้นขอเลือกก่อนทีมนู้นเขาจูนติดตบหมดนะครับผมขอเลือกก่อนครับได้ค่ะมีเยอะจัดเซฟเลยจัดสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับเซฟสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับอันนี้เซฟสุดแล้วโค้ดเขาอยากให้เซฟไม่สู้กับโซลิกหน่อยนะคะเขาจูนติดตบหมดนะอันนั้นแค่นี้พอแล้วครับแค่นี้พอแล้วเดี๋ยวมีอะไรหลุดมาไม่รู้เหมือนกันโอเคค่ะเดี๋ยวคำถามสุดท้ายค่ะก่อนที่จะปล่อยพี่ๆกับน้องๆเขาไปพักนะคะก็มีอะไรอยากบอกแฟนคลับค่ะทั้งหน้างานแล้วก็ทางออนไลน์ที่คอยเชียร์ King of Gamer ขับอยู่ค่ะครับผมก็ฝากบอกแฟนๆทุกคนนะครับผมวันนี้ก็ชนะก็ดีใจด้วยกับตัวเองแล้วก็ทุกคนด้วยนะครับผมก็เอาอีก1ชัยชนะหนึ่งและยังรักษาคำว่าไร้พ่ายไปได้นะครับผมถึงแม้จะมีติดขัดไปบ้างผิดพลาดไปบ้างแต่เราจะกลับไปทำงานหนักและทำให้ทีมของเราแข็งแกร่งขึ้นแล้วก็เล่นเกมให้คลีนมากกว่านี้เพื่อทุกๆคนครับผมแล้วก็สัญญาอีกครั้งหนึ่งว่าจะพยายามเอาถ้วยแชมป์มาฝากแฟนๆทุกคนให้ได้โอ้โหตอบดีมากสมกับเป็นโค้ชจริงๆเดี๋ยวให้ผ้าเย็นพูดอะไรสักหน่อย Can you say something about that your fan that always support your team
Thank you for supporting and I want to shout out my friend Kyle and
โอเคค่ะสำหรับผ้าเย็นก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆคลับนะคะที่คอยซัพพอร์ต King of Gamer มาตลอดนะคะเดี๋ยวตอนนี้ให้ทั้งสองคนไปพักก่อนนะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Ryan was I forgot he was Filipino.
Oh, just funny stuff. They were just messing around. Yeah, I think he just got so immersed in MLBB that he talks about MLBB in his sleep. I think that's one of the things I picked up there. They were swapping out so much. That's so funny.
Man, yeah, he looks. Do you know how young he is, Rockhart? Like he
looks 16 or 18 or something.
He looks hella young, and he's showing some great things, man. Of course, in game number 2, sometimes you can see that he gets a bit overzealous to make the play happen. But hey, he recovered from the setback and immediately delivered a performance in game 3. I think it's fair play, man. You know, maybe if he once again made a huge blunder, you can criticize him a bit more. But man proved himself. Although the MVP is Kazan, bro. Dude, the Akai out of nowhere. Sky Garden Helmet rush, I think, into the Athena, into the full magic resist. This game was just unkillable, and it was so annoying to see a Uranus and an Akai. They both kind of spin around and they're just taking damage, and you're like, bro, when is this gonna end?
This is basically just like, I think I remember it's in 2020 or 2021 when people were just spamming Uranus and Akai together. I think that might have been season 6 or season 7 of respective FPLs or something. Wow. But yeah, I know what you mean. Those are the stuff that kind of just... I remember before that happened with the Uranus and Akai, there was like a 58-minute game or something, 54-minute game.
Wow.
That's how badly that triggers me, to be honest.
It's pretty insane, yes, man.
Insane game as well on this one.
Yeah, you can see the pickoff threat is still very much there, but dude, KOG were able to slow down the game. And when I say slow down, it's like molasses, bro. We went super slow. The fights went from like super dynamic pickoffs to like straight up a whole 1-minute duration fights just because everyone was so tanky, right? I thought Izzy on the Moskov would have been able to actually like, shred a bit more, but man, like KOG just made it difficult.
At 12 minutes, it was 4-6. That's how slow it was. That's too crazy. 5-7 at 15 minutes? Come on. No one just wants to die.
the amount of kills is one thing, but the way the fights happen, dude, like, come on, throughout the whole day, it's like bang, burst damage, bang, pick off, you know, bang, full combo, fight's over. Did you see how the fights were going? It starts off with these two giants lumbering, rubbing on each other, the Akai and the Uranus, and everyone going like, yo, who's winning? What's happening? You know, just circling around like it's some kind of ritual. And then afterwards, once you thought it's over, they just rinse and repeat and do the same thing. And then after 3 rounds of this ritual, finally the fight breaks out, and it's still a slow fight, bro.
And you know what? I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of desensitized to it.
Right.
I didn't mind it.
PH, bro.
You know what we
Good
do
for
there.
you.
But
I'm
yeah,
not saying it's
it
bad.
feels like
I'm just saying it's different. You know, considering the matches we've seen today, and for the final game to just suddenly slow down like that, it is quite jarring. You know, like with a car, it's not speeding up that kills you. It's stopping like suddenly, right? That's how I feel about this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. It feels like it also was someone who stopped, and then the guy who was driving literally flew out the window. That's like how this game ended, right? So sudden, no warning. It's like, oh, Uranus suddenly died. Okay, GG's, let's go finish it off. It's like,
and by all means,
it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, great choices from Buriram as well. They went with all the penetration, the wishing lanterns, etc. Which is why I think the Sky Gutted Helmet really saved the whole neutral objective game. But this is the updated standings. Buriram is still up there, but E-Arena and Hydra Esports all the way down. And King of Gamers Club still very strong with a 7-0.
That's right. Still undefeated, at least for their match win. Right? 7-0. You can always say that even if you kind of just lose out on the game in the series, you're still on top of the hill. They are still going to be the king at the end of week number 4.
And it's so impressive, man, because again, being able to play your style is one thing, but to be able to switch it around and suddenly slow it down like that and still deliver a clean performance, KOG, man, definitely a real threat. And you gotta feel for Buriram because they probably were expecting some kind of showdown, and they're like, whoa, what is this? You know? But week 5 schedule right here, Buriram are gonna go up against Valitai, Bacon Time, my personal favorite, up against Tenacity, and KOG ACT as the final match. Dang. What a treat.
That's a good way to close out the week, or actually close out the season. I think that's only the week. You only go to week 5, right? For regular season.
Really? Wow. I gotta recheck, but that's cool. What a way to end it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm checking now. It is confirmed. Yeah, that's the last for this one. And I'm feeling it. I'm feeling this. I'm feeling like we are about to. I like that we're near the end and we're still not super secure on our playoffs teams. Usually in some MPLs it's like so done already at week 6 or week 7, right? But now we are seeing the best of the best here. That's being shown by Thailand, and cannot wait to just watch the next ones.
There's definitely a lot of impressive things to look out for, man. Considering it's, again, I keep saying it and it feels so weird saying it, it's a young region, even though, we all know about IDNS, right? Like, it's not exactly an accurate statement, but it's impressive nevertheless. You almost feel like, man, what if they had their own league like before this, like earlier? They would have been quite a menace, man, in the past couple of M series.
Yeah, like years ago, right? That would have been crazy. And again, that's why better late than never to get this started. And I really love that we are definitely showing the best of the best from the region. And right now, it just feels like there's a king on the top of the hill. Now, the question is there anyone who's up to the challenge to make sure they don't stay that way all the way into the playoffs? So exciting to see their next match. Let me just check their schedule real quick. Yeah, their matches are gonna be pretty fun. Their next matches are gonna be ACT is like the next one that I feel like will really take it to the next level here for KOG. They're definitely one of the, aside from Bacon, right? Like they're definitely one of the teams that feel like they should be on par alongside Tenacity. So next week is gonna be a banger, and I hope you guys are also, you guys join us in watching next week, because we do have more action for you guys next week.
For sure, man. But it's great to see like the top teams are still, toe to toe. They're still putting up good fights, because the old adage goes, iron sharpens iron, man sharpens man. So you can only see like the next level stuff in MLBB if the opposition, pushes their talents to get even better. But it's almost the end of the whole broadcast, Rockhard. Any final thoughts?
I think that we are in for a treat. I think that, whoever the top 6 is, I don't know if it's gonna be Buriram, but I can't wait to find out. And that's all happening again next week.
All right, it's only a week, guys, so stay tuned. Keep up with MSL Thailand Season 1. It's been me, Arashi, and Rockhard signing out.
มาได้เลยค่ะ Lido Connect ชั้น 2 ฮ3 ค่ะ และสำหรับคนไหนนะคะที่ไม่สะดวกนะคะ สามารถเข้าชมได้ทางช่องทางออนไลน์ทุกช่องทางเลยค่ะ วันนี้นะคะหมดหน้าที่ของมินนี่มินแล้วนะคะ ขอขอบคุณแทนทีมงานทุกคนด้วยนะคะ วันนี้มินและทีมงานขอตัวลาไปก่อนนะคะ แล้วพบกันใหม่ในวันศุกร์หน้าค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ